Before you can tell me what kind of person you want, you first have to be able to articulate what kind of person you are. And in the modern era, overvaluation is at epidemic levels. And I can't think of anyone who is a better poster child for that than one Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey, who we're asking ourselves, what does this woman do? What does she make? What does she produce? What is she famous for? You can't even say that she's the child of a famous person because she's not even the child of a famous person. But that's the era that we're in today. And the really seductive part about this is that there are a lot of folks out there, particularly the ladies, who say that this is exactly the life they want. This is precisely the life they want. They want to be well known. They want to be well paid and not even be able to explain or articulate what it is that they're well paid for. It's just like the lottery. Bammo. I am just famous and loved and beautiful and well paid and just living this extraordinary life. And nobody can tell me why. I just got it because I got it. And that's the kind of thing that I'm saying here. I want to have a discussion here tonight that gets down to the nuts and bolts of what do you offer? What does she offer? Before you can tell me that you're demanding anything, we got to ask ourselves a simple question. What do you offer? And more importantly, are you overvaluing yourself? Is what you are offering of equal value to what it is you're demanding? Let me explain to you very carefully what I mean by that. What I mean by that is that if you are a woman, for example, and you are saying that you want to live a top 10% life, you want to live a top 5% life, hell. Question. Let's just say you want to live a 1%er life. That's $600,000 and up. Is your femininity worth? Do you deliver $600,000 worth of femininity? And I don't mean just between your two ears. I mean in comparison to the general population. If I go out here and find other females in the society, stack you up against them, do you routinely rank in the top 1% if you're going to say you want to have a 1% life? You want to have a 1% man, not the guy who's just getting by? Well, then we got to find out if you two are a match. 1%? 1%? Are you actually a match? I'm asking basic questions here that I'd like to get some answers to. I'd like to get some answers to that. What do you offer? And I'm using Lori Harvey as a case study because she's a person who we can't even really name what it is that she offers. Well, she's cute. I'm glad to hear that. There are a lot of cute females out there. That's not really a rare commodity like that. There are a lot of pretty chicks out there. What else you got? Let me ask you all some basic questions here. What do you offer? I would challenge you all to say that Lori Harvey doesn't actually offer very much. She doesn't actually offer very much at all. And when you start comparing this to the female population in general, that gets scary. Tell me, answer me one question. What did Lori Harvey contribute to Future's life? What is it that Future did not have before he met Lori Harvey that he got after he met Lori Harvey? Simple question. What did Lori Harvey contribute to Future that he didn't already have? That tells you your value, ladies. And fellas, by the way, that's what tells you a woman's value. What did you have before she got there, and what did you have more of that you actually wanted after she got there? Simple mathematics. P. Diddy. What did Diddy not have before he met Lori Harvey that he suddenly got or got more of after meeting her? Because we can all tell you what she got from Future, shine. We can all tell you what she got from Diddy, mo shine. Now, let me go ahead and just burst your damn bubble. What was it that Michael B. Jordan did not have before he met Lori Harvey that he suddenly got or got more of after he got with Lori Harvey? If you're going to try to argue that she brings some value, we can answer this very quickly. Just tell me, what was it of value that Michael B. Jordan did not have before he met her that suddenly he did have after he got with her? That should be a very easy question to answer. That should be a very simple question to answer. Because if you're going to tell me that Michael lost something, you first have to tell me what it was that Michael gained. If you're going to tell me that Michael is doing without something, you next have to tell me, okay, well, what is it that he lost? What did he gain? What was it that he was trying to get that he had been unable to acquire, but then she showed up, boom, suddenly he's got it. Miss Harvey, what do you have to offer? Other than the imagery of a 1%er lifestyle, what do you have to offer? What do you have to offer? Somebody in the chat room, Henry Frick, when I open up the phone lines, will have you call up. Other than being a human statue, what does Lori Harvey offer other than being a human statue, which is what a, quote, model is? What does she offer other than being a human statue? What I'm saying here is it's time to start asking yourselves a question. When you ask about what do people offer, there are commodities and then there are specialties. Did you get that? There are commodities and then there are specialties. That's the first thing I want you to understand. Is the person offering you a commodity, something that is commonly available? Or are they offering you something that is a specialty, something that is rare? That's the question I want you to ask for yourselves now, because I will tell you all right now, and this is a cautionary tale for your own lives, Lori Harvey's value is falling off of a cliff. You know why? Because Lori Harvey is no longer rare. Lori Harvey is not a specialty product that you only see in exclusive places and exclusively with a few people. Beyonce is a specialty product. Lori Harvey is a commodity. Lori Harvey has been all over the place with all kinds of people. That's not special. That's not exclusive. That's not rare. Something has value when it's scarce. You cannot be common and simultaneously have more value. You've been around too much. You're too common. You've been seen in too many places with too many people. You're not raising the value of the real estate. That's the issue. If you all agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 1,500 people in here in just the first 8 minutes. However, it seems like some folks are not liking what I'm saying tonight. And if that's the case, I'll go ahead and wrap things up here shortly. I'm asking some basic questions here, or at least they may seem basic, but it's about time that you understood that it's not basic. Before you can tell yourself what you should be getting from others, you should first ask yourself, what tangibly do I bring to the table? What exactly do I offer? And you should be able to name exactly what that is. Specifically, what that is. If you cannot, then your value, quote unquote, is in question. And I'm using Lori Harvey as an example here because there's a lot of females of differing age groups, different income stratas, whether you're single moms or not. She's pretty much been a prototype for a lot of women. You don't find very many women who wouldn't want to trade places with her. And yet, as the men, you need to start asking a question. Actually, what does she offer? Well, she's pretty. Yeah, I heard that. What is that worth? Where's the value that you get out of that? And if you believe that there is a value to it, then you should be able to explain to me quantitatively, look it up. You should be able to explain quantitatively what that value is. And then we should be able to see where it's been deposited. If you cannot do that, then I suggest to you that you have been deceived by that illusion. I'm asking a simple question here. What did a man gain from having her? What did she offer? And then take a look at the chick or the fella next to you and ask yourself, what do they offer? You all should be seeing an equivalent exchange. You should be able to observe an equivalent exchange. If you cannot see and observe an equivalent exchange, there's a problem. You're probably getting took. You're probably getting had. We live in a day and age where they tell you that it's okay for you to get took and had. And then you start looking up one day and adding up the numbers and realizing, maybe that wasn't such a bright idea after all. Maybe that wasn't such a bright idea after all. Let me go ahead and find out here, what exactly is it that Lori Harvey offers? What is it exactly that Lori Harvey brings to a relationship, to a man? What exactly is it that she brings? Because if you don't have that or don't see that, or don't get to that's problematic, don't you think? You should be able to see that and observe that. And if you can't, you might want to ask yourself why that is. Well, I decided to do a little investigation of my own, see if I could prove it or disprove it for myself, just so we can go ahead and just get that out the way. Maybe there's just some value to it that I don't see or that I didn't look enough into. But of course, you already know that's most likely not the case. But why don't we all go ahead and take a trip together here? Let's take a trip together here, and why don't we take a look and see exactly what you get when you go and unwrap a fresh batch of Lori Harvey, assuming, of course, she ends up on your doorstep. You take a look at her Instagram, which is really where she does the most popping at. 5 million followers. Well, that's certainly a sizable following. No doubt about it. And then I'm reminded of the words of Warren Buffett. I'm reminded of the words of Warren Buffett when he talks about why he would never invest or buy cryptocurrency. And he said that when you buy a farm, you know what you're getting. It produces crops, you can sell it, you have the land. When you own a business, it produces a product or a service, you can sell it, you can quantify it. Crypto, you can't do that. I would suggest to you, if you're a female or a male, and you're telling yourself Lori Harvey is the model of value, I would first ask you, well, she's got 5 million followers. I would next ask you, well, what exactly is it that she does that is of value? What exactly is it that she does? And I'm not saying that it's zero value. I am saying that, by the way, have you achieved a appropriate value? I take a look on her page here. We go down the list here. Very pretty girl. Photoshopped or not. Baby hair, all aglow. Ooh, Dior. So we got Dior, Chanel. So she's certainly trying to get some folks to pay attention. Hey, I'm top model here. Tiffany's, all the rest of this stuff here. Essence photo shoot. That's great. And this picture right here is the Tiffany cup right there. So Tiffany and Company, just in case y'all are wondering. certainly she is trying to give off this ultra peak value image. Got it. Skin. All right. So we're selling skin, as it were, because we want to make sure that we look the right way. Got it. Capitalizing. There she is on one of the Cadillac concept cars, the Celestiq. All right. Valentino. Got it. Understood. Looks great. Now she's trying to show off underboob. So I don't know if it's surgery or not, but clearly she's like, I need to do a little bit more. Fendi, every time you took her around. Boy, she's doing real good with the association, with the brand association, isn't she? Fendi, Skins, Dior, Valentino, Cadillac. Every time you look around, take a look at the association. Take a look at the association. So certainly she knows what she's selling, the Lamborghini Urus. Regular? I would doubt that, ma'am. Oh, if ever there was an insincere person at the boxing gym, this is the definition of insincere. I guess this is her hanging out. LA nights with my Michael Kors fam. Okay. Well, slight difference in value from Fendi to Michael Kors, is it not? I don't know. Michael Kors, Fendi, I'm not sure they're at the same level, but if she likes it, knock yourself out. Just thought I would point it out, by the way, brand association. So, oh, look, hanging out with Michael Kors. Got it. Understood. Fish lips. Okay. We got it. Now, I'm stopping here in this neighborhood for a reason, because I wanted you to see that, and I'm stopping here for a reason. Her and Michael Kors again. Boy, I'm telling you. She sure does hang out with Michael a lot there, at least last year she did. And I'm doing this for a reason. I'm doing this for a purpose. I want you to take a look at the dates on here. I want you to take a look at the dates. When you take a look at the dates, you'll start to see something. June 2022. Jason, what's so special about June of 2022? Well, May of 2022, take a look at what she looked like. This was peak Lori Harvey. This was Lori Harvey at the apex of her game. This will be remembered as when Lori Harvey was at the top of her game. This is what she'll be remembered for. Everything after this is falling off of a cliff, and you can literally see it as it happens, because when did she break up with Michael B. Jordan? Go and take a look, and you can see practically down to the month that she broke up with Michael B. Jordan. You can go back and take a look for yourselves in Google when the rumors first started that she had broken up with Michael. And it was right about here. Next thing you know, they are taking pictures of each other down from Instagram. Now, that's why I'm showing you from May of 2022, May of last year. Then you take a look here. Take a look at everything you've seen since. I've seen Lori with a lot of relationships with a lot of brand names. I see that. Doing her best Aaliyah impersonation. Got it. But what I'm looking for is, by the way, you had Michael on your Instagram before. Well, now she's with who? Idris Damson. Is it Damson Idris or Idris Damson? Mr. Damson. She's been linked to him and she's dating him. But I'm taking a look at her Instagram since. I see some men, Michael Kors and others. I see a lot of names. I don't see his. How can you be running around with somebody that you're serious about you're not claiming him like that, and he has no problem mentioning you, but you're not claiming him. Hey, Damson, you might want to pay careful attention to this. You all tell me over a year later, by the way, shouldn't Damson have made a cameo appearance on her timeline somewhere? You know, if he's going to be a fixture, shouldn't he have a fixture status? You see, if you fully committed there, shouldn't somebody be posting up fixtures of you? What does she offer him? I just wanted to take you from last year to now so that you can see and ask yourselves, what does she offer? No wonder the quality of the men is getting lower and lower as the time goes on. There's a lesson to be learned from this. Most of you can be easily fooled. I'm hoping we get you to a point where you are not so easily fooled, so that you have an opportunity to properly value things. Improperly valuing things is at epidemic proportions now. Jason, what else do you have there? Well, I would be remiss if I did not show you unequal value. What do you offer? Probably the biggest case study right now, the biggest and most embarrassing one is Ciara and Russell Wilson. Poor little tink tink. Boy, your man Russell, it's been rough. It has been rough. You know, it's been rough and hard on him out there. He's been trying, and yeah. Love this game. Love this team. Better days ahead. That was in December. When did the 2022 year end for the Denver Broncos? This is dated December 16th. He's saying better days ahead. Was he referring to the 2022 season or the next year? Not one to kick a man while he's down, but he's right there by my foot. So, who got that jacket for him? Forever grateful, he says. I'm very glad to hear that, Russell. Very glad to hear that. January 10th, Team W, next season's work begins now. Did you get that? Did you get that? January, he's saying next season's work begins now. What does this tell you? This tells you he was very, very bothered by what happened in December. He was very, very bothered by his lack of performance. He moved from Seattle, came to Denver, and it ain't been working. It hasn't been working. I suggest to you the fact that he's saying in January, hey, the next season's work begins now. Dude, he didn't even let it get warm. He didn't even let it get cold. He's letting you know that this bothered him. He hears the people saying, we made a mistake bringing you here. He hears the fans saying, we made a mistake bringing you here. He's starting to ask himself, is he going to be the next Tim Tebow? That's what he's asking himself. Am I about to go out like Tim Tebow? So he went on a public relations, I guess, attempt here in January. Don't worry, we'll come back to this. Very glad to have his lovely doting wife. Ain't even holding hands with him. It was December. I guess it was cold. All right. Forever Valentine, February 14th. Glad to see that. You are heaven on earth. Got it. Wonderful. February 23rd. Oh, he's quoting the scriptures, y'all. He's found religion. He found religion. Although I wonder if Jesus is as confused about Russell as we are when you take a look at Russell's wife. Then again, I don't think Jesus is very confused. I think he's saying, man, I don't know what you think I'm going to do. But okay. Boy, y'all know Russell. You know old Russell is, when he's in trouble. When Russell gets in trouble, he goes for a scripture. When Russell's in trouble, he yanks out a scripture. He does that. Oh, what do you know? Down here, there's Ciara. What do you know? She ain't quoting this. She ain't amening. You notice what she's doing? Strong with the heart symbols. She's not following him into his religion. Did you get that? Do you all understand the psychological meaning of this? She's not co-signing his religion. It's not what she's doing. She wants a workhorse like anybody else. She doesn't care what motivates him. So long as he gets the work done. She doesn't care what motivates him. Attitude of gratitude. Sucking up to the fans. Super heavy. Another scripture. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is in the Lord. Are you saying that you can't trust the fans of Denver? Probably a good idea. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Jeremiah 17:7, New International Version. Jeremiah 17:7 and through 8. So he's quoting the same scripture twice. February 23rd, March 4th. Him and you know who. I'm going through this for a reason. Now, in all fairness, Russell did post this on his page. He visited a prison. Now, I'm not going to click this video over here on the left. I'm going to click this one over here on the right. If you look real fast, you'll see who it is when the picture first comes up. Well, there's Ciara. And it looks like they're having church at the prison. Russell is quoting John 3:17. Going down through here, I see Elevation Church. Let me see if Ciara said anything. I don't see Ciara. Usually Instagram would have her ranked up here. You don't see Ciara's name. Russell tagged her, and she was there. Okay, a lot of singing was going on. March 28th, never been more glad I put my faith in Jesus. Is it because the fans of Denver let you know they didn't have their faith in you? Russell, you doing a lot of scripture quoting. I mean a lot. We're doing Little League. All right. Somebody received a heart transplant. Okay. So Russell is really good about seeing about people and doing the work and things. He's real good about that. That's great. I think that's wonderful. Take a look at the way he's dressed. By the way, this is the real Russell Wilson. This is the real one. This is who he really is. Kind of tough to have to pretend to be something else. I'm walking you all through this for a reason. Walking you through this for a reason because I want you to understand exactly how this works. The reason why I'm doing that is because I want you to see that when you got folk like this here, especially when you got something like that playing, that means something. That means a whole lot. By the way, I'm not really sure why in the world somebody would be doing that, but let me go ahead and Make sure they can't do that anymore. Folks are going to say I'm mean. No, I'm not. Don't come a knocking when my mics are rocking. I put this up here because I wanted you to see what's going on here. And we're going to ask about equivalent exchange. We're going to ask about equivalent exchange because we've seen Russell Wilson's Instagram. We've seen his timeline. I'd like to go over to his wife's. What does she offer? Well, I'll tell you one thing. Russell Wilson was doing a whole lot better at football before he started letting her be his real estate agent. I will say that. Maybe it's because he's quoting all this scripture because he's trying to convince himself this should be scary for football fans to hear. Is this Russell Wilson saying to you all that, well, there are things more important than football? Is Russell saying that there are things more important than football? If you're a football fan, that should be sticking out to you that he's quoting these scriptures and saying there's nothing more important than Jesus. So glad I put my trust in the Lord. And I'm just wondering if that's what he's trying to communicate. I'm just wondering. Now you go over to his wife. His wife, that paragon of Christian virtue. Yes, sir, his wife, that wonderful example of Christian virtue. Let me tell you, nothing says conflict like this. You take a look at a guy like that, and then he shows you how mentally and emotionally weak he is. Oh, look, here's the good Christian wife now. Here's the good Christian wife now. By the way, I'm looking to see if Russell liked this or if he commented. He didn't comment or nothing, so even he was smart enough to say nothing here. But by the way, yeah, there's the good Christian wife right there. Yes, there's the good Christian bride right there. Glad to see we're all on the same page, Russell. Glad to see that we're all on the same page. Glad to see that everything is in balance and everything is consistent. Glad to see that, Russell. She makes Keke Palmer look modest in comparison. She looks modest in comparison. What does she offer? Now, you all know when I see things like this, you know I can't ignore it. Russell ain't no sunshades wearing dude. He ain't never been Mr. Cool. Is his woman looking more like him? Oh, look at that pose right there. She looks like she's stiff-arming him. You all see that? She looked like she was stiff-arming him. Every time we look up, she's putting up a picture where she's got her hand up against him like that. She looked like she's stiff-arming him. Ma'am, can you just pretend in public to like this nigga? Can you pretend to like him? You keep going backward through these things here. Nothing says Christian wife like dancing around in your drawers, by the way. Nothing says that. Don't worry, all the hoes who really don't care about anything, they'll just tell you anything. Oh, look. Singing about all the girls being independent. A married woman talking about being independent. She is literally dependent on this man for everything. Case in point, she is dependent on this man for a second shot at having a meaningful career since her choices in men before now did not elevate her. But I'd like to ask you all a different question here if you're going to go forensically over this. I want to go a little bit further. I want to do a little bit more. Going back to the beginning of the year. Is Ciara as invested in Russell as Russell is in Ciara? That's a simple question. If you believe that Ciara is as invested in Russell as Russell is invested in her, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room. And don't worry, we'll take names so we can make sure that some of those individuals will call in, because we would love to have you explain. But if you believe that Ciara is not as invested in Russell as he is in her, give me the prohibited emoji in the chat room, the red circle with the line through it. If you believe that Ciara is as invested in Russell as he is in her, give me the thumbs up emoji. But if you believe that she is not as invested in him as he is in her, give me the prohibited emoji. Okay? Most folks here don't think so. Most folks here don't think so. Most folks here don't. Found that to be very good, found that to be very interesting there. Because I would like to show you all something. Now, this is something that you can only see over time. It's not something that you can pick up on immediately. It's not something that you can find and identify and locate immediately. It's something that requires time. It requires time for the people to show and expose exactly what they are, because you can't be fake that long. Life wears down on you. Eventually, it causes this fundamental conflict in your soul where you just can't be fake anymore. I want to ask you all two questions. Two questions. Do you think that Ciara is more bonded, that she sees her life as being more bonded, more in sync with Russell Wilson or with her ex Future? Are you one of those people who think that she's more bonded with Russell, or that in her heart and her mannerisms and everything else, that she's actually still more bonded to Future? What does she offer you, Russell? What is she offering? Folks, the 720 degrees of analysis that you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. This video right here, December 2022, which would seem to dovetail with December 2022. That's December 16th for Russell, and this was December 17th for Ciara.
You're going to switch it on them. I said, yeah, flip mode. Flip mode is the greatest. You know, and as a shorty, I was always told that if I ain't going to be part of the greatest, I got to be the greatest myself. Come on, yeah, come on. Yeah, nigga, what a surprise. Give you something, make a nigga close. Somebody help me up and ask me if I bumped my head.
Okay, copyright strike incoming. But I thought that was necessary to show you how she responded to it. So she responded to it with it all being about her. Yeah, it's all about her and her hair. Yeah, it's all about her and hanging out with other people. So let me go ahead and turn the music off here. I didn't know I was going to turn the MTV. Are those hammer pants? No dissing Ciara. Those hammer pants she's wearing us. All right, leave it alone. Jason, leave it alone. I want to walk you through something real quick. I want to walk you through something. December 2022. Remember this one. Remember that one. Who is that? That kid. Who's that kid? Oh no, I'm about to hurt a lot of feelings here tonight, because you got to understand, there's a lot of ladies who like to lie. They get on code with each other online, y'all. They get on code, but the proof is always in the pudding. Whose kid is that? Now, she, as you saw earlier, hey, we got the family photo over here, so she got more than one kid. I just couldn't help but notice one-on-one with this kid. Oh, y'all say that's future son. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Well, what do you know? This was January 10th, and now January 25th. Well, what do you know? They're doing drills here, throwing the ball back and forth with future son. Again. Well, very nice, very touching there. Sure. All right, Mom. Glad to see that Mom considers that to be well worth posting here. By the way, the Christian wife is at it again. Doing a Michael Jackson impersonation, I guess. Christian wife doing it again. What would Mary do? Found that to be interesting. Oh, look. Well, here, March 12th. Well, it's Mom and this particular kid again. Well, it's just Mom and this one again. Oh. Well, maybe that doesn't really mean anything. Maybe Jason is just cherry picking stuff and it's not really all that serious there. I mean, why are you going back and forth? I'm sure, I mean, if you take a look at these things long enough, sure, I imagine you start seeing patterns forming. Couldn't help but notice. You start seeing a pattern form. Took my big baby boy to the Knicks versus Miami Heat playoffs. Just the two of us. Where's his dad? Now take a look at all the single moms in the comment section loving this. They're like, yeah, they love this. They love this. They get on code with each other viciously. I want the fellas to understand something. In most of female society today, ladies, I gotta read the mail. They see themselves as competing against us. And that they got to get on code against us. So they see what she's doing to Russell. They see what she's doing. It's very blatant. But the women are on code. They're like, yeah, get him. Because they want to make an environment that they think is favorable to them. I just couldn't help but notice that. Oh, what do you know? Here we are again. Well, Jason, it was his birthday. That's May 19th. What about all these other days? Were these all birthdays too? Were those all birthdays too? Get the hell up off of it. Of course, we want to zero in on them, so yeah. You get the idea here. I just couldn't help but notice that this particular kid keeps coming up so prominently on Ciara's Instagram. So to everybody else out there in the YouTube spaces, by the way, I've done the footwork and the research for you. You're welcome. I just couldn't help but notice that he comes up very prominently. Very prominently. And Russell is trying to take the sting out of it, I guess. He thinks he's helping the world. Just couldn't help but notice that this boy keeps coming up very prominently. So she talks about Father's Day. Talking about Father's Day. She posted her dad, and she's got Russell up here doing drills with, well, what do you know? What do you know? This is her idea of Russell Wilson being a good father. I'm shocked. I'm so shocked and surprised. Truly I am. Truly I am. So, everything's fine here, right? Everything's legit, right? Ain't no problems here, right? If a man stays with the wrong woman long enough, he doesn't change her. She changes him. Take a look over here at Russell. Since the beginning of the year, Why is Ciara so happy to be booed up with you here now, Russell? Is it because what she's getting from you is markedly larger than what you're getting from her? This is on Russell's page. This is on Russell's page now. Russell's. It's on Russell's page. Oh, don't worry, y'all, because if you need to know something, the headshot's coming later. Russell's page, again, this is back in April. This is not in the last week since the Future diss song came out. This is back in April. This is Russell. This is Russell trying to show Ciara that he is as invested in her genealogy as he is his own. This is a repugnant female right here, this iDiva goddess. This is a repugnant female. Like father, like son. Future is that boy's dad. But you got to understand, for the baby mamas, for the feckless gutter females, they get on code. They see themselves as all competing against us. Once again, and the females are telling him how great he is. Not only that, they're telling him that he's winning. They're telling Russell that he's winning. Well, glad that the Denver Nuggets won. Too bad the Denver Broncos couldn't, Russell. Oh, what do you know? On Russell's page, another video. What do you know? Another one. Future gonna be in the NFL because of Dangerous Russell. Yeah. I mean, they are really gassing him, man. They're doing it for real, aren't they? Russell's worried about his stepson. He needs to be more worried about his own future. Well, no wonder. Oh, what do you know? A month later, here's Ciara turning on the affection real heavy. Turning on the affection real heavy. Yeah, we got to keep him invested. Turn it on real heavy. Russell claims he's working out here. That's great to hear, great to see. Almost that time. Okay, Russell, we'll see. More females lying here. Take a look at how feckless and terrible these women are. These are some of the most awful excuses for ovaries that we've ever witnessed in humanity. This is how gutless and shameless and dirty they are. Great man, great husband, great father. Dude is A1. Then we come up to this last one here. Now, this one right here, this is so despicable, so disgusting. When we talk about what do you offer, this one is so horrendous. You can see Russell walking with Future's son. Jason, why do you keep doing that? I keep doing that for a reason. And take a look as these despicable, disgusting individuals sit up here and try to say, this is responding to Future dissing him on this song. You winning. He doing good. You winning. And, well, what do you know? Well, there's Ciara. Because she's over the relationship with Future. Right? Take a look at these chicks trying to do the damn Jedi mind trick on him. How you doing, Future? Watching another man raise your child. As if that's a win for the guy raising another man's kid. Do you see how sick and degenerate these lying females are? Ladies, I gotta read the mail. Y'all know that they're getting over. Take a look at how they're lying to him. Shamelessly. You winning, you raise him, he dissed you, so you raise his son. You winning. Boy, I'm telling you, because if they had to raise another woman's son in their house, would they consider that while she's making diss records about them, would she consider herself to be winning? Or would she be going out like Catelyn Stark from Game of Thrones? Do you all see how dirty and devious these chicks are today? Do you see how dirty and devious they are? One after another with their exploitation fantasies in full swing. I wish I could exploit a guy like that. I wish I could get over on him and sit up here and tell him he's winning. I wish I could do that. And then you see Ciara there. I could say many things to you all tonight. I could show you many things tonight. I could say many things to you all tonight. I could show and say many things to you all tonight. But I'm only going to say one. If you are one of the idiotic, dungeon-headed, dumbass idiots out there who tells yourselves that Russell Wilson is winning, and that he's doing such a great job, and that this is his son, I got one question to ask you all. Who does that boy look like? If he is truly making an imprint, if Russell Wilson is truly imprinting himself on Future's son, then I need to ask you all one question. Who does that boy look like? Take a look at all Russell's children, then take a look at that one. Do you see a difference? To all of the gutless, despicable, absolutely inhumane feminist lying rats out there. By the way, you know what a dirty dog you are. Take a look at that boy. Jason, I want to argue it. You ain't right about that. Okay, let me throw something on you you can't ignore. Who does that boy look like? No, let's put all the bull crap to the side. His mama is taking him to a hairstylist to make sure that boy, even with his short hair, resembles another man. Oh, I brought the photographic evidence tonight. Oh, you can hate it all you want to. I'm messing up some relationships, probably messing up a few marriages here, probably messing up a few engagements. It is what it is. I want the fellas to go ahead and see what the hell I'm talking about. When I was talking to Tony, I was trying to tell these dudes, hey, let me tell you something. Oh, man, you thought the side-by-side with Ciara and Russell versus Ciara and Future, y'all thought that was ripping. What about this? See, this is 7 years later. 7 years later. What does the photographic evidence show you that Ciara is trying to raise? Now that I've shown that to you, do these videos and pictures take on a different significance to you now? Do these pictures take on a different significance to all of you now? Now that I show it to you like that, do you see these pictures a little differently? Does it hit a little different now? Now that I'm showing you the 720 degrees, do you feel a little different about the whole situation now? And the fact that mom spends a whole lot of, we got photographic evidence, she does a whole lot of one-on-one time with this one in particular. Well, Jason, why would she stick around? Nigga, why would she not? The gravy train is still rolling. The gravy train is still rolling. Hell, they just had their little clothing line pop-up shop thing just filed for bankruptcy. She's sticking it out. This is the last train leaving. She gonna stick with it until the gravy runs out. Soon as all the benefits run dry, then she'll run out. By the way, what a happy couple here, huh? She doesn't even quote the Bible. She just says, in the Bible, the number 7 represents full and complete world. She doesn't even quote any scriptures. You know why? Because she doesn't believe in any of them. He believes in them. She doesn't. She believes in the benefits of being with you. She doesn't believe in what you believe in. This is a business arrangement to Ciara. Take a look at her face. This was them, I guess, during their anniversary or whatever. Take a look at her face. You know, any divorce psychologist will tell you that one of the main factors you look for are pictures where the individuals are not smiling. That's one of the main factors that you look for. Kanye West didn't do a bunch of smiling with Kim, and Kim didn't really do a whole lot. She was smiling at first. As things went on later, the smiles started dropping. 7 years in, by the way, I couldn't help but notice she ain't smiling so big. Not smiling so big. She likes going places and being seen. Not smiling so big. She likes going places and being seen, though. She likes that. She likes that a lot. Oh, what do you know? First picture was with the two of them together. Last picture, don't worry, I'm cool by myself. Fellas need to be careful when little weak, degenerate little beta males grab the wrong chick, dude. She's a man eater. And now, all I've done is bring you the photographic evidence of it. What does she offer you, Russell? What is she offering? What is she improving your life with? Because I can see how you're improving hers, and she's giving you a peck on the cheek. So she gives you a peck on the cheek, and you ensure, or at least you do your best effort to make sure that another man's genetic legacy is okay, and thus by extension that Ciara is okay, because she can't do this on her own. So now you're here to patch together her holes for her. What holes is she patching together for you? Because I can see the holes that you're patching together for her. By the way, that picture they just showed in there, when she was holding the baby and looking up, had her hair in twists, didn't she? Maybe I gotta go back to their pictures and whatnot and see if I can find more like those. Let's go back and see if we can pause that again. Oh. Hey. What's going on? Reminds me of, I'm sure there's nothing to it. Jason is just composed of pork and hatred, so yeah, I'm sure there's nothing to it. Nothing to it at all. While Russell Wilson has been duped and deluded into seeing to it that he patches together her holes, that he makes sure that she's all right, he has taken this as an opportunity to sacrifice his own. You all tell me, in about 4 or 5 more years, when that boy has the freedom to start seeing his father, his biological father, when he chooses to see his biological father, do you think he's going to be thanking Russell, or do you think he going to be over there getting dapped up with his dad? Folks, we talking about genes. We're talking about genealogy. We're talking about bloodlines. We're also talking about the fact that it's obvious the mother is raising the son the way that the mother thinks the biological father would want the son raised. Fellas, do you really think that you can beat the genealogy of another man? Do you really think that that's the way that works? That you get with a chick and you sit up here and bail her out, and the next thing you know, her kids are just going to switch over and everything's going to be all right? Nigga, please. In 5 years, that boy is going to be telling Russell to his damn face, you ain't my daddy. In 5 years, he will be telling him to his face, you ain't my daddy. Remember, like Zion Williamson, he thanked his mama, didn't thank his stepdad. Remember? While you sitting up here telling and then you gonna let her lie to you and tell, well, don't worry, eventually he'll come around. You know, stepkids have that phase, I'll be damned. Did you let her sit up here and run master game on you, stupid? Did you let the fact that she was just the best thing that you ever had sit up here and delude you into believing that that man isn't still etched on her soul? That she keeps throwing these subliminals out there, that there's something else. Let me explain to you fellas out there to go ahead and make sure you are properly reminded. When a woman is proud of a man, she talks about him. But when she's proud of herself, she talks about herself. She attributes it all to herself. Some folks just don't understand and don't see. What does she offer? Is somebody telling me that Russell is getting equal value? What does she offer? Russell, tell me what's worth this. Tell me what is worth this. I'm trying to figure out what is worth this part. Because Russell seems to think that he's getting something that's worth this part. That's the only thing that I'm asking is what is worth this? Because Russell, you better have an answer for this because it's your life that you're putting up there. It's your life you're doing that with. And that's not just Russell. This goes for everyone else. If you're listening, what does she offer? And are you getting something of commensurate or equal value? What are you being offered? Are you being offered a raw deal? Are you being offered a raw deal? Would you even know what a raw deal was? Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. We are live and direct. This is the one. I'm also going to go ahead and open up the Zoom for you all here. If you have been instructed by either myself or my mods to call in, that was not just a nifty suggestion, that is an order. So you will be required to be on the telephone lines. You've had a lot to say before now. Now will be your opportunity to actually say it directly to the host and to the audience so that you can articulate exactly what it is you've been trying to say here without having to worry about all of the pausing and waiting through the chat room. Although if you decline, that's perfectly fine. You'll go on a permanent vacation. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Thank you to all of you who are tuned in here live and direct as well. We appreciate that also. What I'm going to do here is go ahead and crack open the telephone lines. Well, let me see here. I've got one on Zoom. Zoom does take priority, so I'll get to the phone lines here in just a moment. Now, if you are on Zoom, please remember the policy here on Zoom. You certainly do get priority. Just make sure that your microphone and your camera are turned on if you want to join us on Zoom. All right, Brother Sharp, hopefully you got your microphone on. What is on your mind? Okay. He is on, but he probably is not hearing this. Sir, your microphone's not on. He thinks it is, but it is not. Oh, there you go. Thinks it is. All right, but it is turn off your speakers, sir.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Turn off your speakers.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Okay, and he's got a delay on there, so that's not so great.
All right, here we go. Can you hear me better now?
All right, Sharp, what is on your mind?
What I was saying is I definitely agree with what you were talking about with Sierra and Russell Wilson. And why do you think the women are colluding together and just like pumping Sierra up? Or do you think that no one's saying anything to Russell Wilson? Like, what do you think about that?
No, like I said there before, I want you to understand the women are on code. The women are on code. In the society today, the women realize that we just stick together, whether we're right, wrong, or otherwise, we can start winning. So they would rather be queens of the landfill. So right now, the females are on code, man. As a group, they're on code. They're like, hey, if we back this and defend this, then we're successively lowering the bar. So if you deplete the zone of higher standard females, then you have the guys competing for what's at the bottom. But long story short, the females are on code, man. They're on code as a group. It's ugly, it's raw, but it is what it is. They're on code. It's a power move for them.
Yeah.
Right now, you're dealing with a what? Damn near 50% baby mama rate for the females of marrying age. So for them, backing Ciara is backing themselves. Normalizing Ciara, backing her, just stick with her, just keep defending it. And even though the numbers have not swung dramatically in their direction, it's the only play that they got. If you want to keep dabbling in hoe culture and then say there's a way out to win. Because with the females don't end up with a Russell Wilson. Or even if they did, they wouldn't want him. There's the real problem. If they had a Russell Wilson, they wouldn't want him. They want his money, which means they want a bailout. But they don't want him. They didn't want him before he got with Ciara. Think about that for a few moments. There were no females out here talking about Russell Wilson was a great dad and a great bae or whatever before he met Ciara. Okay, Jason, he didn't have any kids. Doesn't matter. They weren't talking about he'd be great husband material before he met Ciara. Oh, yeah, he was with a white woman. They didn't say that then. What was so different about him then to now? So what it tells you is it's a take. It's a graft. It's a heist.
So who do you believe made the first move? Was it her or do you believe it was him? Because I don't think it was him because he just seems like a corny type of guy.
No, he's older than her. I mean, she's older than he is. These females target the guy they want. When they want to bail out, they target that fella. They look for a little weak, beta recessive little dude who doesn't have a lot of experience with females, and then she gives him a triple X rated time. She makes everything, quote, easy because she knows how many demerits she has against her. Her job then is just to play the role. And I'll just make it as easy as I can. Try to get him to marry you before he realizes what the hell he's doing. So get him while he's still fresh in his mind. He's like, man, this is so easy. Everything's going so well. This is so easy. Hey, why don't we just, let me lock her down. I don't know what the hell Future was messing up. Let me go ahead and lock this down. Now you're in it for a lifetime. And now she got the 7-year itch. That's it. If she divorces him now, that's it. She gets everything. She gets everything now. That's it. Ciara does not get a pension in the music business. Russell Wilson will. Think about that for a few moments.
Yes, sir.
Ciara's economic viability is iffy. Russell's will stick around. So she's never really made a bunch of money in the music business, and he's been a bailout for her. So you have to remember, you're living in a society today with a bunch of girls who the last 2 generations have been raised without fathers. They hate men. They don't like men. So as far as they're concerned, they're all here to see if they can get over. So they all back each other. They can see what Ciara's doing. They're like, yeah, get him. And if she divorces him, they're going to say, yeah, divorce him. Take half. You built him up. Built him up how? They talk crazy and irrational, but that's because they're being allowed to now. It's not about fairness. It's not about fairness. This is about taking what they want.
So when you were first mentioning what do you bring to the table and the values I was thinking of, it really got me thinking that what do I actually value in a woman? Like I know you said being nice is definitely not a thing that should even be on the table. I try not to really look for that. I try to look for, is this woman going to be good enough to raise my children?
Well, I mean, no. When we say nice, we don't want to use subjective terms. Now, polite, you certainly don't want a rude female. Now, you may interpret polite as quote, nice. But you need to be very specific and know exactly what you mean. Nice doesn't mean a female who doesn't have a bad day and walking through the world like a crackhead. That's not what nice means. But you want a female who is polite, demure, feminine. That's what we as men would define as nice, as opposed to the other, which is more abrasive. As men, when females call us nice, that's a slur. Fellas, let me remind you again, when females refer to you as nice, that's a slur. When a female calls you nice, that's another word for weak. Now, she's not going to say you're weak. That you should understand, oh, that's too far. No, oh, you're nice. Women don't refer to men that they are sexually attracted to as nice. You ain't never heard the females call Denzel Washington nice. You never heard the females call LL Cool J nice. You don't hear them refer to Michael B. Jordan as, quote, nice anymore. So if you are a man that a female has a sexual attraction to, I'm talking about even in a relationship, she doesn't call you nice. Nice is something she uses for brothers, relatives, co-workers, friends, people she'll never have sex with. They're nice. You are supposed to be something else. So watch out for words like nice, good, kind, decent, charitable terms. Watch out for that. Even if that female is telling you that she takes a personal interest in you, she's usually going to come with a bunch of kids or a bunch of problems or a bunch of debts, and she's trying to ring you in, but she can't really bring herself to refer to you as something that you're not. So she's not going to call you masculine. She's not going to call you alpha. She's not going to call you a man. She can't actually bring herself to tell that big of a lie because that's not how she sees you. So she's going to use the most polite terms she can, get you to lower your guard, and you'll be such a sucker you lower it. Next thing you know, lifetime servitude.
Yes. Yeah, I definitely agree. I love the program. I originally called in because I actually wanted some business advice since I started a cybersecurity company. But I just wanted to keep it on topic, and we'll talk another time. I love the program, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Please do call us again. And if you do want to talk long term, you definitely want to consider joining our Patreon. We'll be doing that tomorrow at 12 noon. You're certainly invited to join us for that there as well. Thank you very much for giving us a call. I got somebody on the line on the phone lines here. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Jay from Grand Prairie. I go by Henry Frick in the chat, so you asked me to call in.
Okay, Jay, Henry, and what is on your mind?
Yeah, so you asked me to call in, and I wanted to explain exactly what Lori Harvey does bring to the table, because that was the original question. And what it is that she offers something that is very rare, which is the opportunity for these guys to experience a black woman who at least has the basics of feminine culture. She's in great physical shape, even if it's for a short period of time. It's kind of like being with a high-class escort. She's in great physical shape. She doesn't have any tattoos. If you've ever
I got it. In the interest of time, other than aesthetics, and assuming that the man actually prefers her aesthetics, but other than aesthetics, great. What else you got?
Yeah, if you've ever seen her do an interview, she's got a very soft, sweet, feminine demeanor. There's no loud, aggressive, ratchet, masculine behavior. And
that's that. I haven't seen the interview, but that you're talking about in front of the cameras. Great. Now, what have we heard when she's not in front of cameras? What have we heard about in her daily life?
Well, that's really what we have to go by, right? I mean, we don't really know any of these people.
Actually, we know what other folks said, and we know what Michael said the issues were. So, I mean, and we can also see who she hangs out with. We can see the long list of men that she has chosen to pursue. So, what about that part? What does that tell you when you take a look at the list of men she's chosen to pursue? What does that tell you about her as a person?
Well, it tells you that that's not necessarily what she's actually displaying is not necessarily what she's into. In terms of, we've all seen girls that project kind of a nice girl attitude, in public or even around you, but they go after the quote unquote bad boys. So what I'm saying is, the question was what she offers the men, and she offers that sophisticated elegance that is rare in black women.
You're talking about you're talking about the image there, and that's great and everything. Although a lot of the time you don't even have pictures of her. It's not like she walks down the red carpet with dudes. That's why I was showing you her Instagram. She goes to all these public functions by herself. So it's not like she's going out of her way to claim any of those men. So these are attributes you're naming. Yeah, these are attributes for herself. They're isolated and consolidated on herself. They're not being offered to someone else. Do you see the problem there?
Yeah, that's why it doesn't last, and that's kind of why you.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that it doesn't last. What I'm saying is you can't offer someone something that never leaves your possession. Well, take a look at her femininity, and she gives the image of this and the other. I get all that, but she's not offering that to you if it never leaves her possession. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean, and what I'm saying is that's why it eventually ends, because the guys figure that out. That's probably what Michael B. Jordan figured out.
Right. I'm going back to the point when you say that that's something that she offered. Let me try this a third time. When you say that those list of aesthetic attributes, demeanor attributes that you named, those are all things that she only uses for herself in service to herself. She doesn't even have a Kim and Kanye thing where you can show an interview with the two of them together. She doesn't even have that. So what I'm saying is all those attributes you named are only benefiting her. They cannot be something that she's offering to a man, because you just conceded she doesn't actually offer them to men. Therefore, her personal use and her personal enhancement and her personal benefit, not for a group benefit or a couple benefit. Yeah, agreed there. It's advertisement. But all I'm saying is this. I think that women get the wrong lesson from Lori Harvey, and that is the right lesson that I think women should get, is that women that say that they want to date like Lori Harvey and so forth and have the opportunities that she does, that it's important to know the value that men think that they're getting and why they give her those opportunities. And that's because she does embody those traits: the physical fitness, the non-combative behavior, the sweet, sophisticated demeanor. Even if it's an advertisement, I think if other women took that as a lesson and embodied those traits in themselves, they could basically get the same results that she does. It'd be nice if they did. Here's the real issue. First of all, the issue is, do you want the same results as her? Because when you first of all, it's not a good look when you take a look at her body count. Lori Harvey's body count, is that something that men really desire to have? Would you really desire to follow up behind Future and P. Diddy and P. Diddy's son? Would you really want to follow up behind them?
No, but it goes.
Okay, he said no, but. Okay, this is very interesting. He said no, but. All right.
Okay. Oh no. The answer is absolutely not. All I'm saying, I don't want to waste too much of your time. All I'm saying is that just like a woman will say, if she can find a man with what we would call alpha traits, she'll put up with a certain level of crap from that guy, right? And the same thing goes for women. If a man can find a woman that at least displays these feminine traits that are rare, especially a black woman, then that woman, a lot of guys will put up with a lot. Even a body. I wouldn't, but all I'm saying is that if women want those same opportunities and they want certain things overlooked, then at least learn the right lessons.
Well,
learn to stay in shape.
You're not going to have the same. I doubt they would have the same opportunities either, because the problem isn't seeing Lori Harvey. The problem is, what I'm saying, if you get into a relationship with her, you can't be in a relationship with her photographs. You have to be in a relationship with her.
Yeah, true, but
so we're not. It's not good enough to just make a good first initial impression. That's not enough. What does she actually? If you're going to enter into a relationship with her, what is she offering you? Because all the things you listed are things she offers
yeah.
herself. So what is she offering to you?
Yeah, there's no relationship that you can have with her. That's why I'm saying that she's kind of like an escort that you enjoy her company for a couple hours. That's kind of how Michael B. Jordan got twisted. She's a temporary thing. But all I'm saying is for the women that want to have, I mean, in order to be in a relationship, you got to attract somebody first. And what they really mean is they want to attract guys like the guys that Lori Harvey attracts.
I don't think
really
I don't think that most women have a problem attracting men today. I don't think that most women have a problem attracting men. I think the problem that they have is that once the men meet them, once they start to, once we get past the initial, aesthetics and looking at her part, I think that's where they actually start failing. I don't think women have a hard time getting men's attention today. They certainly got plenty of practice at it. The real problem comes when you get to know them and when you start calculating the cost, the benefit versus the cost analysis. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. There's somebody here on Blog Talk also. If you're calling from like a VoIP number outside the country, you really need to post in the chat room that you're trying to call in because it's not showing a number. We're not going to answer any numbers for anything we can't recognize or see. So if you want us to go ahead and take your phone call there, just let the mods know that if you're outside the country or whatever, go ahead and let them know. Okay, Angela, I see your Dunkin' Donuts thing, but you don't have the camera pointed at yourself, ma'am. I'll give you 2 seconds to get that straightened out, or you got to go. One or the other. We're grown-ups here. Okay. All right, Angela, and, what is on your mind? Angela, point the camera at yourself. You got 2 seconds, or I got to let you go. By the way, Angela needs to call Mary Maids. That's what you need. Angela, you need to call Mary Maids to come and clean up them funky ass carpets and straighten up some things in that place. That's what you need to be doing. You need to do that. Yeah, you need to get the Mary Maids people to come on over there and do something with you. That's where you need to be. No, she's not lying down. She fell over and she needs medical assistance to be able to recover from that fall. So instead of sitting up here calling me, you need to be calling the damn Hoover vacuum people. That's who you need to call. Get them on the line. Stat. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. If somebody runs a janitorial business or does in-home health care, you do healthcare sitting with the morbidly obese, individuals who may have come down with smallpox. I'll see if I can get her information to you. All right, we got Mr. Tim Jackson here on Zoom. What is on your mind, brother?
What's going on, Jason? How you doing?
Hi, brother. What's on your mind?
I was just giving you a call. You always say, call me back. So I just wanted to give you a call back and give you an update on a conversation that we had, if that's okay, if it's not off topic.
Always.
So I spoke to you about maybe 2.5 years ago about a documentary that I was putting together. And
I'm getting a whole bunch of the folks who called me back from 1 year and 2 years ago. Sometimes the crops take a little while to come in, but they eventually show up. So yeah. I want to say I did a one-on-one call with you, did I not?
We did a one-on-one call.
There you go.
It was about 2.5 years ago, actually.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. And so documentary's complete. I mean, everything went out. We did the premiere on July 7th at the Black Academy of Arts and Letters here in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
And then I sent you a message on Facebook with the link to the documentary. And I don't want to just start blasting, promoting myself. If you're okay with, I can say the name of it so people can check it out.
We'll come back to that.
We can come back to that, but it was an interesting process. But all the
wasn't it?
It was. I think the most interesting process about it was getting it on certain platforms, because when you have a certain subject matter that's talking about Black issues and Black people, a lot of the platforms, put a lot of red tape, and I thought it would be easier to put it on, different primary platforms like the iTunes and Apple and Amazon. Man, I submitted that thing to Amazon like it was about 3 weeks ago. I still haven't heard anything back.
Now you see why it is that so many of us have used alternative forms to these things, because like I say, it's just time is of the essence and making sure it's available to the people. But this is one of the things that you learn is why you've seen certain things in cinema and why you haven't seen certain things. But more importantly than anything else is you learning the process of doing this. It's demystified for you now. You've taken it from production to post-production to on the screen, and I'm assuming on DVD and streaming after that. So the real thing is getting the process of it. Your first film is always going to be your baby, but it's probably going to be the least quality thing that you've done. For one, and I didn't know that before, except when Rob Zombie talked about it. When he talked about, I think when he did House of a Thousand Corpses, I want to say The Devil's Rejects was his first film. But it might have been House of a Thousand Corpses. And he was like, he said, your first film, you don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. You're learning. So it's really, that's what you're doing with your first film. You're learning and learning the process of it. Now you're going to move on to your second film. You are still learning, but what you're going to do is tighten things up. Generally speaking, it's been my experience, it takes a filmmaker about 3 or 4 films before they actually know what they're doing, got the process under them, and the finished product looks like what you originally had in your head.
Yep.
So you got about another 1 or 2 in you before the finished product looks like what you got in your head. But now at least you know what the major equipment is and the nuts and bolts are.
No, you're right about that. And it was some things that you gave me, and I won't, disclose it on this conversation because I know everyone's watching, but you gave me some game on just certain things to expect, specifically with the interviewing process, with paying, with the licensing, with the attorneys. I wasted a lot of money in the first part of the production because, getting certain interviewers to come on, and we hired a specific rapper to come on and do a piece, and then we end up taking his piece out.
Yeah.
This didn't really fit the narrative. And I think I hit you up about that too. What I realize is when you're doing stuff for a certain audience, the people that we look at as the entertainers, or the people that maybe we looked up to, or the people that we would think will represent us, literally have no desire whatsoever to talk about subject matter related.
Never meet your heroes. But there's addendum to that statement. You've heard this say, never meet your heroes. But the addendum to the thought is never meet your heroes if you wish them to remain your heroes. And what you find out is when I've been doing this now for a decade. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, like I said, there's a bunch of folks that I've talked to that you all don't know about. And for my reasons, they didn't make it into the films either. So yeah, you get a lot of that. And what you find out is you don't know these people. And their art doesn't really tell you who they are. The art and the artist, because remember, art is something that you interpret. Here's the problem. Right. What if you are interpreting their art in a different way than they are? That's something you might not be considering. You're like, well, I'm a pretty literate guy, and I understand the English language, and I heard the words he was using in the song, and I heard the title, and I'm pretty sure I interpreted all this correctly. I mean, I know the language. But believe it or not, you could be talking to somebody who's talking some real stuff, or at least it seems that way. And then you start talking to them, and it's like, whoa, are you sure you didn't ghostwrite this? Are you sure you wrote this? And I've had that experience now probably 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like I said, specifically, talking about certain issues that's related to Black men, you would think that a person that's rapping about a struggle would want to talk about it, but it was fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was very stressful. Putting that last product out there, it seemed like it took forever to get it out there because you don't want to put anything that's out there that's too janky. But at the end of the day, it was a fun process. I learned. I think I did well on it. I sent it to you, so
well, I'll definitely go and take a look at my Facebook.
It's in your Facebook inbox, so just check it out. Let me know what you think, and I know you still have my email, so I would love to get the feedback on it. And I'm definitely going to be joining the Patreon. So I can get a little bit more of this.
Well, that's great. Well, before you say anything else here, though, I want to just ask a couple of questions if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, aside from anything else, do you feel that when you called me and talked to me before, do you feel that I gave you useful information that you did not already have?
Absolutely. We talked for I feel like we talked for 2 hours. You actually gave me an extra hour of time. But it was really good.
I give you all as much time as I think you need. So I tell people it's like, okay, I'm going to be on the phone with you as long as I think I need to be on the phone with you because I want to make sure that when I'm done talking to you, at the very least, you understand everything I've had to say. Now, you might not use it, but I want to make sure that nobody can say, hey, he gave me half answers. He didn't give me all the information to the best of his ability. So no, you're going to be on the phone with me as long as I think I need to talk to you. It could be 1 hour. It could be 6 hours.
You know, and I'll be transparent with you. You gave me some information, and it was a couple of things that I felt like I needed to do related to the film, but I didn't really have any subject matter expertise on it. And I ended up doing it anyway and wasted a lot of money.
Well, so you learned something there.
On the backside, I was like, dang, I probably shouldn't have did that. But I learned from it, right? So, you know, it's not a loss, it's a lesson. I know what not to do. But I just, you know.
Well, that's called artistic vision. You got it in your head that if I do this, this is the way it'll turn out. And what you find out is that a lot of the time, the way we conceptualize things in our head, it might not turn out like that. You know, you got this great idea in your head, and then you try to execute, and it's like, oh, that came out. That wasn't as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Or you couldn't get folk to work with you, or whatever the case may be. And it just kind of folds there. Or it was just a bad idea, and you just realize this just doesn't fit. This messes up the narrative, and then you start trying to tell a story. It's, okay, this gets in the way of telling the story. So you're learning that part of it too, which is what is the difference between just having an idea versus having a practical idea. And that's essential for us to learn too, so that we're A, not wasting time. Our time is more valuable than our money.
Absolutely.
And B, you're not wasting a bunch of money. So just remember, your time is more valuable than your money in reality. If you could turn out a great product and do it in 6 months, even if it spent more money than you wanted to spend, just remember the way we keep costs low by not wasting time. Wasting time is what actually makes things pile up. Shoots that go on forever. Waiting on people to call you for weeks or months. You know, doing the same thing 5 or 6 times over because you didn't pay attention the first time. That's what ends up having cost overruns and blowing up budgets. A bad idea that we couldn't chase, and charge that to the game. Chasing CNN footage that you never should have been trying to use in the first place, that's what does you in.
That saved me money. That's the one thing I would say. It probably saved me like $25,000 on my budget. Because remember, I was talking to you and I was like, hey, how much does it cost to get like the CNN footage, the news footage? You can explain to me, like, they charge you.
Now, it cost me $7,000 for the 2 minutes that I got. So exactly. I got the original footage of Donald Trump when he was speaking about Charlottesville. Charlottesville. That cost me like $7,000. So it was only about. They actually wound up sending me more than I wanted. So I guess CNN was unhappy with him. But, legally, the part I had the right to use was about 2 minutes. And that cost me $7,000 to get that. So, but I mean, and technically speaking, like I said, you'll go off and go pay for that stuff, but then you realize later, maybe I didn't. Now, that's a hell of a position to be in, to go pay $10,000 or $15,000 for footage and either use very little of it or worse, none at all. Yeah, you could write it off, but you ain't really trying to rack up write-offs. You're trying to finish your project, and that, like I said, bad ideas will hurt you more than anything else because you're wasting time. If you got this solid in your head, look, I've seen this, I heard this, I could steal it and use it, but we ain't gonna do that because you get sued. But I know I'm gonna use this, and there's no question. Okay, now we start pursuing it, because I didn't call them and then figure out if I could use the footage. I knew exactly what I wanted because that footage was what got me started on that film project in the first place. So that was what I needed, but it wasn't a bad idea. So you're going to learn that pre-production. You're learning what pre-production is now. Pre-visualization, pre-production, writing out your outlines. Yeah, that keeps us from wasting time with bad ideas. And then you spend thousands of dollars on a bad idea. But worse, you're going to spend months or weeks chasing a bad idea. Then you get to post-production and I can't even use this.
I had about 10 hours worth of footage that I couldn't even use. Because it's hard to get everything down to, the hour and 5 minutes the documentary was, right? So like we did a bunch of interviews and we just literally took, like, out of an hour interview, we probably took 10 minutes worth of footage from each interview, at the most, Well, that's common. That's fairly common for a documentary. What you don't want is a situation where there's whole interviews you didn't use. Yeah. You try to avoid talking to somebody for 2 hours
and only getting to use a minute or two of the 2 hours. You try to avoid that, but it depends. That might be beyond your control. You might get to talk to somebody and thought this is going to be a great interview, and then you actually talk to them and say, "Oh, this nigga don't know nothing." So, I mean,
that's how it was with the rapper. The production cost for the rapper's interview was $5,000, and that was the interview, the attorney's fees, and then the space that we used for it, and then of course the sound. The sound and the camera people, right? So it came out to be about $5,000. And afterwards, I scrapped the entire interview because I started noticing, once you start like working with people, and I worked with this rapper in the past, I started seeing like things on social media and I started seeing things online. I'm like, man, I really don't think this dude will be a good person for the vision that we have. Like, I feel like it'll benefit him more than it'll benefit me, but more importantly, like what he's talking about doesn't align with who he really is. So,
well, it depends.
We just ate that bread.
My philosophy is different. I don't check people's social media per se. I don't do that. Even if I know there's something there I might not agree with, if they're a person I want to speak to, that's the most important thing to me. Now, what I will also tell them is I edit for time, not content. So if you say something that I know is going to get people's eyebrows raised, if I use that, I used it. If you said it, I'm going to use it. Now that it might not reflect on you wonderfully, but you will not be taken out of context. You will not be twisted. So it's not up to me to edit so you look good. It's up to you to talk to me, and then I'm going to edit to put you in proper context. So for me, sometimes the interviews will go great, and then they say something they shouldn't say, or should I say something that's not very flattering for them. You know what? It is what it is. Remember, these are your interview subjects. They're not your friends. It's great if you can be. Found that out. Yeah. It's great if you can be friends with them. Like I say, y'all know I got quite a few celebrity friends, and it's great if you can. But by the same token, that can't be a requisite. It can't be, oh, good, let me talk to this person and everything, and we're going to be good buddies. You don't know them well enough for that. Hell, you don't know people in your personal life well enough for that. So you really just need to stick it to, hey, it's strictly business. This is what it is. Make sure you keep up your end of the deal, which is I am going to represent your statements as fairly as I possibly can. I'm not here to make you look good. I'm not here to make you look bad. I'm here to portray accurately what you said. Let the audience make their decisions. And go
one thing to that really quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I think for our particular subject, the message that we were conveying and the examples that we were given, this person would have completely contradicted what we were saying. Like it would have thrown off the movie if we would have kept.
Maybe not. You need to take that. Your style might be different from mine, but I think that we benefit. People didn't like when I was talking to Jared Taylor and Richard Spencer. Yeah. But my whole idea was, how can we talk about white supremacy and never talk to white supremacists? So now we're sitting over here trying to interpret these things. No, get it from them directly. And they certainly obliged. Richard Spencer sat there and said, I don't believe in fairness. So, I mean, I don't have to sit up here and put horns on his head. He's sitting here saying, I don't believe in fairness. Once you say that, that's okay, well, it's fine. So now we're not creating a narrative, we're just telling one. In my world, I'm like, my documentary films don't have heroes and villains per se. The folks make themselves heroes or villains. It's just reporting the news. And if he says something to me, if he says something that contradicts people's image of him, let the chips fall where they may. As a matter of fact, I think that makes your project more valuable because that is breaking news. Things that people did not know. Things they didn't see. What I'm saying is, if you're going to say there's value to it, I think you're kind of obligated to show people things they didn't know. If they're operating under misconceptions or whatever, you're not there to make nobody look bad, but by the same token, it's like, okay, put this in here. He's saying some things, but he's saying the opposite of what I want him to say because I want the narrative to go certain ways. In my opinion, no, let the chips fall where they may. Now that's just me. It's your film. You handle it the way you think you should handle it. It's your film. But if you just want my philosophy on it as a documentarian, my job is simply to present their thoughts as accurately and honestly as I can without changing its context. After that, let the audience decide what to do with what you just said. I'll let you have the last word.
No, that makes perfect sense. I think this time around, I showed a lot of deference, specifically because of the subject matter. I think the next time around, I'll be a little bit more I'll use that philosophy a little bit more. But I just wanted to call in. I know your motto is call me back. Specifically when it's things that you're giving us that's going to be that we can implement to our lives to improve it. So just want to give you flowers on that. I appreciate you. The information you gave me was very beneficial and applicable, and I can't wait to hear back from you.
Well, I thank you for going ahead and checking in with us here. Like I say, it's very important to me that you all have reliable information, and in a couple of films, you will be able to show other people. You might find some things I didn't. You might get some insights that I don't have, and I consider that to be the most important thing possible. So keep at it. This is just your first one. Your third one, the first two are the hard ones. Wait till you get to the third one. Thank you very much for checking in with us. I look forward to hearing from you again, young man. Like I say, folks, I'll break up the program at any time. If I ever give you a piece of advice on anything, I am not an internet phony. I am not one of these clout chasers. If I say something to you, the three most important words in the world, call me back. I will stand by every syllable that I say here. That's creating a new paradigm. So I will stand by anything I've said anywhere. And by the way, he didn't call me publicly last time. He has to speak to me privately. He spoke to me privately. He called me back publicly. You didn't see me duck and dodge him. Ooh, who is you? What do you want to talk about? One more thing there. I've never done that. I don't have to. When you're real, it speaks for itself. Let me get caller from area code 586. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Detroit man. I said I'll call in. Made the call in by the moderator. You hear me?
Okay, brother. It sounds like you are standing under the L train. What is on your mind?
1 second. All right, now can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What is on your mind?
All right. I'm calling because I agreed with one caller before that I think that Sierra offered Russell Wilson enough. I'm sorry, but she offered him fits, feminine, beautiful, attractive, mid to him.
Deceptive, deceitful, ran through, skullduggerous. You forgot those. You forgot a few words in there, sir. Lying, deceitful, underhanded, promoting another man's legacy blatantly. Well, you forgot those.
Yeah, but my thing is, where's forgiveness? How can she live this down? Because I mean, it seems like we just kind of ragging on her for no reason.
Okay, I showed you what the issues were. What part was I wrong about?
Okay, where you're wrong is how this ends. Forgiveness.
No. What did I say about her behavior this year as far as her oldest son? What did I say that was wrong?
You didn't say anything wrong. The problem is, how can she live this down? Because
okay, wait. Now, if everything I said was accurate, then what the hell are you defending? Because I talked about what she's doing.
I'm defending her right to live her life and move on.
Okay, and you know what? She can certainly live her life, and we can point out that the life she is living is deceitful and deceptive and exploitative.
That's not what she is today.
Sir, I just gave you the proof. I gave you the proof. Sir, I gave you the proof of it during the first hour. I just showed you that she's the same woman. Tell me what part of her is different today than when she was with Future, other than the fact that she ain't still sleeping with Future, allegedly. What's changed?
She was just taking care of her kids.
She was taking care of
her kids.
She was taking care of her kids when she was with Future.
It's not
deal with it, nigga.
It's not Russell. It's not Russell Wilson or Sierra's fault that Baby Future came out looking like Future.
Okay, who's coloring his hair, sir?
His mom did, but...
Okay, so whose fault is it that his hair looks like his father's?
But I just doubt that they were sitting there thinking about it on that level.
Second try, sir. Whose fault is it that his hair looks like his father's?
What? Okay, then what?
Third
what do
try,
you-
sir.
what-
Whose fault is it that his hair looks like his father's?
Both of his parents, they both agreed on it.
Okay, well, only one of them has actually seems to be in charge of the hair factory there, because you take a look at the other two children. They don't look like that. So why is it that the kids that she had with Russell don't look like that?
I don't know. You tell me.
Sir, you're the one disputing it. Why is it that the children that she
I'm
had
just
with
saying, we
if
can
this was a
follow
joint
where-
if this was a
You're-
joint
if you're
decision
seven,
if this was a joint decision, then why is it that none of the other children look like that? If this was a joint decision.
Because she probably went to Future and asked the baby went to Future and asked to have hair like his dad. And
Okay,
Sierra agreed.
Well, Ciara agreed. Thank you very much for putting that in context for us. But the bottom line is, I can show you two people in the Russell Wilson home who look like Future. Future's ex-woman and Future's son. Both of them have hair like Future. Now, why is that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to call us back when you figure that out.
Auntie, chill.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, that's what you do with your kids. You're with a guy who is a straight-laced, square britches Christian dude, allegedly. And yet neither you nor your children look that way. Certainly not Future, the son you had with Future. The one you had with Future looks like he never left Future's home. That tells me that that woman brought Future's values with her. Because one of you is a benefit, the other one is the one she actually admired, the one that actually gave her status. One of you was a bailout. The other one was the one she actually wants. And she is grooming the son in the father's image. And it ain't Russell's. By the way, take a look at this picture right here, y'all. Look at this picture from June 18th. Everyone's wearing red except Future's son. No, don't expect this to make an impact on the bastard baby makers and all of their sycophantic, idiotic ilk. By the way, did you all notice in this picture right here, everybody looks the same except Future's son. Everyone's got red, dressed like Russell, except Future's son. No, ain't nothing to it. No, it doesn't actually mean anything. Disregard. Disregard. Why should we pay attention to that? Caller from area code 917. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Second try. Caller from area code 917. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason?
Okay, put the crack pipe down. Third time. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, can you hear me? This is John from Brooklyn.
Okay. Y'all, he's fresh out the rehab, fresh off the pipes, so he can call us back next week when he gets his life, his act, his IQ together. He just gets an entire frame of reference in one place. Then he'll be invited to go ahead and give us a call back. But until then, hell no, not tonight. It's Friday night. Let me hit the pipe one more time. All right, Jason, hey, you listening over there?
Auntie, chill.
You're on live. Am I on? Damn! Jason, is you there? Nigga, that's enough. asking a very simple question here tonight. What do you offer? And fellas, I went through tonight's example here just to show you that in most cases, it's not very clear what they offer. As a matter of fact, you may be grossly overvaluing it. But then again, I got a different question to ask here. I want to ask a qualitative question now, not quantitative, qualitative question now. Let me ask the fellas something here. Take a look on your screen right now, and we're speaking just aesthetics, just aesthetically speaking. Just aesthetically speaking. I want to get a value judgment, if we could, aesthetically speaking. What would you put the dollar value of the feminine presentation here? It's better like this. At least you can see some of what you're dealing with here. What would be the dollar value that you would put on that? James in the super chat. No, I don't think I have an issue with Mopar. I don't think I have an issue with that. Thank you for the offer. I don't think I have an issue with that. I want the fellas here to tell me, what would you put the value on that? Okay. There's some dummies in there talking about $0. So, okay. Some dummy said, there's a couple of dummies talking about something. Ken in there is working on, he's looking for a dude to snuggle up with. So, to the fellas talking about $0, I don't have any juicy men for you to look at. I don't have any juicy men to bring you. So to Ken, and Falsaturn, I'm Heru. Is looking for a hero. I ain't got no big, juicy, strong men's to show you. So I'm going with something that most of the fellas will want to go along with. I know y'all are like, hey, Jason, there ain't no value right there. Where's Lil Nas X? Well, I ain't got no real Lil Nas X action to bring to you, fellas. I really, really don't. I don't really have any Lil Nas X action to bring you. I know some of you are like, hey, Jason, well, you ain't representing all of us. Well, you're right, I'm not. Some of y'all looking for some sweaty, oily, succulent men. And I get it, but fellas, I'm trying to give you an idea here, and I want you to understand, in the chat room, I want you to take a look at what's happening in the chat room right now, because I'm doing this for a reason. I want you to understand and to see that even when we ask basic questions like this, most of you guys are losers and going to stay losing. Jason, you're talking about your audience. I'm telling the damn truth. I'm asking a question like this, and take a look at some of the answers that we're getting. Take a look at some of the answers. Fellas, if your money's right, your status is right, your job is right, your living situation is right, what I'm saying is that what type of female you looking to have next to you? I mean, you do have options, but if you're going to tell me that this is zero, and so what is this? I really need you to stop being stupid and silly, because understand something. You got females in here right now. And the ladies, I'm doing this for a moment here. Fellas, I read the ladies' mail earlier. I got to talk about the fellas right now. Fellas, a bunch of you are just too prepubescent and immature and juvenile to be able to deal with adult subjects like this. You really are. You really, really are. We got a situation with fellas in here who are telling me $5,000. What the hell? What the hell? $5,000. $2,500. I'm like, do you hear some of the stupidity floating out here? And there's the reason why I'm showing you that is I'm like, okay, understand something there. It didn't say by the hour. The only reason why the bikinis are necessary is so you can see whether or not they got stretch marks and C-section scars. What I'm saying is that what does femininity look like? What does high value femininity look like? We can talk about bargain basement, but what does it look like? We can't get into the sound like, but what I'm saying is let's just assume that she talks the way you want her to talk, and let's just assume that she presents the way you want her to present, and now all I'm doing is just giving you the exterior packaging. What is that worth? Because if I tell the women listening right now, ladies, if you want to live a $100,000 lifestyle, you need to bring $100,000 worth of femininity. Fellas, what does $100,000 worth of femininity look like? Yeah, there may be multiple dimensions, but the first one is, what does it look like? Now I'm going to say something else here. Does $100,000 worth and $1 million worth look the same? Because if you're a fella telling me that $100,000 worth and $1 million worth looks the same, you might want to go over that a little bit more. Timeless, if you think a virgin is worth $100,000, you have a lot of growing up and brain cells to recover if you can. If you think a virgin is worth $100,000. I want you all to understand how brainless that comment was. Fellas, is a virgin worth $100,000? A chick run up on you and tell you, you know what? I'm worth $100,000 simply because I'm a virgin. Just on that alone. I ain't never had sex with nobody. I'm a virgin. That should be worth $100,000, ain't it, nigga? Think about how silly that is for just a few moments. A chick sits down, jumps in front of the damn seat at you at the restaurant, and says, jumps in front of you at the car dealership, I'm worth $100,000 base price because I'm a virgin. Don't worry about my attitude. Don't worry about nothing else. I'm a virgin. Just that alone. I'm a virgin. I want the guys to understand some of these broads on your screen right now, some of these big chunky ones might be virgins too. But the base price is $100,000, right? Somebody said a virgin is worth $1 million. Okay. Fellas, if you want to know why it is the females are over there on Ciara's page ganging up on the men, some of these doofy answers I'm hearing, that's the reason why. These are improper valuations. These are completely idiotic valuations. Okay, but the women ain't gonna play the game with you. That's the point I'm making. Fellas, you can't decide to accept or reject the offer when you yourself don't have a correct valuation of what the offer is or should be. That's the problem. Before we can sit here and say what is the price or overprice, you need to have an idea what actually the value should be. Think about this for a few moments. I'll show some of the fellas say this chick here is worth 0. She can't be worth negative. Okay, and these are worth 0 too. Just understand some of the crazy ass mixed signals some of you guys give out. And what I'm saying is that some of you are too immature and childish to even participate in these discussions. We got to have rock solid information, facts, and standards to be able to give. So when you tell a female, hey, baby, look here, that car gonna cost $150,000. We can make that happen, but I'm reserving those resources for a chick who brings me $150,000 worth of feminine excellence. Some of you dudes been sitting with your Xbox controllers in your hands playing Fortnite for so many damn years that when it's time to reach the real damn world, you say the same silly stuff. Fellas, you should be able to put a dollar value. This is what you spend much time pitching and moaning about. You should be able to put a dollar value. on that woman. Fellas, you do all the damn complaining about what it costs. You should be able to put a dollar value on it. You should be able to look at her and tell her, this is what it is. This is what it is. Nah, baby, I can't see me spending $100,000 for you. Can't see it. How much? 40. I can do a Toyota. You a Toyota. And fellas, the reason why I'm saying it is because the women can tell you what your value is. Oh, hell, did I just say that?
And deal with it, nigga.
But it's true. Fellas, the women can tell us what our dollar value is. The women can spell it out for us. They are on code like a son of a gun. The women walk up to you and she can tell you exactly what your value is. Meanwhile, we got overgrown man babies in the chat room, can't tell you what the value is. When they do say something, they sound like the damn Skid Row bums groping for a number. Fellas, we cannot have a situation in a world of 6 and 7 figures, and you cannot tell a woman specifically whether or not she's got that 6 or 7 figures. Whether it's 5 figures, maybe it's 4 figures. There's no excuse for the answers I'm getting here. There's no excuses for the responses I've seen, because the women ain't groping for a number. They're taking a look at what you are offering and they are immediately stamping a dollar value on it, immediately stamping an accommodation value, immediately stamping how much femininity they're going to give. And I'm asking the fellas, by the way, what's the dollar value? Ooh, I think $20. And this is why you fellas sit there rubbing yourselves down watching Instagram and OnlyFans. That's the reason why that's what you get. I'm not supposed to ever put a female in front of you and you sitting up here talking about zero. You're supposed to be able to say what the number is. Because otherwise you don't know what to offer. Now, before we even get into this, for some of you black pill degenerates and other failures in life, any fella talking about, I don't do this for no women, you know what, that's perfectly fine. You need to go find you a dude to snuggle up with. You're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place. You're looking for your anime collection. You're looking for your video game collection. You're in the wrong place. You're just in the wrong spot. Some of these fellas here, I mean, they're growing up. Y'all are supposed to be grown men and you are living your lives like big ass babies, man. That ain't no power move. That's not a power move. Folks didn't like you when I sat up here and said, hey, man, look, there's a value with a female. There's a value, man. There's a value. There is literally a number. If she's a single mom, even if she's a perfect 10, if she's a single mom, automatic 6. Automatic 6. Everything else is her trying to hold on to that 6 for dear life. Mr. Shaw, anybody can say anything in the chat room. I don't know why fellas think just saying crazy stuff is that we're just going to take their word for it. It's, dude, your idea of a 10, I don't know. Your idea of a 10 might be kind of questionable. I'm wondering what your idea of a 10 is, but dudes will say anything. Fellas, I just want you to understand, ladies are watching, women are watching. You got a situation here where the women should never see us saying silly things like that. The women should never hear us saying that we can't put a valuation on it like that. Let me tell you something right now to the jackasses and idiots up here who are talking about, that's a 0. That's a 5,000. Fellas, How hard do you think the women are going to work to achieve this type of body type when you're telling her that that's worth a 0 or a 5,000? To all the sissified satin and lace wearing thongs up your crack mama's boys talking this dumb stuff, how many females do you think are going to sit up here, get up at 5 in the morning, doing their push-ups, avoiding the Haagen-Dazs and the chocolate chip cookies, and with you telling her, great, and after that, you are a 5. I think that's worth about $5,000. Fellas, where the hell did you come in from? How many of you have been sitting up here spoiled under your big fat ass mama all this damn time? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Indigenous media needs to call up. Mods, get his information. He needs to go ahead and call up. The school bus, the short bus is running kind of slow today, so Indigenous media needs to call up. He's got 2 minutes to be on the phone. Caller from area code 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, TBA. This is JT from Marin.
Okay, JT from Marin. What?
Marin, California. Sorry about that.
Okay, what's on your mind?
And okay, I'm glad this is on topic too, because I hear you say it a lot about a girl's worth. You know what I mean? I wonder if there's like a mathematical way to put it, or is it like subjective? Because just like you said, when the broad has to pay tribute, it's about for every dollar she spends 25 cents. That's mathematics. I get it. But when it comes to it's like you say it all the time. Like, okay, you might be giving a $50,000 bag to a $20,000 broad, or you might be having her, a $100,000 car for, a $50,000 broad. I mean, is there a way to tell that? Or
well, okay, first of all, you as a man, you should be able to define. You got a lot of wind going on there, brother. So if you're staying on, if y'all, all these niggas outside talking to me tonight, I'm talking to the homeless of America. It's the one that asked me this. As men, you're supposed to have a valuation of yourself. That valuation of yourself, and that should be a literal valuation, which takes into account your FICO score, takes into account your savings, takes into account your physical assets, takes into account your yearly income, takes into account your productivity, takes into account your upward mobility and progressiveness, takes into account how independently resourceful you are. We're talking about tangibles, not how you feel about yourself. Not how you feel about your personality, about what you literally bring, and can you quantify it? Once you've done that, then that determines when you talk to a female. A $10,000 dude ain't got no damn sense trying to talk to a $50,000 female. So first and foremost, you got to make sure you're straight. A $5,000 dude has no business whatsoever trying to approach a $30,000 female. I'll put the number that low. You got no business trying to talk to her. None. So first and foremost, the valuation begins with you. Not with her. It begins with you. And then we decide what you got, and then that's going to determine who you can even talk to. From there, then we have a different discussion, because the valuation then is up to you. Now you can decide what the valuation is. The only thing I tell you is you better have a standard. You better have some standard in place. Now, maybe your standard is impractical for where you are. If most of the females disagree with where you see yourself at, you might want to re-examine that standard. You might want to re-examine it. But the bottom line is you should have something. When I talk about paying tribute, some of these guys out here just kill me about this. Like, for example, I tell you all, if a woman's not worth your time, how the hell did she become worth your money? Why did you take her to dinner if she wasn't worth your time? If you didn't already know for a fact she was worth your time. You don't take her to dinner to figure out if she's worth your time. You're supposed to have already figured that out. And if you determine that you're not sure she's worth your time, we ain't spending no money. None. Not a dollar. None. Dinner is a continuation of the evaluation process, but you're supposed to have already determined that she's worth your time. Taking her to dinner is just to see how she comports herself in public so we can see what slot she gonna be in. Jump off, side chick, mistress, girlfriend, steady. We asking questions here. That's not something you evaluate. So you're taking her to places to see how she comports herself and how she deals in different environments so we can see where she ranks at. But not to determine whether she's worth your time. If you didn't know she's worth your time, what the hell are we doing here? Fellas are trying to sit up here and wing it. No, it needs to be a clear, concrete plan. If a female is telling you that you got to spend money before she can talk to you, what she's telling you is she doesn't think your value is high enough. Now, you might disagree with that. But if every female you meet is hitting you the same damn way, might be something to it. You might not be as interesting of a guy as you tell yourself. You might not have it as together as you tell yourself. And so the women are like, yeah, you better bring some money because I need an insurance policy against your lameness. If you start hearing that as seeing that as a pattern, that might be something you want to start taking notice of. So when I talk about your time is worth more than your money, why are we going to dinner if we're not already sure? Sex, it should be a given. You can get sex with no money. Why in the hell are we spending money on this one? Then there better be something that's actually worth it. Then we talk about tribute. If a female is into you, she's got no problem spending money on you. None. If you know this is all money in, no money out from her, she's telling you something. Either this is how she gets down on dudes, that's not good, or she doesn't see you as valuable enough. A woman has no problem doing that. If you got a chick and she's got a problem doing that, she's letting you know what your value is. So there's where tribute comes in, which is to remind you fellas that, hey, if she tells you that you're a value, that's supposed to be a two-way street. Fellas don't get upset when they got a chick who spent money on them, she spent money on her, he ain't tripping on it then. The fellas get upset when they spend a whole bunch of money and then when the relationship's over, they're like, yeah, she ain't spending no money. Damn, she got over on me. Okay, dude, after the breakup is not the time to figure that out. You're supposed to see that coming in the damn door. Because here's the thing, the females make those preparations before they ever meet us. The chick you talking to now or the last one you talked to, she had that in her head before she ever met you. What I'm saying is the chicks come prepared. The guys are out here freestyling. Winging it with every female that they come across, and then when they meet a new female, they hit the reset button and it starts all over again. He's totally clueless, and the cycle repeats itself. So all I'm saying is that as men, you need to have a system, you need to have a game plan, you need to have standards. And then when you go into these situations and meet people, it's going to be a whole lot easier to manage. Why? Because you actually had a plan. And a woman wants that. She wants structure. She wants to see you know what the hell you're talking about. She needs to see that. Most fellas, they have no respect for it because there isn't a standard. Females like it. There's a reason why I can say what I'm saying so unapologetically, because I can sit there and tell a female that. I've had more than one girlfriend now for the last 20 years. At least. Probably going back another 25 years to be totally honest. But certainly straight up and down about it for the last 25 years. And it was, at first when I used to tell them that, boy, I was waiting for aliens to beam me up or bolts of lightning to strike me dead. That's what it was like at first. And then eventually I was just like, you know what? No, I said it the first couple of times. Yeah, they always balk when you said it. But here's the thing. What I started noticing was they didn't get up and leave. I'd be sitting in a group of females and tell them, yeah, both my girlfriends, you got more than one? Absolutely. Why you need more than one? For the same reason you need more than one pair of shoes. And a woman ain't a pair of shoes. I said, you're right. She's much more important. You got multiple pairs of shoes, and those are irrelevant. You damn right I need more than one female. Why do you need more than one female? Insurance. An insurance policy. Insurance, yes, if one female decides to take me for granted, the other one is an insurance policy against me being taken for granted. Just like you driving down the street. You might drive safely, but you can't guarantee everyone else will. So you have insurance to protect you just in case someone else is reckless. Well, I've got more than one female to protect me just in case somebody is reckless. I will not be alone tonight unless I choose to be. And them the rules. Why would they do that? Now we talk about my accomplishments. I'm not stupid. I'm progressive. I'm a hell of a lot further in life than I was 25 years ago. So today, I don't even hold this discussion very long. It doesn't even get this far along today. But back then, it's like, I'm progressive. I'm intelligent. I'm a good problem solver. I don't have any kids. I've got disposable income. And most importantly, I believe in upgrading your life. These other fellas are arguing with you about getting your hair and your nails done. If you're my woman, you will get your hair and your nails done by somebody I choose. You will get that done. And I'm going to pay for it on account of the fact I'm leading. I'm not tricking, I'm leading. You see, I pay to get them 22-inch chrome wheels polished and shined. I pay for the wax job. I pay for the detailing. Those trucks represent me. So do you. So guess what? We're going to get your rims done. We'll call them your nails. We're going to get your paint waxed. We'll call that your hair.
Right.
Now, you see, when a man says it straight out like I'm saying it right now, women respect that. Because you ain't talking stupid. You're not telling her that she has no value. You are explaining in simple, plain, and understand English what her value to you is. And you're letting her know these are the rules. You ain't telling her it's all money in, no money out. You're not telling her what she gonna do for you. You're telling her what the rules are, and you're also informing her of what she gonna get. A woman gonna wrap her head around that very, very quickly and realize she's gonna say 3 words about you. This dude's different. The rest of them playing like big ass overgrown children. This dude is different. After that, it's not gonna be a whole lot more conversation. It really, really isn't. Because understand, if she's under management, I'm not really here to converse. I got something you probably gonna need to do in a week or two. I'm not talking to you for spits and giggles. Most fellas cannot do what I just did. Most males, even with a female who's agreeable, cannot do what I just did. I'm talking about niggas in their 40s and 50s. They'll go trick off their damn money, but they don't have a plan or an agenda for that woman sitting next to them. None. You have no requirements for her. And there's where you get into trouble.
Okay. Well, I do put a high value on I think it was 2 stories that I might have heard from this broadcast about the I don't know, I think it was a basketball player. I think he either broke something or went to jail or something, and instead of that girl like leaving him or whatever, she went and talked the manager on getting him back on the team and like invested his money and brought back like $3 million. Like he gave her like $1 million or something, and she brought back $3 million, invested it and stuff like that, and brought him back when she could have left, which is a high value girl to me, because it's like, okay, you making me money and you adding to my knot. And then the other story was where I don't know if he was a rapper or something. I might be getting these stories wrong, but the point's still the same. Where he was going to buy either her a car or him a car or something like that, and then she was like, "No, don't buy the car. Buy this property right here." You know what I mean? He's going to spend like $250 on a car or something like that, and then I said, "No, buy this property instead." And and she like put herself in the background. She like gave up the car and asked him to buy the property instead, and now the property is worth millions.
Well, I mean, those are very simplistic. Those are very simplistic calculations to make. So certainly that's a no-brainer. If you got a female that you can't discuss business with, that's supposed to be the jump off. You don't talk business with them. If you got a female who you're not really good, who isn't focused on doubling and increasing y'all's money, I don't understand how dudes do this, but there's just a lot of stupid fellas out here today. And they will sit up here and have a chick sitting up under them who is, taking money out. She doesn't add anything in. She certainly doesn't add in enough for what she costs. So yeah, you should have standards that say that. Now, I guess it depends on what it is or what it's going to be. But by the same token, you should have an agenda for her, no matter what it is. And then you should make sure that she fits the agenda. If she does, there shouldn't be a whole lot of horse trading and negotiating going on. It really shouldn't. But I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to get $300,000 worth of femininity by giving women a raw deal. To all the dumb males out there, fellas, you can't give a woman a price tag that's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars of femininity and excellence and accommodation. You can't hit her with a bill that big and then tell her, here's your $5,000. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Fellas, we can't talk stupid and silly. A female cannot give you $100,000, $200,000 of femininity, and then you talking about, okay, here's your $50. It doesn't work that way. That's why a bunch of you fellas are sitting here in Facebook groups with the rest of you fellas trading anime and manga. There's a reason for that. We're supposed to be grown men. As grown men, this is not supposed to be intimidating to you. You know why? Because if you had to boot her off the team, it was very clearly spelled out to her from the beginning. Hey, these are the rules. Don't be getting mad now. Trying to run niggas over in their car. Don't be getting mad now. These are the rules. You knew that when you came in. These are the rules. Caller from area code 757. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Second try, caller from area code 757. Put the pipe down. You're on live with The Business. Is this nigga snoring? What? Okay. I think 757's narcolepsy got the better of him here, so... Yeah, if y'all see a 400-pound Abdullah the Butcher looking nigga laid over his desk at work snoring, he been complaining about his girlfriend for the last 3-4 months, that was probably him. Yeah, that was indigenous media supposed to be on the line and whatnot. I told him he needs to call in. He's sitting around looking all stupid. Let me tell you, keep his information, because if he doesn't call in tonight, out he goes. We ain't playing. Caller from area code 281. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This train from Houston.
Take your phone off a speaker.
All right, give me 1 second, sir.
Auntie, chill.
Yeah, these fellas are ready.
Train from Houston.
Trank, oh my God. All right.
All right, I'm calling in. It's not even about woman issues. I probably might have to call you on Patreon about it. But my whole thing is like all my life, I never really wanted to be a rich guy. I want to be a good dad, and I've kind of accomplished that. So now I'm kind of at a crossroads on where I should go and how I should move going forward.
Okay, how much are we making now?
I've been driving trucks since I was 22, so I'm 39 now, so about 17 years. The last 3-4 years I've been doing between 85 and 90. Before that, the previous 9, before that, I've been doing like over 75.
Okay. Well, first of all, I guess it depends on what is your motivation for doing so.
Man, that's a good question. To be comfortable. To live how I want to live.
You're not comfortable now?
I actually am, but I just want to do more, if that makes sense.
No, it actually doesn't make sense. You said, I want to be comfortable. I asked you, you're not comfortable now? You said, actually, I am comfortable. Okay, then...
I would like to be more comfortable.
Okay, you're comfortable, but not comfortable enough. Okay, how much more comfortable would you like to be?
I would like to buy I got one son in college now. When he graduates, I like to buy him a Rolex.
When your son graduates from college, you would like to buy him a Rolex. Why?
Yes, just I know that's something. It's classic. It appreciates with time, and when he goes into his field, that's something that other people
Okay,
of value
why
would see and recognize.
why would a 22-year-old, what do you think that would make people value about a 22-year-old with a Rolex? What do you think, why do you think other people would value that?
Because just like how you say people who buy nice cars, other people of value see that and recognize that.
No,
So I would
sir.
think that would
No,
be something other people
sir.
recognize.
No, that is not what I said. That is literally not what I said. I said that when you see people who are successful and are operating at the highest levels in their industry, and I was specifically referring to Cardi B, for example, with her exotic car collection.
Okay.
But she's not the only one. What that provides to other people is social proof. But the real point is that she was the one who acquired the cars. She was the one who acquired the Birkins. She was the one who acquired the shoes in the house. So when you see those expensive items on her over the course of several years, what that confirms to anyone talking to her or doing business with her is that this is talent at work and not luck. Your son at 22 has no talent. The Rolex didn't come from him. It would have come from you. Therefore, it was neither talent nor luck. It's camouflage. Why should anyone take him seriously? They know full well at 22 years old, he didn't get that Rolex himself. You're actually devaluing him.
Okay. Makes sense.
And you're doing it for yourself is the real truth. You're not doing this for him. You're doing this to boost your ego. Well, that's my son.
Yeah,
and if you really want to do if you really want to do something valuable for your son, give your son $20,000 of business experience and acumen. Give your son $20,000 worth of credit worthiness. My father didn't get me a Rolex. And I've never resented him for it. But I know plenty of spoiled fruit booty boys whose parents sat up here trying to flex themselves and give themselves a status symbol vicariously through their children and subsequently spoiled them. No, your son needs to know the value of working and earning. That's something that he needs. I would tell you, instead of trying to give your son a Rolex, tell him, son, I'm going to show you how to buy one. I am not going to buy you a Rolex. I am going to show you how to buy one. That is my legacy to you. Now, if the father doesn't appreciate that, that's a problem. That's a problem. If the father doesn't appreciate that.
I
on
really
the super
I
chat,
really do, it really did mean something to me.
I'm sorry, on CashApp, no. I'm not sure what you mean by what's the number. I can't send a message back to you, but if you mean the phone number, it's on the screen. If you mean knowing the number of value, and I hope we covered that already. But as the father, sir, it's more responsible for you to see to his development. A Rolex is something that you do once you've succeeded, but your son hasn't succeeded at anything. So you're giving him a false idea of what a Rolex is. A Rolex is supposed to be something you've gotten after. A Rolex is supposed to be something you've gotten as a reward for your accomplishments. What exactly is his accomplishment that is commensurate with a Rolex at 22 years old? There isn't one.
I would just say because I never graduated college, and he'll be like,
okay, then it sounds like you got bigger issues.
It makes sense.
We don't talk over the host.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
It sounds like you got bigger issues. Your value system is what's off. You need to get your son through college first. You're already trying to buy Rolexes. You haven't even gotten him through college yet. This is called living vicariously. Your son hasn't even gotten through college, and you're already preparing for a ticker tape parade and a ballroom dance and Rolexes. You haven't even gotten him out of college yet. By the way, in the chat room, they make a very good point. When your son gets to college, who's going to pay for that?
Right now is through athletics and academics.
Okay, so in other words,
Right
when
now.
he gets to college, you don't have the ability to even pay for that.
I have been. It's a little bit left over. He's at
there you go.
It's a private school he's at right now. So I mean, between his academics and athletics, there's still a little bit left over, and I've been paying for that for 2 years.
Well, here's my thing. I think the biggest mistake that you all make is that instead of seeing to it that you've built strong men, you've instead tried to build your egos. My main focus would be on whether or not you've built a strong man who is going to be able to lead. Is he going to be able to persevere? Is he going to be able to deal with adversity, serious adversity, grown man adversity, wiped your ass out adversity? Is your son going to be able to deal with that? And so far, I've got questions about that, about whether he will actually be able to deal with that, because the priorities are not where they need to be. So I would be much more concerned with finishing his manhood training. Because here's the real thing about it. About how much are you planning on spending on that Rolex?
I was just gonna get a nice used one, like maybe 5,000-6,000. I wasn't trying to go out and get a.
That's great. You can go get a used Rolex. Let's just say you're gonna go get a $6,000 used Rolex. Problem: if your son at the end of his college shows you that he's got about $2,000 worth of masculinity and leadership ability, so we got a $6,000 Rolex for someone who brings us $2,000 worth of masculinity and leadership. Was that still a bright idea?
No, and can I just say, Jason? He ain't grow up easy.
Okay. But how old is your son right now?
So he'll be 20 in August.
Okay, sir. I don't know how to say this to you any different way here. We don't know what the finished product is going to be like yet. You're buying Rolexes, which are supposed to be 40-year-old and 50-year-old stuff, giving it to a 22-year-old so you can live vicariously, as opposed to saying, you know what, the most important thing right now is not to give him an inaccurate view of the world's value of him. He hasn't even learned how to earn a Rolex yet. So what makes you think that he appreciates the value of it?
Mom, I never thought about it like that.
And that's why I say, are you buying a $10,000 watch for a young man who may be bringing you $1,000 worth of masculinity, excellence, and leadership?
He bringing more than that. I'd have raised him better than that.
Okay,
so that part I can't.
All right,
and I got 3 of them. So they all solid.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Every
parent says that.
That's what I've seen.
Every parent says that. You're no different. The women, the bastard baby making hoes who go see their sons at the penitentiary say the same thing, sir. And you already know that in Houston. They say the exact same thing.
I do.
Okay, they say the exact same thing you say. So which one of you is right?
Of course I'm going to say me. Because like I said, Jason, I didn't grow up soft. I grew up.
Okay, but you're in no position to say what your level of excellence is. Just like you cannot be in the position to say what your son's is. The quality of female and the quality of life he builds for himself. That's gonna tell us what you did. That's gonna be the final report card on your raising of him, not your jaded, prejudiced opinion today.
Ooh, hey, just I can say this. I'm a straight shooter. And if I feel like my son was a little hoe ass,
okay, sir.
I promise God I would say that.
But that has nothing. But those are all your opinions. Get this through your thick cinder block ass head. Your son has no results to bring us yet. He has no results. You're trying to give him
can I ask you this?
a
So-
Rolex is supposed to be a reward for 20, 30 years of results. You going to give him the reward now and then figure out if he's going to get the results later. That's going to confuse him about how rewards work, which is how the world ends up with spoiled, affluent children. Hell, we got poor kids being treated like they're affluent because their parents have confused them. They're getting rewards without going through the process of actually proving the results. Your son has no results. You're going to confuse him by making him think he can get rewards without results. In the stock market, they call that speculation. He'll take that to heart.
Yep.
Now you're going to make him entitled. So much for not making soft. This is your idea of parenting, is to make entitled children. Because why should he not expect the same thing from his employer that he expects from you? After all, my daddy did it. My dad got me a Rolex before I left college. You all should give me a bonus before I finish my first 6 months of work.
Nah, so that was gonna be the graduation gift. Like I said, because I never graduated college. There ain't too many people in my family.
But your son hasn't either.
No, but I wasn't saying get it now. As I said, that was.
But there's literally no, yes, sir. You shouldn't even be shopping for Rolexes as a graduation present, and the boy hasn't even made it out. And furthermore, even if he makes it out, if he's a straight D student, then what? I don't rate no D students. Okay, that's your opinion.
Nah.
If he's a straight B student, sir, you're talking a lot. And the fact, that you are talking about buying a Rolex for someone who doesn't even have the ability to earn one tells you that you're wrong. Your son needs to have manhood skills, things that transcend shiny trinkets and baubles. And right now, you are not doing your due diligence to make sure that he proves it. Not that you speculate, not that you wonder, not that you predict. No, if he's a grown man now, he needs to bring us proof, not speculation. That's how you raise punk kids, or you turn adults into them. We don't do ourselves any favors by making things easier. He will value what he's worked for and sacrificed for. He will value that. And right now, he's got a father who is working on rewarding him with no results. All he did, even if he does make it out of college, so what? If he can't translate that college education into anything of value, what the hell we celebrating?
True.
You're on the phone with somebody and other folk in the chat room here with degrees, and none of us see it that way. Ultimately, it was just another piece of paper, like our high school diplomas or like the 9 weeks certificates we got. That's all we found out. If you can't do anything with it.
I went to school for 4 years of college, and I was going for teaching. Then I learned that truck drivers make more money. So I actually let that go and went into. Okay,
well, assuming that your son is not that, let's just assume your son goes to school for engineering or something he can actually use. And by the way, you should already know what that is. What is he in school for?
It's kinesiology. It's kinesiology.
I mean, kinesiology can be useful, but I got all kinds of questions about that. I know some.
I'll just say this.
Kinesiology can be.
He plays sport.
He ain't going to play for the rest of his life. He ain't going to play for the rest of his life. He ain't going to play for the rest of his life.
No, he wants to be a trainer, just to still be in sports.
Okay. He needs a father with some vision, because what you have is a father who placates and panders. But we don't have a father who thinks strategically.
I definitely don't do that, Jason. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir, this isn't. I don't placate. I'm not arguing, sir. I'm not arguing with you right now, and I'm not debating this. Okay. I'm telling you what you're doing. I'm listening to every answer you give, and you are no disrespect. You a know-it-all nigga. And you think you know everything. You think I don't know what kinesiology. You think I don't know what kinesiology is. Go on YouTube. Go to Greg Doucette's YouTube channel. He's a bodybuilder out of Canada. He's also a kinesiologist. by the way, just in case you don't think I already know what kinesiology is. I know I'm butchering it.
Hey, Jay.
My point
Jason,
here, sir, my point is you're not telling me something I don't know.
Jason, I wouldn't have called you if I didn't think you would give me.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is that you ain't impressing nobody telling me your son's going to school for kinesiology.
That wasn't my goal. I was just telling you the truth. Sir.
Okay, and I'm telling you it will not be as useful as you tell yourself it will be. And apparently you don't know this. That's why I said if he goes to school for something useful like engineering or STEM or something, he comes back with kinesiology. And he doesn't even know what kinesiology is practical for in the real world. Well, he wants to be sports training. Now you need to ask yourself, what's the market for sports training? And how is it that Greg Doucette is a renowned power lifter and bodybuilder with his kinesiology degree, and he's on YouTube making videos?
Before, when he told me that's when he actually declared that major, I actually went through and showed him like the avenues that could take him to. I told him you're not going to be the richest man doing kinesiology. Then
what the hell does he need a Rolex for? Gifted to him by his dad. What the hell does he need that for?
What you said was right. That would be me living through him vicariously through me for that. And it made a lot of sense. I had no argument for that, what you said. Like I said, I'm calling you because
I don't agree with. Okay, I don't agree with any of these. You need to check back on your kids when they bring you results. No trinkets, no baubles, no participation trophies, no early rewards. In this day and age and environment, you eat what you kill. A real father would focus on making that the priority of his teaching to his children.
And to be honest with you, I feel like I've been doing that the entire time I've been gone. Besides the school stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Here's all I want for you to do. That's what you need to focus on.
Like teaching how to fix stuff, teaching work ethic. You know what I'm saying? It's still in that part to them. The stuff that I missed growing up, I feel like
Sir, I got to go ahead and wrap up the call here, but definitely I don't agree with any of those things. I think your kids need to prove what they've learned and prove they have competence. No early gifts, no attaboys, and no vicarious living. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Nothing vicarious at all. Caller from area code 708, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This Sean in Jacksonville, Illinois.
What? Okay, Sean. Oh, I need a...
Yeah.
That's my 18-wheeler horn for you. All right, Sean, what's on your mind?
No, you don't have to reiterate every time what I am. Look,
oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. I have to do that every time you call in. Oh, I certainly do.
Okay, look, let me get right to it though. So I appreciate your observations about Sierra and her old man, right? So if you look at Sierra when you said she had on that red and them kids and the future little boy when they all had the red on or whatever. So if you look at the observation, future little boy in the front, Sierra in the back, and then Russell and his two kids in the middle like a sandwich, right? So basically, Sierra trying to relate to us that the little boy, future little boy and her created Russell and them kids in the middle, and they holding it together, right? That's observation number one with that. And then number two, you always see Sierra looking taller than Russell in all the pictures. She never do anything submissive with Russell in any of these pictures. And I'm wondering, is it because she's in the rap industry and he in the sports industry?
No, it's because it's not the rap industry. It's the hood rat industry. That is still the chick that Future built. Fellas got to watch out for this. I'm going to tell y'all right now, let me just go ahead and strap y'all with the game right now here tonight. If you're dealing with one of my exes, God help you. Because I'm going to be etched on them. That's the way you play it. That's the way you do it. She is always going to be your woman. Take a look at the way she dresses. Take a look at the way she talks. Take a look at the music she listens to. She's not no Christian girl. She's posting nothing but hood rat trap music on her damn channel. The same thing she was always doing. If she was a new woman, wouldn't her music reflect that? Wouldn't the way he lives his life, wouldn't that be reflecting on her? She wears the same stuff she's wearing with Future, the same hair coloring, the same styling, the same music, the same vocabulary. If she showed up with Future tomorrow, she would literally have to make 0 changes except a change of a dress. That's the only change that Ciara would have to make. She literally could keep up everything that's on her Instagram page right now. All of that would fit in with Future today. She literally would be able to make no changes. That's because that man is etched on her. He took her places she wasn't able to go before. She saw things she couldn't see. Russell is seeing stuff he's never seen before with her. She ain't seeing a damn thing with him that she actually wants that she never saw before. Future opened her eyes to new things. Future built her status. Russell is a lifeboat. And people don't respect lifeboats. So let's be very, very clear about this. That's not just her just sitting there, and this isn't a mystery. This is the world's most convenient marriage we ever saw. Russell Wilson is the complete opposite. How many Russell Wilsons did she walk by in the last 15 years and laugh at them? A woman don't get pregnant by a dude like Future by accident. She gets pregnant by him because that's what she wants. That's the dude she wants. And she wants to prove she can beat out the rest of them. That's why getting Russell is no prize. There's no competition for a little beta simp. There was no hard competition for Russell. That's why when she got with him, that's why she took him, because that was the path of least resistance. There was no competition for him. Yeah, a chick would take him if he showed up, but not because they want him. It's because, hey, drop that NFL money and status. In other words, they all want the same thing. Take away Russell Wilson's career, and what do you still have a man that Ciara would marry? If you take away Russell Wilson's career, specifically in the NFL, do you still have a man that Ciara would marry? No. Because there's no status to him. And he doesn't have any status himself. That's why she wanted him to leave from Seattle. Let's go down to Denver. Yeah, she's trying to go to a place she thought she could make some money at. Let's go to a place that's going to make it easier for me. And that's what she's been doing ever since. So we all see what the hell's going on. And if his career doesn't pick up here in a moment, she gonna start edging her way towards the door. Well, Jason, why would she do that? Because in Ciara's mind, she's still young enough that there may be the ability to grab yet one more ticket on one more train before it's all over.
I'm still on the last train leaving, but I want to tell a joke before I try to flag down a conductor. Who makes more money, a dope dealer or a lot lizard? A lot lizard, because she can resell her crack. And that's all I was calling for.
Auntie, chill!
Dump this call. Yeah, baby, keep your day job. Yeah, keep your day job. You stay on your day job. Don't even think about leaving. Keep your day job. Jason, don't crush her dreams. Oh, actually, Jason, crush her dreams. Yes. Jason, get over there and start stomping out. Start crushing them dreams right now. Yeah. Keep your day job. Caller America code 757. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Tarif L, Norfolk, Virginia, by Indigenous Media.
Okay, he sounds like his CPAP machine is at the ready. All right, Tarif, and what is on your mind?
No, you told me to call, and I was put a couple of comments in the chat. And
then let's not play dumb. You know why you were told to call in, sir. Let's not do that. Makes you look cowardly.
No. No, I don't do no coward stuff. Which comment did you have an issue with? I made 3 comments in the chat. So what was the problem on one of them?
Sir, you already know what the comment was that you made. This is very disgraceful on your part. Just understand, little cowardly niggas sit up here, they say things, and when they call up, I don't know what it was, Josh. I don't know what that was.
I'm asking you out of the 3 comments, which one did you have an issue with?
Sir, the comment that you made when you were told to call in. You were told to call in immediately after that. If you are too damn cowardly to stand by your words, I want everybody to understand. He's a little narcoleptic coward up here. I'm a more, bro. I'm not a coward at all.
Okay,
you're more coward. You're more cowardly. Yeah, exactly. You know what you said.
All right. Well, no, I know what I said. And I'm a grown man. So the last thing I said was family values and diet.
No, sir, that was not what you said, sir. Cowardly liar. You said, what about family values? Sir, be quiet. You've had plenty of opportunities to owe up to it. You're too scared and cowardly to do it. You said, what about family values and diet?
I did not say what about family values.
Sir, those are literally the words you said. You literally said, what about family values and diet? You do know, I want you all to understand something here. To the little crack babies out there, my mods take screenshots of the things you all say. So between me and my mods, the reason why we're all on the same page, because you all don't know this, we're all texting to each other during my program. So I'm not just hosting the program and doing what I do on the screen. We actually take screenshots. So if you get banned on my program, I can show you what it was you said that got your cowardly behind banned. And if I tell you your exact words were, what about family values and diet? Because that's what you were talking about.
Okay.
We say, what does she offer?
Okay. So what is
the woman worth?
I said, I made the comment, what about family values and diet when you was referencing the value of a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go forward. How can you have an issue with that comment?
Because I made the point already that I said it before for all the short bus children, the Moors who don't listen. I said, we're going to assume that she already fits whatever other criterion you want. I had already said that. Since I'm not going to go into withering detail on all these things, let's just assume that all of the things are made equal and she satisfies whatever other criterion you want. Now we're just talking about as far as whether her visual presentation. And let's just assume that everything else is in place. Jason, I had already said that.
Jason, you don't know what time I came into the call.
Sir, if you're leaving comments in the chat room, then you weren't paying attention and you shouldn't have said anything. That's the way that works.
On the call, I wasn't listening to the show.
Okay, first of all, you're lying. Now you're lying because you just said that you called in when I was talking about how much the women are worth. Then if you called in because of what you heard about what I said with the women worth, that means you already heard me say that.
I must not have heard you say it.
No, you were probably hitting the pipe or falling asleep. You were probably falling asleep on the phone.
I wasn't on the call when you started. I wasn't on the call when you started the show.
Sir, we're not going to argue this. If you came on when I was talking about what a woman was worth, then you heard me say that. If you didn't, it's because you were drugged up or asleep. One or the other. And that's whose fault.
Okay, all right.
And whose fault would that be?
So the comment that I made about family values and diet, how offensive is that at this point? That's what I'm saying.
When the host has already said, we'll assume, sir, the host has already said it's whatever you will assume that it's whatever else there is to your liking. The host has already said that.
Okay. If I missed that, my apologies. I
wanted to point out that this is the mentality of the individuals who sit up here and make comments like that. They don't pay attention. They're narcoleptic. They're high school dropouts. They're not very bright. He got on the phone talking about he's a Moor as if that raises his value somehow. By the way, telling us you're a
listen,
more.
No,
what
the whole
exactly are we?
thing
Oh,
is that
sir,
I do-
sir,
no, listen,
the host is
I have
hosting his
adequate-
program, sir.
I have
The
adequate
host is hosting his
communication.
program, sir. What are we?
Okay.
Are we supposed to be impressed
go
because
ahead.
you said you're a more? Is that supposed to impress us?
No, because the first thing is that you come off immediately insulting someone.
I didn't
in
insult
a conversation yes, you did.
That was
instead
not
of
an
having
insult.
A dialogue.
That was not an insult. That was an observation. That was not an insult. That was an observation.
I didn't curse in your chat.
No, sir. You just slowed down
statement.
You just lowered the IQ of the chat room. That's worse than cursing. You brought the IQ down. Everybody else is moving faster than you. And you, by the way, you're a poor representative of the Moors. The Moors should get you to sue you to stop you from using that word, because if this is what a Moor is, most people don't want to be a Moor. They're like,
okay, well,
we're moving way faster.
The ones that know me know what time it is. So
yes, slow time.
Whatever
it's slow time.
Whatever comments that you're making,
I'm a Moor. Okay, the Moors look pretty dense right now. They look really dense and really slow. Well, I'm a Moor. So being a Moor means being dense and slow. That's what being a Moor is. That's being a Moor. Why, yes, line right up. Line right up. He's the representative of the modern Moorish empire. Can't pay attention, can't keep up. Everybody else is beyond him. Everybody knows what time it is. Yeah, it's time for you to get a book, nigga. Call from area code 252. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Elijah Lewis. I'm calling from Whitaker, North Carolina. What's going on, man?
All right, Elijah, what's on your mind?
I wanted to start off by saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was in the chat earlier when you was around talking about, you know what I'm saying? Like, the value of the women, when you had the women up and stuff like that. I had some things that I was trying to wrap my head around that I really couldn't understand when you was describing, like, exactly how to, like, exactly value them as in terms of, like, you know, viewing them financially. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be too argumentative or nothing about it or nothing like that. I'm willing to be humble as I can. You feel me? I admire your intellect and your game and everything and stuff like that. I'm willing to accept whatever game I want. But this was just like what I was trying to wrap my head around and understand. I didn't understand how just looking at the women that you had pictures of, and then you just asking us, okay, looking at these women, how can you what price tag do you feel like they're worth? When, you know what I'm saying, when you look at them. And then I saw some of the responses. Some of the guys were saying zero. Some of the guys were saying some other types of dumb stuff. But, you know, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is this, like, from a spiritual perspective and how I really view the value of a woman, I don't view her value based upon a financial price.
Okay,
I do understand that it takes
sir, before we ramble on here, sir, before you ramble on here, I didn't ask what was your spiritual valuation of it, because the spiritual valuation is subjective. The very word spiritual is subjective. So your definition of, quote, spiritual is your own personal one. So I didn't say that word for a reason. So for you to go off into, well, my first thing I thought I have to do is spiritual valuation. Nobody said that word, and it didn't come up, and it'll never come up, because we can't quantify a spiritual valuation. Does that make sense to you? How do we quantify something spiritual?
Yeah. That makes sense. But I was just under the ideology that a woman's price is really priceless, or that,
okay, sir, short bus, hit the brakes. We're not going to run over that. What we have is an issue here with people not listening and paying attention. And what I'm saying is that you all approach females, and the females are paying attention, and the grown men are out here walking around like third grade dropouts. That's not good. We're talking about a basic conversation where the words and the language were clearly spelled out to you, and you still fumbled the ball. You heard me go into detail about what it was that we're quantifying, how we're doing it, And your first response was, to me, spiritually, you can't put no value on that. Okay, then he literally is talking about putting the value on you. Well, I was thinking about spiritually. Nobody mentioned that. Nobody said that. And what I'm saying to you is that if that's the level of competence that you bring to listening to a simple sentence, then I can only imagine the level of incompetence that you bring financially. And I'm not saying that to be mean or otherwise. What I'm saying is, do you hear that? Because there are women in this chat room listening to you right now. And do you understand that that's the explanation you're giving them? They all heard the same thing you heard, and you're the only one who came back talking about, well, spiritually, I believe in that. So do you realize they all hear you?
90 seconds.
What I'm basically saying is that, you know what I'm saying, whichever terms, what I'm basically saying is I don't value her based upon a financial price. Is basically what I'm saying.
But that's the only. But that's the only value, sir. That's the only quantitative valuation you can give, sir. You cannot give a quantitative or qualitative quote spiritual value. That's impossible. That's just like saying that somebody else has a quote better personality than someone else. Well, you can say that, but what you cannot do is measure it. You can't tell me that person A has a 20% better personality than person B does. You can't tell me that. So you can say you like one person.
But basically what I'm saying is that a woman...
Sir, we are not going to talk over the host is what we're not going to do. Get a hold of yourself quick, fast, in the moment. You've already made a big enough fool of yourself. It's time to learn. You cannot measure spirituality any more than you can measure happiness, any more than you can measure personality. You cannot measure those things. So for you to say, I don't measure it that way,
10 seconds.
I can measure it financially, sir. You sound crazy talking about, I can't measure it financially, but I can measure it spiritually. So why don't you teach us all something? You're going to teach Jason Black something right now. How do I measure the spiritual quality of one woman over another? And I mean specifically, tell me how I measure if another woman is 20% spiritually more valuable than another woman. I want to know how we measure that 20%. Go.
I really let you have that one.
Oh, they ain't gonna no. You eat what you kill here. You get what you take. You ain't gonna give me a damn thing. You said I can't measure that financially. I can measure it spiritually. I'm like, okay, let's get to measuring it spiritually. Tell me the 20% differential spiritually between one woman's value and another. Second try. Go.
It's just trying to measure them financially and measure them spiritually is two completely different fields.
Okay, tell me we already got the financial part. No, we got the financial part. Now you tell us the spiritual part. You're just talking in circles. Third time, give us the spiritual valuation of 20%. Go.
There's no way to measure spirituality.
Then it's kind of silly to sit up here and say that you're going to measure a woman's value spiritually then, isn't it?
I'm not trying to measure her spiritually, but what I'm trying to say is that from a different outlook of it, I don't see how you could measure, up a woman's worth based upon a financial value is basically all I'm trying to say. Okay, I don't look at when I look at a woman, and you know what I'm saying,
sir. How old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do for a living?
I just try my best to learn as much as possible, work hard, take care of my kids, just, 9 to 5. I really do want to dedicate my life to, doing kind of stuff like what you're doing, trying to teach people, educate people, move them on, help them grow, become the best versions of themselves. It is going to take being humble and being able to talk to you and learn these type of things So I'm not trying to get up here to argue with you about this type of stuff or whatnot, but I am trying to get to a point of a place of understanding. I just trying to understand, like, when you post the pictures of the women up and you tell us to look at them and tell us how much is this woman
Do
worth?
you all see how much talking he's doing?
When I look at them and I try to define it by that.
This is how you know the children of single moms. They do a lot of talking.
How you supposed to define, like, the value?
They're not bright. They have nothing to say, but they talk a lot.
To me, like, her value is placed all upon, like.
And do you see how long he's going on here?
Contribute to your life and how she's able to edify.
A less intelligent person would think that he actually had something to say, and he's the dumbest person in the room. Where's your dad?
He's dead.
Yeah. Yeah. How many siblings do you have?
I have one. I try my best to hang on to him, but shit kind of been hard.
Okay.
I mean, it is what it is, though. You feel me? I ain't trying to get into, like, deep about my life. I'm just trying to,
okay.
You know what
Sir,
I'm saying? Like,
I'm going to give you, at 28, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Talk a lot less.
No, you kind of breaking up, man. It's hard.
Do yourself a favor. Talk a lot less. Try to confine things to only what you're asked and yes or no, but going off on a long lecture is not your forte. It really isn't. Okay. You say you're 28 years old and you have 2 children, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
How many wives have you had at 28 years old with 2 children?
I don't want to get married. I'm just being honest. I don't want to get married, dude.
What man wants to turn over his legacy? Sir, what man wants to turn over what man with any damn sense turns over his legacy to a woman he's not married to? Who does that? Yeah.
I'd have to say,
yeah.
The type of man that would do that would be guys like you, guys that, you know, didn't learn what they should have when it was time to learn it.
Uh-huh.
Or looked at it from a perspective of what they should have been when it was time to, you know, go about those type of choices in life.
Now, I know for many of you over the years
really,
here, those of you who came up during the pandemic and stuff, and YouTube was promoting a whole bunch of people that really they shouldn't have been. And I'm just the guy who came in and let folks know that, hey, there are rules of logic and reason that societies are built on. You can't freestyle it. You can't say, okay, this applies one day and it doesn't the next day. That's not the way it works. So a lot of folks are out here confused and silly, and these things don't work. You got 2 children by how many different women?
Just one. And I try my best to make that relationship work.
Remember the talk less part. This guy, you're like a crackhead, dude. You just start talking and then you just start running. I mean, I just said by how many different women, and he started talking. Then let me go into the explanation about it. I don't know if he's floating on something or if he's been drinking something.
I didn't really elaborate that deep, guy.
I don't need it. You couldn't figure that out on your own. It's not like your life is deep and elaborate and complicated and hard to figure out. You're the only person who thinks that your life is some complicated catacomb at 28 years old. You are the same typical story that we read about 50 times a day. There's nothing special, unique, or extraordinary about it. Single mother home, not very bright. She thought she was a know-it-all. She's raised a son who thinks he's a know-it-all, and that'd be great if you actually knew something. You've opened up your mouth and you don't know anything, and then you start running off at the mouth the moment you have an instant to talk. You're not used to anybody listening to you. And the reason that you're not used to folks listening to you is because you don't know anything. So people just cut you off and say, hey, just be quiet. So you're just desperate, all this pent up, I want to be heard. Yeah, but nobody wants to hear you because you have nothing to teach. And rather than you becoming somebody who has something to teach, you don't want to do that. You want to imitate your mom. Well, your mom had the ability to make y'all sit and listen to her babble for hours, but now you're in the adult world and no one has to listen to you do that. And what they're doing is just shutting you up and saying, hey, stop talking. And you ain't picking up the clue that if you did have something to say, people would be quiet and listen to you. And I'm sitting here giving you one very simple example. By the way, I ask you simple yes or no questions. It's never just yes and no. You answer the question and then start running off into some explanation like you've been doing meth. You're not either you're on drugs or you're not used to being listened to. You're used to being ignored. But you were raised by a woman who talks too much. So you're imitating her and bringing her practices among other people who don't want to hear you go rambling on. Now that's the nice version of saying that. There's a not so nice version, but I'll spare that one. And I've mentioned this to you several times on this phone call. As a grown man, talk less. You're asked yes or no questions. You were asked how many kids you got? 2. By how many different women? 1. But the answer wasn't just 2 kids and 1 woman. It was 1 woman and see what it was. I really didn't want to. What the hell? You're volunteering information that no one asked for. I need to fill in the blanks. No, you don't. If I need blanks filled in, I'll ask you for it. Otherwise, you think there's something special about your story? Please. That's the height of narcissism. Your story is typical. And he's talking again. Now you see, belligerent, disrespectful, intolerable females. This is a female trait that you're exhibiting right now. This is not a masculine trait. This is a hoe trait, not a masculine one. A masculine man wants things to be X's and O's, logic, reason. He wants short answers. He wants to get right to the point. He doesn't do like this. And this is how you got 2 kids by a chick who was not worth marrying. Or at least either she woke up too late. You're the one 28 with 2 children. I would never turn over my legacy to a woman I wasn't married to. By definition, that means I don't trust her. The reason why we have marriage is so that we have proper organized passing down in succession of our lands and our titles. There's a reason why we carry on, and we should, and every society, everyone, listen to me, all you bastard baby-making Afrocentric hoes with your tea and your weed. Every society, including across Africa, has a concept of the bastard. If there are the heirs the man wishes to claim, and then there are the heirs he had by that old chick he was over there on the weekend. It's like, yeah, Heifer, you might have ring me, but I don't really claim them little kids. I don't really claim that. This is the woman over here I trust to carry on my legacy, my values, my teaching, my bloodline. This is the woman I trust to do that. And I put all my chips on her. I ain't putting chip 1 on your funky ass. Those kids might carry my blood, but I don't put my chips on them. Yeah, I got to take care of them. I'm going to do that. But let's messy business. I'm not trying to pass down my lands and my titles to them on account of the fact that they've been raised by a troublesome female. And that troublesome female, I cannot trust. They going to have too much of a mammy in them. And that's going to get in the way of me grooming them to take over what I built. I don't want a chick who putting obstacles in the way. I want a chick who gonna get with my program, not one I gotta fight with over hers. That's why those are bastard children. It signifies, yeah, that woman couldn't get with the program. I didn't trust her. She ain't with the program. I married this one. She with the program. That's the way that works. But another piece of stupidity that you just gave out, by the way, when you said, I can't put a dollar value on a woman's worth. That's very interesting that you would say that, sir. By the way, in divorce court, do they put a dollar value on your wife's worth? That was a yes or no, crack baby.
Yeah.
Does the child support court put a dollar value on your children's worth?
Yeah, they do.
Oh. Tell me one more time about how you don't see how we put a dollar value on people's worth again. Remind me one more time what that was. I forgot what you said. Now you can ramble.
I don't know, man. You got me scared to say anything because, I mean, if I add anything just to a response, it's like, I don't know, man. I love talking to you, and I love your show, and I'm a big fan of your show, man. But I feel like it's just
this jackass
know, man,
says he's a fan of my show, and he knows full damn well I don't have a show. He's such a big fan that he's still saying show.
It is, and I mean, you can call me what you want. You know what I'm saying? I'm always gonna fuck with you. I'm always gonna fuck with your show. I'm not trying to like be argumentative with you.
I wish you wouldn't. I wish you would not say that.
The first thing I'm trying to do is be humble, but
I wish you would not say that, because I'm embarrassed when you say that you're a fan of my program, because that means you're representative of my audience, and I don't want strangers hearing you and thinking that this is representative of my audience. So I would appreciate it if you stopped saying that.
Well, a guy who's calling in, never mind.
I'd appreciate it if you stopped claiming that you're a fan of my audience or that you're a fan of my program, because I don't want anyone to get the misconception that somehow you represent my audience. My audience is a bit smarter than this and more competent and capable, and I don't want anyone to get that twisted. Jason, why are you handling him the way you are? Because he's a snotty little bastard, devoid of manhood, wrapped up in his mother's feminine ways of doing things. And I do not handle man baby girls the way I do competent people.
Man. I ain't call you nothing like that, man. Come on, man, for real. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like feeding me the education and teaching me and grooming me on game and all that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? It's all cool, but I ain't call you nothing negative like that, bro.
You have been instructed on what you need to do.
And then for somebody that
by the way,
the door and they being
do you notice he still continues wanting to speak?
When I came in, bro, when I called in, I said, Jason.
Did you notice that there, as I said, he picked this up from his mama. She would run around the house talking too much to niggas and they leave. Now he's a grown man and he's emulating that behavior. Ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. I'm gonna keep talking. As opposed to responding the way that a man would. But you can't respond with manhood you don't have. There's the problem. You can't summon manhood that's not in you. All you can do is emulate a over-talkative female. He's in the presence of men. Those men simply want to exchange information. He wants to save his broken, busted little ego.
That's all I'm trying to do, man.
Yes, all he wants to do is save his little pathetic ego. He's failed at both. And I want to hold this up as an abject lesson to all the other males listening to us right now to understand that this is not the way you comport yourself. You do not comport yourself this way. Let me go ahead and remind you all of one thing. Earlier this year, I had a certified icon on my program, the DOC. You all know I got celebrity friends, but the DOC is differently. You all know that in my book, he's the greatest rapper who's ever lived, not Rakim. Rakim. Not him. In my book, the DOC is the best who's ever done it. Jason, how can you say that? Because the DOC can do everything Rakim can do, and a number of things that Rakim cannot do. There isn't anything that Rakim can do that the DOC cannot do. Nothing. And you can put that in your pipe and smoke on it. And when the DOC came here to talk to me about his daughter and to criticize some of the comments I made there and whatnot, y'all heard things go a little bit differently. Did y'all see me sitting up here jousting with that man? He said some unkind things about your host. How did I handle the DOC on my program? And I did that for a reason. Because it would be impossible for me to sit up here and establish that man's status if I do not treat him that way. Yeah, I could have sat here and overtalked him and cut his microphone off and anything. I could have done any nonsense like that. What I'm doing is establishing the hierarchy. That these are not concepts I talk to you all about. These are concepts I live by. And technically speaking, whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not, DOC is up here. Jason Black is down here. I'm not going to say way down there, but if folks say the DOC, I'm pretty sure a lot more people know him than know me. And it's not simply about notoriety. It's about accomplishment. But the other thing is, you can't establish yourself as someone's peer if you do not first establish the manner in which they should be treated. So first, I respect the pecking order. That is the first thing I do. The second thing that I do is establish my place in it. And if I ever want to eclipse his place or anyone else's, first I have to show I have respect for the pecking order. Jason, can you give us another example of that? Sure, I can. The mafia. John Gotti didn't come into the mafia throwing his weight around. He was an associate, a wise guy, then becomes a made man, then becomes a capo, works his way, soldier, capo, works his way up the ranks. And then eventually gets himself into a position where now he's Paul Castellano's peer. We can go down the list. These are concepts I've said to you all over the years, but I demonstrated to you during that program. These are not just concepts I talk about. These are concepts I live by. And let's be very clear. At the end of that phone call, the DOC might not have been my biggest fan, but he had my respect. But more importantly, I had his. Because he felt that I was listening to him. Even if I didn't necessarily agree with everything he had to say, at the end of that phone call, he felt I was listening. He didn't feel like he was talking to a little know-it-all. And he didn't feel like he was talking to somebody who's a feminized bastard kid sitting up here running off at the damn mouth, emulating what his talking ass mama did. He felt like he was talking to another grown man. Big difference. I did not attempt to jockey for position or control, nor did I attempt to jockey for his respect. I showed that through the way I treated him. And if I got something to teach him, well, I'm sure that'll come up. But you see, the very fact that I called him to my program means that there's probably not a whole lot I got to teach him. Probably not a whole lot. I'll have to prove I can do that. These are things I live by. And yet some of these young fellows who claim they listen to me, they don't adopt these behaviors. They got a lot of their mama in them. And just understand, to other men, is clear as day. Not a good look. You made statements that were absolutely ridiculous. I did not tell you that your statements were ridiculous. I gave you the opportunity to call up and address them. He calls up to talk about them and then wants to run off at the mouth for 20 minutes. He is being informed. You're talking too much. Just yes or no, and if we need more details, we'll ask. He then wants to know, why can't I get more details? Now, that's your mama talking. Grown men told you what the rules were. This is all we need. And you're telling them, I don't know, why can't I do it my way? And this is how you became 28 years old, with no woman who trusts you, no men who believe in you, and no prospects. That's how you got there. Because you don't know anything, but when you start opening your mouth, the world would think you know it all. Problem is, they look at your life and can't see a person who knows it all. That's the problem. They can look at your life and how you're living, and this guy doesn't know anything. So maybe you want to actually get there first, and then maybe the cart will be behind the horse as opposed to on top of it. You know, little things like that. The only thing in this world that we know has valuation are numbers. Spirituality is not a number system. You didn't listen very well to the program when I was talking about that. Okay, fine. When you did call up, time for you to get a great big tall glass to shut the hell up and understand what he said. Well, that's not a valuation. Well, I'm looking at spiritual value. Jason then very quickly explains what the problem is with the spiritual valuation system. There is no such thing as a spiritual valuation system. It's either good or bad, but there is no measurement. Then Jason goes into detail and shows you places where people are actually given dollar values in the modern era. Divorce court, child support court, alimony court, damages, personal injury court. We value people numerically all of the time. And yes, we put a dollar value on romantic relationships too. In courts of law, we do that every single day. But you apparently did not realize that. But it's kind of hard to get you to realize that because you think you know it all. So no, I meant what I said. I don't want you telling people that you represent my audience because my audience listens. So that they avoid situations like this. They talk far less than they listen. Far less. Oh yeah, and I don't have to struggle with them to get them to do that either. And guess what? They walk away smarter and more informed. They also learn some things, and if somebody else says something silly to them, they now know how to educate that person, correct them, and get them up to speed. That won't happen in your case. Because you think you already know. Or you think that your opinion is equally valid. I don't have opinions, I have facts. I do not have opinions. I have facts. You don't have to like it. I didn't tell you it's my opinion that we value people. I told you people do have a value, and then I gave you literal real-world places where we put dollar values on people's love relationships every day. They put a value on you. If you go to divorce court, the judge puts a value on your wife's relationship to you. Is that not true, sir? That's just a yes or no. Maybe he's at home crying. No, I do not need to take it easy on them at all. No, I do not, and I do not need to be nice about it. I absolutely do not. On my program, I am not here to fight with a grown man about being quiet. Fellas, females will argue into the ground, not because she's trying to be right, because she understands she isn't right. She's now fighting to save her ego. But just understand that those are the lowest kind of females who do that. A female who starts saying irrational things. She starts arguing simply to get you off her back or to avoid saying that she is wrong. The biggest issue, when I start talking about numbers, let me tell you right now, there's been a big issue. The reason why recently on Patreon, I can tell y'all this right now, I told the females, stop calling me, talking about interning. You all are not ready or fit or want to be interned. You're not ready for it. You're not fit for it. Because when you're arguing when you should be listening, that's not being fit for it. When the female says that she wishes to be interned, what that means is that she sits down, shut the hell up, and soaks up the game. That she is, once a female acknowledges you as her leader. This is something that is new to y'all. When a female acknowledges you as her leader, what she is then saying is, you got all the game, you got all the knowledge, you setting up the rules, I'm here to learn. What's the first thing they want to do? They want to tell you what they know. If I have one female, I've got 10 of them who want to tell me about how they're going to set up their social media and set up their Instagram and become big names and influencers and this, that, and the other. I hear it all the damn time. I give them 2 suggestions. They start arguing with me and tell me that they already know what to do. I already know. To which, of course, my natural question is, well, if you already know, then why are you not where you need to be already? You should already be where you need to be if you already know. Why do you need to ask me? Hell, why are you even sitting around me if you already know? Aren't you just wasting time? See, if you already know, you'd be there. Only a fool sits around talking about they already know. They know who they are. They know what they got. They know what they can do. Why aren't you already where you're supposed to be? If that's the case. But you see, when you've been under the instruction and the rearing of an ignorant female who ain't never gonna make it, never gonna succeed, then what you do is, in those places you see them on TV and World Star all the time, you see on Jerry Springer, they sit around here and all they do is sit up here and try to yell at each other in nonsense. They're not actually building anything. That's not what they do. It's simply about who barks the loudest, and whoever barks the loudest gets to run things, and all they do is run things into the ground. But we demand to have progress over here. We demand progress over here. We demand progress. We are supposed to do that. We're supposed to insist on that because I'm not here to leave you the same person. I'm here to leave you a better person. However, if you are a person who's demanding to hear that you're already all right and you're already okay, you know what? I'll even accept that too, but just understand it's going to be tested. And when somebody asks you a question, the appropriate answer, if you're right, is never supposed to be, I don't know, or dead silence. And the answer is also not supposed to be irrational. The answer is supposed to be very simple, very rational, and you're supposed to be able to back it up with a real world example that proves and reinforces your point. If you can't do those three things, it's time to shut up. You're just channeling your mom. And your mama was an idiot too. But if you won't accept that, well, guess what? That's the way that goes. Started off a nice program talking about what does she offer, but I wanted to end the program by getting to the fellas when I was asking about the females. Can you place a value on that? Because fellas, let's be very, very clear. You can't ask what the woman is offering until it is concretely clear, A, what you have to offer, and B, whether do you have a valuation for her for what you're going to offer? Did you get that? You cannot begin a conversation with a female about what she's going to offer until, first of all, we've quantified what you're going to offer. And then number two, you have a standard for what you're going to offer her. First, we got to know you got something to offer. And then second of all, do you have a standard of how you're going to offer anything? I don't think I need to offer a female nothing. Then go get you a big, strong, sweaty, oily man. This is not the channel for you. But for the other fellas here, well, Jason, why is that so important? That's so important because that's the only way you set the rules. That's the only way you set the ground rules. That's it. That's all. And as men, we should want that to be very clearly spelled out. We don't want ambiguity. Fellas, listen to me. To the mama's boys still walking around with your Huggies pull-ups talking about 0 and 5,000. Listen to me very carefully. I've taught you for over a decade now. People who want to lie, use words. People who want very clear specified things, use numbers. When you ask somebody about the price of something and then they start talking words, they're trying to deceive you. You ain't supposed to let somebody start using words when you asked about numbers. If you asked about numbers, everything else is supposed to be numbers. I asked you about numbers and you talking to me words. Fellas, you supposed to be able to put a dollar value on a woman. How do you know that what part of her time and how much of it she's worth if you say that it defies value? Bull crap. If she's sitting in your presence, there is a value. There is a dollar value. Is she worth an hour of your time? Is she worth 30 minutes of your time? Is she worth 5 minutes of your time? There's supposed to be a clear, concrete dollar value. This is worth about 5 minutes of your time unless she got a really good business deal. How much of your time is this one worth, fellas? Well, let me weigh her spiritual value. Okay, you get over there and weigh the spiritual value. I'll be over here. How much of your time are they worth, fellas? You see, a man who retreats from putting dollar valuations on these things, what he's telling you is that he doesn't know the value of his time. Hell, he doesn't know the value of his money. He doesn't know. So that's why they give little goofy, sophomoric middle school answers. A man is never supposed to have a woman in his presence, and he doesn't know what the value is. Nigga, what's on the agenda? What's the value? She's taking up your time. Your time is worth more than your money. What's her value? Hey, baby, I got to cut things short. I got about 5 minutes to spare with you, and then I got to keep it pushing. But if there's something of real value going on, okay, I can crack open the time frame a little bit more. As men, we're supposed to be specific. We are supposed to be specific. We're supposed to be able to, fellas, the women are looking for us to be able to put dollar values on this. That's the real killing part of it. Fellas, when you work, if you're going to upgrade a woman as part of the internship, as part of the leadership, if you're going to intern a woman, don't you need to already know whether she's worth a G-Wagon or a Nissan? Ain't you supposed to already know that? How much effort are you going to put in? You talking about spiritual. Spiritual defies monetary value. So in other words, she can have unlimited amounts of our time, our effort, our energy, our productivity. She just gets unlimited amounts of time with that. Really? Really? That's the point. You say, is a lifetime of money too much? It depends. Are you giving her every dime you got? You's a fool. But number one, it depends on what is her level of value. Can you even tell us what it is? Can you tell her what it is? Because back to what I was saying here before, fellas, you gotta feed the troops. Fellas, you gotta feed the troops. If a woman is on your team, if she's a part of your army, you gotta feed the troops, nigga. What the hell you talking about? You can't have a special forces soldier who's sitting here fighting and risking their life pro bono. Damn. What? I mean, this mama's boy's little sissified, crazy, childish talk y'all give is insulting to adults. If you got a female who is delivering a couple $100,000 worth of value, you need to be able to value that and quantify it, because there's another man who will. Then you end up on the internet talking stupid and silly. Fellas, you got to feed the troops. You better be able to figure out the difference between a butt private and a specialist. If you gonna have to feed them, you need to know, okay, who's my butt private? Who's my sergeant? Who's my special forces? And I got supposedly grown males sitting here telling me they don't know how to compensate those three groups. They're like, I don't know. I mean, okay, I get this one $2 and I get this one $3. What? What? Fellas, you need to know your woman's monetary value. You need to be able to quantify what she offers, because if she's sticking around, you got to feed the troops. You got to feed the troops. People, men, to you dudes, listen to me right now. You're supposed to be running your life like a corporation. Everybody's supposed to have a job here. They're supposed to have a function. What the hell they doing just hanging around? Y'all got broads just hanging around and then can't figure out why it's total chaos and anarchy. When you running like a business, it's like, hey, I don't want you around if something ain't being exchanged. Nothing's being exchanged. I don't really want you around like that. I want your purpose in my life to be very clearly spelled out. I don't want there to be ambiguity. I need to know what you bringing, and I need to know what it's going to cost me. And so that way we've clearly defined that if the day ever comes that you stop delivering that, then you know why you ain't here no more. Elijah's still in the chat room talking his ass off. Nigga, you ain't got no game to give. Marriage isn't a bad business. You're a bad business. The only thing a female can do with her life is lose with you in it. You still in my chat room channeling your funky mama, talking as if you got something to teach the rest of us. You have nothing to teach other adults. Get your damn life together, discover manhood, escape puberty, start making more than minimum wage, and then maybe you can start talking. You ain't got nothing to, he's still in the general. I want folks to respect me. Nigga, there's nothing to respect about you. Marriage isn't a losing business. Any female that gets with you is losing. That chick got 2 kids by a nigga going nowhere. Ask her if you're a losing proposition. She got 2 kids by a nigga that can't do nothing but stare at her. At 28 years old, got 2 kids, can't do nothing but look at her. All kinds of crazy. But he's in my chat room trying to talk as if he's got something to teach us. Let me go ahead and explain to you, Jaden. This is right here what it is. Don't worry, I'm going to get y'all straight about marriage. See, what it is, marriage ain't a good deal. See, I got my 2 bastard kids over here. See, I'm doing it smart, though. Dude, if you were worth being a husband, what the hell you doing with kids? That's a drain on the pockets. You're not very smart and you're a bad strategist. He ain't got nothing to offer. My mama said I should speak. Okay. The reason that he doesn't think women have value, the women defy monetary valuation, is because his value is 0. And what I'm telling you is that as men, our value ain't supposed to be 0. The value ain't supposed to be 0. We're supposed to be able to explain and quantify what our value is, so that we can explain and quantify what other people's value in our lives is. "28 years old, but I got 2 kids. Let me tell you everything on them." Okay, in the chat room, Lena, almost. I don't know if she'll make you little soldiers or not. There are women who are valuable and don't have to have kids with you. There are women who are valuable and don't have to have kids with you. you. Jason, what you mean by that? Let me tell y'all something. I stay trying to keep a badass broad on the team. I've always liked that about Joe Budden. Joe Budden has always been good about that. I ain't never had a problem with Joe. Joe Budden has always tried to keep a badass broad on the squad. He might screw up into some other stuff, but y'all know I've always given Joe Budden his props. He'd keep a bad broad within arm's reach. He'd keep a bad broad within arm's reach. You know why? Because a bad chick who you can groom to speak the way you do opens doors. A bad chick who you can put the game in and she can reciprocate and mirror your speech patterns, your thoughts, your methodology, she opens doors. Having a bad chick on your squad will open doors. If she knows how to talk to people, she can open doors. She can get these fellas to say things, do things, agree to things that you might not be able to. Having a bad broad on the team who mirrors your energy. You notice I keep saying that whole sentence. Having a badass broad who mirrors your energy, if you're competent enough to code, that tells other men, hey, this guy is good at being able to get competent people to commit to him. See, it means something different when a competent woman submits to you. That means she's putting her life and limb and her future in your hands. That's a big difference. You see, you might work with other fellas, but if this is your woman and she's put life and limb and protection and provision in your hands, and a fella can look at her and see she's done up right, she's upgraded, she looks good, she talks like she got some sense, she represents you well, that's representative of you. And understand, that's actually unspoken. All a fella got to do is talk to your woman and he sees what kind of ship you're running. That gives him more confidence in you. He's like, hey, I ain't got to ask what kind of ship you running. I'm looking at your broad. She put together right. Obviously, you know what you're doing. You obviously know what you're doing. You might be saying some words and try to fool me. I just sat here and gave your broad the 3rd degree, and she's representing you well. Yeah, you got it together. He's got his act together. His ship is in order. A woman, the quality of your woman is your social credit score. Fellas, the quality of the female that you have with you is your social credit score. Other people take a look at her and realize she ain't here for the same reason men are. They take a look at her and that reflects on this like, okay, this is the value that he brings. This is, he takes a woman from point A to point B. I hear the way he speaks and I hear the way she speaks, but I know that he's the one in charge, so she's mirroring him. He has imprinted himself on her. And if this is what he can do for her, what can he do for me? The quality of the woman that you have signifies your competence. If you're leading. If you're Russell Wilson, opposite. But being able to show that and demonstrate that and have that matters. But fellas, if you telling me, dudes, I don't know what you all are aspiring to. I really, really don't. If you're making $100,000 a year, you should have a female that's bringing you $100,000 of value, $100,000 of femininity. What the hell did you make the money for? If you're making $400,000 a year, your female should be expressing $400,000 of feminine excellence. What the hell you got the money for? Yeah, in the chat room, Catman, you're another internet liar and daydreamer. Please sit yourself down. No, there's no woman of any value that will want to be with you. But if you want to disprove that, have her call me up and we can go ahead and put her on the screen and we'll make that decision. These fellas sit up here and get in chat rooms and start fantasizing to themselves about the value they think they have. Dude, no female is envying your job at Circle K. She's really not. Be here or be happy to be out. There's not a single female who's going to be fighting to stay in your 1986 Camaro with the fire decals on it. There ain't no female fighting to be in that, dude. Just let it go. Recognize your spot in the pecking order. Let it go. Let it go. The other thing I want the fellas to understand here is the women are listening, guys. The women are listening. This matters when you say things like this. The women are listening. The women are hearing you in this space here. They're hearing the guys who are talking silly. They're hearing that. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Women don't want to daydream with you, fellas. Y'all need to get over that mess. Even the biggest ass super slut that you went to high school or were in college with, just understand at some point she don't want to hear daydreaming anymore. Now, whether or not it's too late for her is a different matter. Fellas, women don't want to hear you damn daydreaming. They don't want to hear you sitting up here daydreaming about stuff you ain't got, things you can't do, accomplishments you've never made and aren't on the way to making. Fellas, y'all got to come out this damn dream world. Put your damn cell phones down. Start focusing on getting some real things done, some concrete things done, so you can tell folk what you offer. But the reason why you demand that everything has to be amorphous and everything has to be ambiguous is because you ain't got your act together, so you don't know what you offer. And since you don't know what you offer and can't put a dollar valuation on it, you want hers to be ambiguous too. But just understand, she doesn't want that to be ambiguous because she knows what you want from her is specific. Catman, take the rest of the night off. The crack pipe has got you. Nobody wants to daydream with you. Just take the rest of the night off, dude. You're kind of pathetic. Just get on. This is not the night for some single mom's goofy kid on Xbox. This isn't your night. This isn't your night. So just take the rest of the night off. I know when you talking to your mama and she's like, "That's right, son, you eventually gonna get that job." Okay, that works over there. It doesn't work over here. It doesn't work over here. Fellas, the women are online with the rest of you. I don't know what makes y'all think that the women can't tell what's real and what's phony. I don't know what makes you think that. Dudes, do you understand how it is? You got so many hoes out here. Did y'all call us hoes? I sure did here, ladies. You know I love you, but
And deal with it, nigga.
You know what it is. You want to know why so many of these females here, fellas, they learn what a G-Wagon is? She can't tell you what an S-Class is. She knows what a damn G-Wagon is. You know why? Because somewhere along the line, they figured out what the valuation of it was. The G-Wagon is a woman's Lamborghini. A female can't tell you the difference between a Countach and the brand new Revuelta. But she can tell you a G-Wagon. So that has become the female Lamborghini. She knows that isn't a standard vehicle. She might not know a damn thing beyond that, but she knows that that's not a standard vehicle. So you see, she's got some idea where the ceiling is. That's why she's pointing at that. She also has a good idea of what it should cost. $50,000 ain't the price. So when she talks to you and she starts naming items like that, what she's trying to do is disqualify you because she doesn't want to waste time. You're welcome, Lee. She don't want to waste time. Fellas, they got access to information here. They're watching how y'all moving. They seeing what's going on. And they can see if you can take care of that or if you can't. They want to see if you know that. In the chat room, Ebony 1, the answer to that one is yes and no. It's actually yes and no. Because there's a number of different vehicles that you can buy that qualify under Section 179. If you're buying a G-Wagon, that's because that's the one you want. So yeah, you can deduct it under Section 179, but you got a lot of other options too. So if you bought a G-Wagon, you got that one because you wanted it. Otherwise, that car is terrible. I should know. I've been in it. It's awful. It is terrible. It doesn't have power running boards. It doesn't have a power tailgate. It doesn't have power moonroof. It doesn't have panoramic roof. I mean, it's the second row seats. Oh, those should be for prison inmates or 4-year-olds. It's awful. Functionally. There are plenty of other cars that are a lot better. A whole lot better. However, it does have a certain aesthetic. It does have a certain aesthetic. And if you want that aesthetic, do yourself a favor, Raquel. Just go to any Mercedes dealership go to any exotic dealership that has one. It'll take you about 5 seconds. You can go check out the specs for yourself. Check out the specs for yourself. Yeah, most females don't even know that. Most females don't know how many items that's what I was saying here before. My Escalade has more options than the G-Wagon. My Escalade, Tahoe, my Navigator, they got options that the G-Wagon doesn't have. For $70,000 less. It's got all the options the G-Wagon does and a bunch of things it doesn't have. You know, like room. Not to mention power options. So yeah, by the way, it's got a number of different options. Here's the problem. Most females have never actually been in the G-Wagon. They just saw it. So they don't want a G-Wagon. They want what the G-Wagon represents. They want what the G-Wagon represents. I want the fellas to understand. That's why they call it the status symbol. She wants what it represents. And she knows that it represents above average. Okay, dudes, if it's going to be above average, then you got to be able to speak the language. You can't be sitting here guessing your way through it. You have to be able to speak the language. We got to be adults today, folks. Being adults means we all have to be able to put a dollar value on what the hell we doing here. Okay, Servon, you got a lot going on, brother. Are you being mugged out there? Is everything all right?
Yo, I just finished working out, bro. I just came from the gym.
Okay, brother.
So
I saw him in the parking lot there with the light. I thought it was a helicopter looking for you at first. I didn't know if you were running.
Nah, man. I'm putting in work, man, every night, every day. Okay. Working daytime, working out at night.
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
I just had to call in because I have a son coming in a day or two. And I was listening to the guy about the Rolex, you know. So I'm a software engineer. I make probably 3 times, a little bit more than 3 times what that man said. So I have been looking into things to invest in my son. You know, I looked into calculators if I invest 8% with 8% rate of return, how much he would have in the future. But I also am scared of, how do you not spoil them if they get out at 21 with multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars? I'm sorry to be off topic, but the Rolex guy kind of got me. He kind of got me wanting to talk about that.
Definitely, I remember Bruce Williams talking about this. Folks I've talked to have talked about this. Warren Buffett doesn't want to deal with this kind of thing. He's got a specific way he wants to deal with it. I'm a firm believer that, number one, this is not something you take care of 20 years from now. 20 years from now, we're just going to get the final report card on what you screwed up on. So 20 years from now is not the time for you to be thinking about this right now. It's going to be a day or two. This is the time for you to be thinking about all of that so that you understand what you need to do. No child ever got spoiled by sacrificing.
Oh, yeah.
What you want to do, though, is teach them what sacrifice is for. You don't want them thinking that their goal in life or that their mission in life is just to suffer and sacrifice. You don't want that to be the case. But they also need to understand the value of things. So first and foremost, we've got the most pampered generation in history. You've got more things at your fingertips than ever before, to the point that now simple things like exercise are luxuries, when in reality, 100 years ago, it was a necessity. So we've kind of coddled ourselves into a difficult position. So we're kind of in the position now where we're having to make sure that these things are done. So adversity is a key element. Adversity builds character. Without something to overcome, a person cannot define themselves. They can never determine what they're truly capable of if they don't have a challenge that they overcome. Some challenges, we need to make sure that they can overcome them, but a lot of them need to be in question so that he has to prove he can do this. So those things are very important. I'm a big believer in public schools for that reason. Public schools have a totally different environment. You send your kids to private school, yeah, they might get a better book education, but I now worry about their social education. They're around a bunch of other privileged kids who, for the most part, are having it handed to them. How competitive of a spirit are you building in him? When we're starting him out by giving him things, how competitive is he going to be? Now, of course, you want to have competent teachers. Of course you do. Of course, you want your kids to be very proficient at reading and math. Of course you do. Those are the basics. You're supposed to have that taken care of by the time they're 7 or 8 years old. Once they reach adolescent and hormones start kicking in and things, we should start worrying about, okay, what is their social indoctrination looking like? How competitive of a son have I created? Hell, how competitive of a daughter have I created? What am I doing with them? Are they ready to compete against the world, or are they ready to get pampered? If they meet a very serious bad issue, have I built a person who can pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and keep marching? Very important. By the time they get to college and whatnot, because I'm once again, I'm a firm believer, I don't believe in giving your kids mansions. I think it's more important to teach them how to do it, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what they're going to face. You're old enough now to know there's some evil people out there. There are some evil people who, I'm sure you got a beard on your face. You've had some folks who just targeted you because they could.
Oh, yeah.
That means you're familiar with this as a black man. There are folk out there trying to take things from you. From the moment you get something, it's somebody trying to take it from you. They're not entitled to it. You ain't never seen this nigga. He's trying to take stuff from you.
Oh, yeah.
White, black, male, female, young, old. This is life. Are you building a young man who's ready for that and to deal with that in your absence? You ain't there to help him. Is he ready to deal with those situations on his own?
Word.
So you got to focus on that now. However, there's another element we did not discuss, because you said you have a kid coming in a couple of days. Congratulations there. Who's the female?
That's my wife. And she's definitely not the type that we're talking about today. She actually does have the volume, in my opinion, of course, the volume that we look for.
Well, certainly, hopefully you've chosen well, because the children, for the first 3 or 4 years, they're going to be with her.
Yeah.
Because you got real stuff to take care of.
My daughter's 5, yeah.
Well, you got real stuff to take care of, so you can't be sitting around. They don't need to be, when they're young and helpless, they need to be nursed, okay? Yes. You'll take care of them after she finished nursing. She take care of the first couple of years. You nurse away. I ain't here to nurse him. I take care of the next 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
So from 0 to 18, she take care of the first 2, you take care of the last 16. It's like, okay, as soon as he's able to walk, it's time for him to start learning. First lesson I'm going to teach you: when you fall, you pick yourself up. That is the first lesson as your father that I'm going to teach you. Before you even know what the word fall means. Hell, before you know what the word pick up means. I'm now going to teach you my first lesson. When life knocks you down, you are expected to pick yourself up. Things like that. Because what I'm telling you, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the reptilian part of the brain. We've got a part that's developed over the last 160 million years of evolution. These are reflexive things. When they say reflex, what they're really saying is these are things you do not need to be taught. These are things that are passed down genetically. I'm a firm believer you pass lessons like that down genetically. That's not even something that we have to put into words. Mm-hmm. So by those experiences, that thing you were talking about, making sure they're not spoiled by 20, that's where it starts. It starts there. Show me a kid whose mama was always picking them up when they were trying to walk. I'm telling you, I'm going to be able to see that when they're 7, 8, 10 years old. I will see it. Because I'm sure she did other things too. I'm sure she made other things a lot easier for them than they had to be. I'll start seeing the markers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering because what that man was talking about was a lot about getting a gift for his son. The gift I was thinking about, which I already have, a minor account where I invest. I'm thinking about like what happens even if you raise them very well in the way you mentioned, but you then have a $300,000 stock of gift. Would that derail everything?
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
that's what I was thinking.
Okay, because remember, I didn't have somebody give me a bunch of money. I made it. But I made it when I was 22 and 23 years old. I wasn't ready. And I'm not stupid. At least I'm not all the time. I wasn't raised in a disaffected place. I heard all the horror stories about the NBA athletes too when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. And yet 10 years later, look what I did. Thinking that I was doing all the right things and didn't realize it. So what I'm saying is, in the words of Michael Jai White, that's what happens when a person is given power and they're not ready for it. There's where we really mess up with the kids, is we give them power before they're ready for it. They don't actually know what to do with it. This is why they got to have adversity. And then when you do start giving them power, you got to start small. If you give him too much power, at best, he's going to squander it. At worst, he's going to destroy himself.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he's stupid, not because he's immoral, but because he doesn't know what to do with it. So now he has to be disciplined first and foremost. And the point that Stan Lee was trying to make with Spider-Man when he said that with great power comes great responsibility is that simply because you have power doesn't mean you do everything you want to do. Well, how do you stop somebody from doing that now that they've got the ability to do what they want to do and you can't stop them? That's what I said about what are your kids going to do in your absence? He's going to be given power. Now he can do anything he wants to and no one can stop him. The only one who can stop him is himself. I hope you built a man who knows how to stop himself. But just in case they haven't, I'm dealing with your question. Don't worry, I'm going to get to it. I'm getting to it. I'm trying to give you all the levels to it so you understand, because you can go back and listen to this later. Bruce Williams, all the time when he was asked about that, he told parents the dumbest thing in the world you can do is set up one of these trust funds or an insurance policy or something that pays it to your kids when they're 18 or 21 years old. He said, what if they pick up a drug habit? Happens in the best of families. What if your baby finds the pole? I mean, if you got a son, he can still find the pole. I hope he don't. But I'm just saying. You never know, man. Like I say, there are all kinds of things. What if he meets a chick who presents like his mother, but she's cunning? Your son doesn't have the life experiences at 20, 21, 22, 24 to deal with a cunning female who knows how to present well. And she's like, I'm going to run this little nigga. You and I both know that takes life experience to recognize and spot that. It takes getting your heart kicked in a couple of times before you realize, number one, they will do it. But number two, this is what those behaviors look like. And the next one will not look like the last one. So you start learning to follow behaviors. Now you get wise to it. And it's like, okay, now they can't pull nothing over on you. But he's going to be, what, 30 before he figures out how to handle that? So what I'm saying is there's a number of different curveballs that could come at him. And if he's sitting on 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, he's too young and too unseasoned and inexperienced to know what to do with it. I'm a firm believer that that's something that we revisit somewhere around the age of 27, 28, not 21, 22. They're too young. They don't know anything. And if you give it to them, you've just lost the ability to take it back. And y'all, you'll be looking at us, oh my God, he wasn't ready. And he's got another $200,000 to spend. He's either going to blow it up on himself or worse, some chick going to be running around with a very expensive car and him thinking that she's his world and everything's great. And as soon as she gets the keys, bye.
Yeah, that could have been me in the past. I hear you. I got, well, first off, that's absolutely correct. I had a good feeling, but, the advice I get from a lot of them folks at work, it's a little opposite of this. But
any CPA or CFP will tell you that. What I just told you, any CPA or CFP will tell you. Usually they just give you fiduciary advice, but if you're talking about personally, they'd be like, they see this all the time. They see it all the time from well-to-do families, lottery winners. My CPAs will tell you they see that all the time, and it's scary. So if you can avoid it, no. Of course, you think about if you're not there, hey, they got two parents. So drive separate cars if you need to, if you're really worried about that. But no, 21, 22, they don't know what to do with that except they need to prove to you they know what to do with it.
Definitely. Yeah, and you're right. I grew up from the hood, and I had to claw my way up. I'm self-taught, software engineer. My skills speak for me, not my college degree. So I get what you're saying 100%. But the thing is that my kids won't be growing up in that same scenario. They're not growing up in the hood,
Then you're going to have to make sure that they are as unshielded as necessary. You didn't grow up in a shielded life, and what that did was that drove you to aspire to more. You picked up character traits from that experience. So there were good experiences and negative ones, but you learned that we don't become stronger people by being raised in gilded cages. So you picked up a lot of positive character traits as a result of that. If you start sanitizing the environment, just remember the kids will be denied this. So you're going to have to be pragmatic. But that's why I say I'm a firm believer in public schools for that reason. Because the other school students are not going to be privileged and they're not going to give a damn about what your kids got. And it could be hard to think about, but what I'm saying is they will have an opportunity to run into they'll have an opportunity to encounter different things than they otherwise would. Things from their peers. And they'll learn that quickly through association, lessons that you can't teach them. So like I say, that's just one example. The other one's the value of $1. It's like, okay, yeah, dad's got this, and if you want it, you're going to have to earn it. So, Dad, I want $5. I'm so glad you said that. Somebody needs to clean my car. And by the way, on mine, I got black vehicles. Ain't y'all lucky? I had nieces and nephews. Sometimes I had them do it. Boy, I'm telling you, they hated it. Can you imagine 6,000 was, I forget how many square feet that the interior, cubic inches the interior is. But for me, like when I told them to clean it, you got to clean the exterior. You got to clean the door jambs. You got to clean up under the hood. The rear window when it lets up, you got to clean up under there. And I'm coming back and inspecting. So don't think you're going to tell me it's okay and it's not. If I see something I don't like, we're doing it again. Okay, but you know what you're teaching them early? That's the way your job works. You got a manager, you got a supervisor. That's the way your job works. And guess what? Sometimes your manager and your supervisor is an ass. Or they're unfair. And I'm also a big believer in that for children, to teach them early. Yes, this is very unfair. Life is not going to treat you. Life is not your parents. You are going to meet unfairness. Hell, you're going to meet outright injustices. Damn unfair.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to run into some old-fashioned injustices. When we going to teach them this? 13 or 3? When we want to do this? So I'm a firm believer in those things. So what I'm saying is shield them from as little as you can.
Will do. Yeah, I'll say this last thing and I'll get out of here. But yeah, I definitely worked every year since I was 14, and I'm 34 right now. I've never missed a year. I just couldn't just stay sheltered. You know, I wasn't that type of person since I was born. So yeah, I'm just glad you gave me that confirmation. Yeah, because I got this kid coming in a day or two, so I want to start day one. I'm not joking.
Well, first of all, you and your woman being on the same page, that's ultra important so that everybody knows the game plan and there's no conflicts there. We're not going to shelter them when they get old enough. If the boy's old enough to pick up a wrench, he's old enough to turn it. I'm a big believer in car repair for that reason, so that he's got competence, mechanical competence. So that's making them well-rounded. So don't forget that you learn those things. Don't forget along the way. Don't coddle them. Yeah, that's good. They on the playground and stuff. They need to be multilingual. He can do the playground and he needs to do that stuff because you're trying to raise adults, not children. Remember that.
I'll remember that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. You don't build adversity through coddling people. You build character and adversity through challenge. Do not be afraid to challenge your kids. Do not be afraid to do that. Challenging your children is how you build exceptional adults. I say again, challenging your children is how you build exceptional adults. You want exceptional adults? Challenge them. You'll be surprised what your kids can overcome and do if they're given the opportunity to prove it. You'd be surprised. I'll take one more. I got one more person here on Zoom. I'll go ahead and take one more because we've been on for over 4 hours. Y'all did it to me again, by the way. Y'all did it to me here again. Okay. Well, whoever it is on Zoom, you need to turn your camera and your microphone on. I'll give you 5 seconds to get those straightened out for you there. If you don't, we're going to go ahead and call it an evening here. So you got 5 seconds to have everything on. All right, Davey, and what's on your mind? Point your camera down, please. There you go.
Like that.
What's on your mind,
All
sir?
right. Yeah, Jason, sir. Really quick question. When you say challenge your kids, like what examples do you have to use when your kids are getting older after the age of 3?
Well, I was saying there before, don't coddle them. Do not make things artificially easy. A lot of you have females around you and they want to make the kids coddled for the rest of their days because they see the children more as possessions and playmates than as people. You have to ask yourself, what kind of sons do I want? What kind of daughters do I want? Do I want sons who are leaders or do I want sons who are followers? Leaders have scrapes on their knees. Leaders went through adversity early. Leaders were told to do things they did not want to do. Leadership is not a place where you do what you want. Leadership is a place where you do what you must.
Absolutely.
Leadership is not a comfortable place. Hell, leadership is emotionally trying. Leadership is a lonely place. Not only is it physically difficult, it is emotionally difficult. So you have an obligation, if you want to raise them to be acclimated to dealing with adversity and challenges, you give them adversity and challenges. So in other words, we make things as, I don't want to say it's difficult, but you don't make things as artificially as simple as possible. You do not do that. The only thing you want to make easy for them is learning how to read and write and count. Now that needs to be easy. Do that as easy as you can, get that as quick as you can. Help, you can buy it on disc and put it in their heads. Do it. After that, everything else is socialization and how to deal with that. And making it easy is going to make them soft.
Absolutely agree 100%. What age do you think they should be to start learning the 48 laws of power?
That's a good one there. I've never actually had anybody ask that question before. But if I were to try to peg an age to it, I would probably put it at middle school.
13?
No, more like 10. I guess it depends on what state you're in. But I'm probably putting it around 5th grade, somewhere there. You certainly don't want them going into high school and not understanding that there's a power hierarchy. I don't know how well a 6-year-old can understand the details, because we're talking about details now. They can see the power hierarchy, but do they really understand what it is? So there's a lot that they're going to have to live first so they can witness it, and so then you can decipher it for them.
Absolutely.
So once they get into middle school and the socialization changes, now we're dealing with different things. Now I think they're at a point now where they need to have it explained to them, okay, this is a power hierarchy. Where you're at in middle school right now, let me explain to you a couple of misconceptions you're going to have. Right now, they're going to tell you, you've seen the football players and you may not like that. It's okay, because they're built a certain way. They have genetics on their side, and the school has built a special section that gives them preferential treatment. But understand, that's the current power hierarchy. You're all eventually going to leave this environment, and those things will not be there anymore.
I see. Absolutely.
So he needs to learn how to deal with frustration, being treated differently, but also learning what gives him advantages. So maybe he doesn't have athletic advantages. We're going to show him how to build power with different advantages. But does he really understand that at 4 or 5? Well, some do, but most don't. But I'm pretty sure by the time you get to the end of elementary school, I feel pretty confident that we can begin that discussion. Now, do I drop Robert Greene's book in his lap necessarily? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do that one. I don't know if I'm going to drop all 48 on him. But I figure once he's 11, 12 years old, certainly he should be introduced to that book, Win Friends and Influence People, Think and Grow Rich. They should at least be introduced to the books, and they should at least know what they are. They shouldn't be foreign concepts to them. So at least the father should have them. If you're going to do Robert Greene, 48 Laws, 50th Law, Art of Seduction, Art of War, Mastery, which, by the way, I can endorse all of Robert Greene's books. I probably endorse 48 Laws more than any other, although 50th Law is close. Of all the books he's done, Art of War was good, Art of Seduction was good, but to be totally honest, I think his work with 50 Cent was really, really good. I think I can see why Robert did it now, because 50 took it in some directions that Robert didn't explore before. So like when 50 was asked about, why is it that the C students run the world for the A students? And 50 said, because the A students have been taught to excel in the classroom. But the problem is the real world is not a classroom. The C students have been taught how to operate in the real world. So the A students, by the time they figure out what the real world is, the C students got to jump on them for the rest of their days. So I can see why Robert did that. That's a lot to drop on a 10-year-old. So maybe you can, I think it's okay for you to start introducing them to the laws one by, if it's me, I'm going to do it one by one. I'm not going to drop all 48. But certainly by the time you get there, sure, let's introduce them. There's no problem with that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Jason Black. That was a whole lot of wisdom right then and there. And I'm definitely use that for sure.
Now, by the way, one other thing. It is different for sons than it is for daughters. The laws do not apply the same. Now, that is one thing I would like to appraise Mr. Greene on. The laws do not work the same for sons as they do for daughters. Because there's soft power and there's hard power.
Yeah.
And Robert Greene's book, The 48 Laws, are really analogous to The Prince. They're really analogous to Machiavelli's book. So that's not, you have to be careful. Females need to be aware of it, certainly, because if you want to make sure your daughters are savvy, so that the laws are not used against them. But they're not going to apply the laws the way your son would. They're not going to do that. Because remember, females have innate powers that they're already given. What females don't have is game. So males have to struggle to achieve these things. Females have a lot of things given to them, but they have different things given to them. If she attempts to use Mr. Green's book the way your son does, she's not going to come across as very feminine. That's the problem.
Yeah.
She will not come across as very feminine. So she can be, if you have any daughters, they can be introduced to the book too, but they need to understand their application of it will be different than the boys. You cannot use this the way the boys do, because it will not get the results for you that it's going to get for them. Conquest of females are not built for conquest. And that's what the 48 Laws is teaching you. That's what the Prince is teaching you. Female's not built for conquest. She tries to become a conqueror the way the boys are, and it will not work. That's why Robert Greene came back with The Art of Seduction. So you can see where that one would probably, those two together, for the boys, 48 Laws, 50th Law. And maybe Art of War if you want to throw that in there. For the girls, 48 Laws, Art of Seduction. And in my mind, that goes a long way there, because The Art of Seduction was written, I think, in a way that's really accessible to females. And so she'll start to see how, it's one thing to be given the laws, another thing to know how to apply them. Basically every example that Robert gives for how to apply the laws is a man doing it, usually in a kingdom monarchy warfare system where people are putting their hands on you. As men, that's still very much the world we're in. For females, do we really want to teach them that that's how that happens? Because she can't do it. Like, for example, like, I don't know how tall you are or whatever, but if you were 6'4", the application of the laws are going to be easier for you. But also because there's a physical component. The females cannot utilize the same physical component than you can. So she needs to understand it, but she also needs to understand where her limitations are within it so that she knows how she can properly apply it. So that's the short explanation of that.
Understandable. I had one more question, and just very brief. How important do you think is to put your kids into some type of martial arts or boxing or like combat self-defense class?
Oh, I think it's great. I think that's very good. I think it's very great. It certainly builds discipline. It builds their ability to have confidence. I think it's important not to raise a John Jones. Don't raise a damn bully. Don't do that. Because, I mean, I've looked at the UFC. I got to tell you, I've seen a lot of great fighters in the UFC. But I'm just going to be honest. I've seen a lot of great fighters, but not a lot of great men. I've seen very few great men come out of the UFC. But then again, if you take a look at boxing, we've seen a lot of good fighters, haven't we? How many great men did we see come out of boxing? You tell me how many great men you can name. Because you can probably name for me 25 fighters off the top of your head with belts and titles in more than one weight class. How many of them would you consider to be great men also? And by the way, and you can't say Ali. Let me take that one from you right off the top. You can't say Ali. Now, who else would you name?
I can name a couple from like the UFC.
No, I said boxing. No, boxing.
Okay. Man. Ooh.
There you go.
Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather's a great man?
Well, wait. I take that back. Okay. Oh man.
I think he's a fantastic fighter. As a man,
Let's see. What's his name? Marvin something. Marvin.
Okay, now one more thing in the chat room, folks are kind of misunderstanding because I want you all to understand something. I meant what I said. I said a great man. I didn't say a good man. I didn't say he's an I dude. I didn't say decent guy. I said a great man. We all remember Muhammad Ali because he was historic.
Yeah.
He did the right thing when doing the right thing was difficult. Can we say that about any of his contemporaries? how many of them did the right thing when doing the right thing was difficult? On a global stage, that they were willing to give up their belts for something that had nothing to do with boxing.
Can't name any decent men like Sugar Ray Leonard. He was decent.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They were decent, upstanding citizens, sure. But remember what I said about a great man. What I'm saying there is that they got all these powers with their belts. Muhammad Ali met the Nation of Islam, and he decided to use that to change the world. But what he realized is, I cannot change it if I'm not willing to give this belt up. And what he realized was what the belt's real power was. The others saw his example and said, yeah, not me. And that's what most everybody since him has done. How many of them have been willing to give up their belts to change the world for something bigger than themselves? And what I'm saying is that as a father, I think, I could be wrong, I assume, but I think that you want to at least believe that if your son were in that situation, that he would choose to change the world for the better if he could.
I absolutely agree.
Then if that's the case, then I'm saying certainly I think it can help, but the character and this must be additions and enhancements to the character and the discipline. Don't think that boxing or fighting martial arts is going to give them character. This is just going to give them a skill set on top of it.
Understandable.
So don't miss that part, because like I said, I've followed the UFC since the bare knuckle days. Since the very first one. And I've seen a lot of great fighters come. I've only seen probably one or two what I would consider to be great men. Maybe one, maybe two. And that would be it out of dozens, if not hundreds. And that's all. And just understand that's usually the way that goes.
Wow. It's a crazy world. Crazy world. But yeah, well, that pretty much answers all my questions right then and there. I mean,
as a matter of fact, let me addend what I just said there. I don't think I've actually seen any great men come out of the UFC. I would like to believe maybe there's one that maybe I just don't remember or something, but I can't really think of an actual great man that I've seen come out of the UFC. I've seen a few decent fellas. I've seen some fellas who represented the sport well and, helped it to get to new heights. I've seen that. But as far as them being great men, and by that I mean they transcend what they do in the UFC, I have yet to see that. I have yet to see that.
Man.
And in boxing, I can only name two.
Yeah, I would like to know that other one, other than Muhammad Ali.
Well, I mean, other than Muhammad Ali, I would probably give a little bit of a nod to Joe Louis, because Joe Louis, during segregation and everything, I think in many ways he represented us well. Well, there may be some personal foibles or things like that I'd like to see differently. Well, sure, certainly. I certainly probably like to see some things tackled up. Would I put him on the same level as Ali? No one was on the level of Ali. Let's be very clear. Ali he's not a once in a lifetime. He's a once period. You'll never have another Ali. But as far as someone who impacted the world in that way, that's different. I don't put Jack Johnson up there because someone would have to convince me that Jack Johnson was fighting for someone other than himself. Jack Johnson certainly went through racism. He certainly saw it and everything. But Jack Johnson, you have to show me where he was fighting for anything other than himself. He had Cadillacs. He had white women. He had this, that, and the other. You'd have to show me where he had something else. Deontay Wilder, it depends. He said a few things. I'd like to see a little bit more. He said a few things. So, I give him credit. I give credit where credit is due. I'll give him credit where credit is due. But like I say, out of all the dozens and dozens of fighters that we've seen, how many great men have we seen? Now, how many real bastards have we seen?
Oh, a lot.
And as a matter of fact, we can start naming them all day, including some of them who are great champions. but would we want to leave our kinfolk alone with them? You know, so just things like that. That's what develops a man. That's what qualifies as a man. And if all you teach them to do is fight, I mean, if you're not teaching a good person how to fight, then what exactly are you doing to this person? He's not a good person. Okay, let me teach him how to do unlimited destruction. Let me teach him how to break somebody in half if he gets his hands on them. And he's not a very good person. Now he's a bad person with a lot of power. And as you heard me talk to the previous person, what happens when we're not ready? So just make sure you're not enabling somebody who's not ready for this and doesn't know what to do with it. As I said, they'll either ruin themselves or ruin everybody else around them.
Yeah. Couldn't agree anymore. Wow. Yep. That basically answers it.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Like I say, I mean, martial arts can be a good thing. Martial arts can be helpful. Martial arts can be good. I just want it in the hands of a person where it's going to enhance their life and make them a better human being. But you got to start with a good person first. You got to start with a good. And I'm not saying everybody needs to be Muhammad Ali. I'm not saying that. I was just putting that up as an example so you all understand the drawbacks to boxing and martial arts and things. Because one of the drawbacks is it doesn't necessarily make them a good person. Okay, whoever is on Zoom, all I see is your big old forehead. That's all we're seeing there, brother. He's like 2 feet from the phone. Brother, are you in an interrogation room? Has the FBI got you locked up in one of them black sites?
No, sir.
Okay, are you in the Matrix?
No, sir. I'm in my apartment.
Okay, where is it? Where is your apartment at? What city are you in?
New Jersey.
Okay, I thought he was on the other side of the world and the sun was shining. What is you, bro? Why are you so close to the camera? What is you doing?
My bad.
Okay, what's on your mind?
So, I'm 28 years old. My wife, she's 25 now. We got married like 5 years ago, and basically, because I've been underperforming, she told me, hey, like you could like move out because at this point, like we make like equal amount of money. And I think like I've just been underperforming so much that she's like, hey, you can move out and go do what you want to do. She said we could still be married. And I'm like, hey, like we don't want a divorce because like we didn't plan on getting a divorce, but like I just wanted to know your opinion on that. I don't want you to say like, oh, like she already has another man. I don't hope.
Okay, nigga. Well, I'm not saying that's simple math. When a woman tells her husband, "We can stay married, but I want to have you in a physically different location," unless you got body odor issues, she wants another nigga around.
Why doesn't she just get a divorce if it's like that?
Because she is monkey branching. She has not located the person yet that she wants to jump to. So without that, she is very skittish and very afraid to do that. You'll know when she's found him because it will go from we can still be married to I file for divorce. So what she's telling you is she hasn't located him yet, but she is letting you know very clearly in no uncertain terms that she's ready to replace you. And that the only thing stopping her is she hasn't found him yet. Or maybe she has, and she hasn't gotten him to commit to her yet.
But why should I assume she's cheating? Because, like, we've been, like, we didn't always have our money together.
Okay, sir, what I'm saying is that if you're either a happily married couple or you're not. I mean, dude, don't believe me. Ask a female. Women don't talk like that. Women do not talk like that if she has made the decision that you're her only option. She doesn't talk like that. She's trying to work on things. She's trying to fix things. She is not sitting up here telling you, you know what? It would be okay if you were somewhere else. Not unless you two are WWEing around the damn house and body slamming each other. Now, if that's the case, then I can understand it. But other than that, No, a woman doesn't talk like that unless she is looking for your replacement.
But here's the thing, Jason. I've listened to you before where you say like, if a man's not making enough money, that woman will not leave it alone. She will keep berating him. And like, when she does that sometimes, like when money is like tight, she'll get angry. And I understand why she gets angry. And I think I respond in a negative way. Like I'll drag it on for like a day or 3 days.
Yes, because you don't have any solutions. When a man has answers, he doesn't talk. He acts. Your woman wants you to act. She does not want you talking. What is happening now is your woman has lost faith that you are ever going to act. That is why she's like, well, if he ain't going to make a move, I'm going to make a move. And the only thing she can think to do is, you know what? I can do bad by myself. She feels like she's either trying to motivate you to take this more seriously. That's the best option. Or she has given up that you are going to change, and she thinks it would be easier to transition into her new life if she can put some distance between the two of you first.
I've taken care of her for the last 4 years. She didn't have to pay for anything. She just started working.
Stop.
Like, literally, like
stop, nigga, stop.
She's literally been in
Didn't I just tell this dumbass nigga to stop? You're 28 years old. I've been, quote, taking care of her. How the hell well is a 28-year-old in New Jersey taking care of a female?
He lived with me. She didn't live with her parents or nothing.
Okay,
as soon as
sir.
I graduated, she started living with me.
Sir, you're not paying attention. You just understand something. You frustrate me, and I just met you. I can imagine what the last 5 years have been like for her. You're not listening, young man. She is not the 18-year-old that you met 7 years ago. Because you said how long y'all been married. I'm going to give you another 2 years before that.
5 years ago. Sorry.
You met her 5 years ago, or you've been married for 5 years?
I met her 5 years ago, and then I proposed to her within the first 6 months. And then 6 months later, we got married. So we got married. I married her like a year.
Yeah, I bet you she's wishing she had a mulligan for that one. Y'all gotta watch out. When folks sit up here and try to rush you into marriages and stuff, that's because somebody else wants to seal the deal before you get some damn sense and realize what the hell's going on. So what this tells me is this chick was the cutest thing you ever met. That's what it tells me. And he wanted to lock her down before she took some time to think about it and came to her senses. So congratulations, you did that. But now, in the words of Mr. Spock, she is finding that having is not so pleasing a thing as wanting. Now she's got a beta non-provider all to herself. When she was young and more naive, and her father was taking care of half her needs, she wasn't so demanding of you. Now she's taking a look at her life, and this is the test that I give people. If you all remember, all last year I had young ladies I had calling in talking to me, and all of them were talking about how cheap they were and how easygoing they were and whatnot. And you all remember I did the car test. Jason, what's the car test? I asked the young lady, what kind of car do you drive now? Nissan Altima. Great. Would you like to still be driving that car in 7 years? Universally, the answer was no. Universally, what they wanted next was something much more expensive. In other words, they want their life to be progressing. They want their life to be improving in real, concrete, demonstrable, tangible ways. What this woman is saying is that from her behavior, what this tells me is she's saying you've stagnated, that she does not believe your tomorrow is going to be any better. Also, if you've had unemployment issues, that only solidifies it even more. Ain't that right?
I do have unemployment issues. It's like I have a marijuana issue. I have problems keeping a job because I'm always like about to fight a manager or something, like just on some weird stuff. And I noticed that, and I try to tell her,
we have lack of maturity and lack of discipline. Why should a husband is supposed to be a woman's leader. So beware when you have a woman who wants to lead the husband, but also beware if you're a man who's not leading the wife anywhere. You're supposed to be leading them to a better place. You're showing severe maturity and disciplinary issues. A woman don't know how to teach a 28-year-old man how to be a man. The only thing she knows how to do is leave. Now, the fact that she's giving you an ultimatum, that tells me her parents are involved. Yeah. He knows it. I'm not breaking news to him. If the parents are involved, then that's actually the second step to divorce. She's the first step. Getting the backing and support of her family that if this marriage falls apart, we got you. That's the second step. She's not going to wait around for you to decide that you want to act like an adult. Her parents are going to tell her, baby, you're 25 years old. You can get another husband. You're young enough to get another one. Hopefully somebody with some damn sense this time. So nobody is going to whoop your overgrown big ass to get you to take this seriously. If that was my daughter, she'd have been gone. My daughter never would have been with you. As soon as she told me you had a weed habit, I'd have slapped her upside the head with a whoopee cushion and told her, I'm dragging you down to the courthouse. You're divorcing him. I don't know where in the hell you found this low-life, lazy-ass nigga at, but I know where you're going to send him back to. I'm not keeping him in the bloodline. You are not going to add this to my bloodline.
I mean, I was in the military, and I do have my bachelor's degree. So I got that 3 years ago.
Sir, when dudes tell me they were in the military, I consider that to be a negative. No offense to the military dudes. I know what happens in the military. And for you to be out before the age of 28, you weren't a very sterling soldier. You were in the military, you was running through the barracks, you was slapping up hoes, and now you're out here on the street, and every bad habit that the military does not want, you embody. Now you're married to a naive, dumbass little girl who sat up here and did not think this over. She probably thought he was cute, he light-skinned, he swaggy, and you knew it, but she was silly. That's why you went close for the kill and went for the close the deal quickly. You grabbed her before she could think it over. And she probably didn't say a damn word to her parents. So her little rebellious streak has hurt the whole damn family. Now she's having a chance to look under the hood and see what's really going on. And she's like, whoa, do I want to spend the rest of my life with this? And slowly but surely, she's realizing the answer is no.
I mean, I shouldn't leave, right? Or
just stay where the hell you are. She'll be doing the leaving.
I mean, how do I come back? Like, is the marriage over? Like, what if I just get my money right? She'll stay, right?
Okay. By the way, to Elijah, who was the dumbass before, by the way, you realize when I answer these guys' questions, I answer them as succinctly as I can. Life lessons for you, kid. Here's the problem for you. Yeah, your finances are an issue, but your finances are indicative of other problems. So do not think that this is a financial issue. Your finances are a symptom of other problems. When you're telling me, well, I'm always changing jobs because I'm going to knock out a manager, you can't afford to knock out a manager. You can't afford to do that. And why would she want to be married to somebody who does? Has your girlfriend ever hit one of her managers? I mean, has your wife ever done that? Then why? Okay, then if she says to herself, well, I'm able to resolve my issues with my managers without that, why would she want to be married to you when you cannot do something that she can do every day? We're talking about manhood discipline here. Basic masculine discipline. You're supposed to be the cool, calm, and collected one. You have a wife. You have a family. Do you have any children?
No, we only have a dog.
You still have a family. You know how I feel about dogs. But in any case, you got a family. You got a woman. You don't have the luxury of going around doing stupid stuff. That's childish as hell. That's feminine as hell. That's where you make your damn money. You're not making a distinction between professional and personal. It's just all personal for you. You can't function unless it's all personal for you. Just understand, no woman respects that, even if your behavior is the same as hers. Because then she's going to tell you, I'll be damned. I'm the one who's drawers are made of satin and lace. Why you acting like me? Just like you wouldn't want a chick who exudes masculine properties, a woman, even if you do. You're like, hey, I'm the guy. I'm supposed to be wearing the Timberlands and getting my knees dirty. What the hell are you doing? You acting like me. Well, guess what? It's the same thing for females. Right now, that is a terrible precedent you're setting. Well, I'm telling you, young man, and these words don't seem to make a lot of sense to you now, but they will, especially when she divorces you. She's lost faith in you. A woman needs to know that she can believe in the man that she is with. What that means is that when she ain't around, you still acting like a man. If you're only going to get a job when she kicks you in the ass, she's like, well, let me go find a nigga I ain't got to kick in the ass. Maybe I can use my energies in other areas for that guy. She's not here to kick you in the ass. She's not here to motivate you. She's not here to do all the things for you that your mama didn't do. She's not here to finish raising you. And all her parents are going to do is tell her, why don't we go find us a full-grown man? They're just counting their lucky stars that she ain't gotten pregnant. Why don't we go find our daughter a full-grown man? One who doesn't need to finish being raised. This guy is literally sitting here in front of grown folk telling them, by the way, I'm my soccer manager. Why on earth would you want to do that if the manager ain't threatened you? They be talking me crazy. Folks talk to you crazy everywhere. You sock him, you get arrested, the wife's coming to bail you out, and she's trying to figure out, why did we just spend $1,500 again? Why? We couldn't have spent that somewhere else? But the other problem is inconsistency. You don't show a woman that you give a damn about her if you're constantly in between jobs. A woman does not see that as security. She sees that as very insecure. And all she sees, when a woman hears you lost another job again, all she hears is he doesn't give a damn if the bills are paid. That's what you're communicating to her by doing that. The folks at your job who made you do stupid stuff, they still got theirs. All you done to mature woman is make her feel insecure. Then you add to that a weed habit. By the way, does she have a weed habit too?
No.
Has she ever smoked weed?
Yeah.
Does she still do it?
No. I didn't do it because I was still in the military, and then she did it, and I told her not to do it because I had a weed habit before I joined the military, but I squashed it. And then once I came out the military, all the drama and stuff, and then I just got back into it.
Okay, so in other words, what you've communicated to your female is that you need crutches and coping mechanisms. You didn't have a weed habit when she met you, now you got one. That's what you've communicated to her. Once again, as I said, maturity issues, disciplinary issues. Think about what you're communicating to your woman. This is not something she can put her long-term faith in. She can't. You need to worry less about a job and money, although you need to, but you need to worry much more about what type of man you're going to be. And an undisciplined, emotionally erratic individual does not inspire a woman's confidence. A woman does not want to be led by that. That's what's missing. I do not know what your relationship is like with your mother and your father. I do know that they did not finish raising you. There are some severe things that are missing. This woman is looking to you to be her protector and provider, but most importantly, her leader. And she doesn't see you leading her anywhere she wants to go. And that is the root of all the other things. Your immaturity and disciplinary issues are what are causing the weed usage and the erratic employment and emotional volatility at the job, and probably with her also. But we'll just leave that one alone. because I do not believe for a single solitary moment that you have been Ward Cleaver with her. So don't even try it. Just be quiet on that one. We'll just leave that shirt you're wearing alone, because they do have a different word for that one. We'll just leave that alone. What I am going to tell you here is that a man has to earn the right to do these things. First of all, there are things you shouldn't even want to do. But second of all, you have to earn the right to be respected. You have to earn the right to insist on being her only choice. You have to earn that. She's not the little fresh out of high school girl you met 5 years ago. She's somebody different now. And she will continue that process. But she's also reevaluating you, which she should. And she needs to ask herself, do I want to be on this road for the next 10 years? Or do I want to bail out now at 25 and see if I can grab me another one by 27? Who hopefully is a bit more mature and a bit more disciplined. And that he actually wants to build a better life for me. As opposed to just being happy laying on top of me and saying, hey, can't we coast and chill and pass the blunt? First order of business for you is you need to stop doing weed, period, point blank, cold turkey. The reason for you doing that is because you need to demonstrate to her through your actions, not your words, that things have changed and that you are going to take this seriously whether she does or not. No more talk, through your actions, not your words. And you're not doing it with the expectation that she's even watching. She will be, but you are not doing this for her, nor are you doing this to make her happy. You are doing this because this is the man you need to be. You cannot be a disciplined man using narcotics. You need to be sober. You don't think well when you do this old saying, you don't think well when you're doing weed, you just think you think well, but you don't. You need to be completely sober and cognizant. You need to start adopting a life that says, I don't use crutches. I don't use narcotics. I don't use things that dull my senses. I want to be completely sober and alert. Your woman will literally see a different look in your eyes. When you use weed, y'all all look spaced out. She will see a different look in your eyes. It's going to be something she hasn't seen in a bit. It's called focus. And when she looks in your eyes and sees a different person, and then his daily routine is matching that, now she takes it seriously. Next order of business here is if you do not have an exercise regimen, you need to have one. The purpose of that is that you are demonstrating to her your concern for yourself as a person. That you are taking this all very seriously. And if you have any other habits, alcohol, pornography, video games are as bad as a drug habit. You need to dump all of those. Xbox out the window. Hopefully from a 5th floor. The next thing you have to do about that, and I don't even need to ask this one, I'm going to ask this question to make a point. What do you do for a living?
I work at a warehouse.
Yeah.
Right now.
What do you have a degree? What is your specialty in?
I have my bachelor's degree in economics. And
so let me get this straight. A BS in economics is working in the warehouse. That is the very definition of failed potential. Right there. When you are now doing the next most dangerous thing that a man can do in a woman's presence, you are showing her that you don't make good on opportunities. And if you don't make good on them for yourself, then why should she trust that you're going to make good on one for her? He takes things that could be powerful and he dilutes them. And all her parents are going to tell her is, you have given him enough time. He doesn't need more time. He needs some motivation, and obviously you're not it. A woman respects a man who has an area of expertise. She respects a man who has an area of expertise that he can capitalize on. You need to show her that you're that guy and you can do that. Show, not speak. Show. You have no area of expertise. You have no specialty. She doesn't see where you're getting smarter or better. You don't have something that you excel at. You want her to have faith in a man who doesn't excel. In other words, that's why you want her smoking weed, so hopefully it'll take her mind off of it. And it doesn't work that way. A female depends on a male for her survival. She can't take her mind off of it. She has to trust you for her financial future, her physical future, her social future. She can't take her mind off of that. So you sitting there in bed trying to zone out, and she's sitting over there worrying. And as the years go on, she gets tired of worrying. Your job is to show that she's got nothing to worry about. But you cannot do that if you don't excel. As a man, these are unspoken assumptions. A woman will never tell you these things, but she expects that. Every female expects, I've talked about the unspoken assumptions, it's on my Patreon. Unspoken assumption number one, she expects that her life is going to improve automatically simply as a result of your presence. Yeah, she didn't tell you that, but she expects that. Just because you're here, her life should be getting better. Just because you're around. Well, guess what happens when you show her that that's not true? She starts wondering why you're there. Especially if she can make as much money as you do and she's not in between jobs. She's like, you know what? My life would be more stable if I did not have him coming and introducing chaos into it or disruption or instability. My life would actually be a little more stable. Jason, if I make more money, yeah, that would be okay. But first, you're going to have to show you have consistency. Even if you got a job making $100,000 a year tomorrow, you would still be a very risky proposition based on the last 5 years. She'll just be waiting for you to go into work one day and get fired from that one. Or get up and quit. How many jobs have you just gotten up and walked away from? I asked you for a number and you're talking. Remember I said that earlier to everybody? I asked him for a number and he starts using words. Now he knows the number already. He's trying to figure out some way to soften it. I asked you for a number. How many jobs have you gotten up and just walked away from?
Maybe about, in my lifetime, maybe about like 7. In the past 3 years, definitely about 3. Yeah. Because I thought it was that important in my mind, but she didn't really agree with some.
Nobody agrees with that. You're the only person who thinks that's acceptable.
I was making the first job I had gotten once I got.
Okay, sir, you got up and left. You got up and walked out.
I was making $70K, but the thing is that
y'all notice another mama's boy wants to just keep talking. Sir, the only thing that matters is you got up and left. Now just remember one thing. I'm sitting here stopping you and arguing with you. She ain't gonna do that. Not anymore. So just bull crap you just pulled. I said you got up and left. Well, see, I was making $70K. Let me speak. As if you're gonna say something that makes what you did all right. Well, let me talk. She's tired of hearing you talk. She doesn't want to hear you bull crap anymore. So I'm just letting you know what you just did with me. Yeah, she's sick of that. She's tired of that. Because it'd be different if you did that and then replaced it with something better. You don't do that. You just do, well, this is why I messed up your baby. They don't understand. I was making 70,000. Now you're making 0. And y'all think that females are wrong for that. No, they're not wrong for that. A woman is supposed to be hypergamous. That's how she survives. It's also what makes sure that she does her check-in to make sure that she is still with the best option she can be with. Because if she's with a terrible option, she needs to get the hell up and leave. She is not going to build a man. She's 5 years younger than you. She's not going to build a man out of a 28-year-old. Not going to happen. Or did you say she's 25 now and you're 28?
Yes.
Okay. She's not going to build a fella 3 years older than her. She's not going to build no man out of you. Nor should she even try. You're supposed to already be ready. All she knows is that you need to put yourself together. And you have to figure out how to do that. A woman does not want to lead you. This is why she doesn't want to tell you anything. A woman does not want to lead you. She's like, if I got to tell him, then I'm leading. That doesn't give a woman any confidence. You're supposed to be leading, not her. You're supposed to know, not her. When it comes to the manhood stuff, you're supposed to have that locked down, not her. That's what gives her something to believe in. That you get up every day and you got a program that you run in that isn't dependent on her. And the program is getting bigger and better and excelling and progressing without her. At that point, the only thing she has to offer to you is her submissiveness. To get with the program. She's not submitting because there ain't no program. Actually, there is. It's just a bad one. What part of New Jersey are you in?
I'm actually in Philly. Like South Philly, Jersey.
Okay. Let's hear it for Walt Whitman Bridge. All right. Well, in any case here, young man, all I'm going to tell you here is you're focusing on the wrong things. If you wish to make her change her mind about things, she would need to see a more disciplined individual. That starts with what she sees every day. If she is already to a point of suggesting or asking, or in your case, it sounds like she's telling you that she wants two of you in different domiciles. That is what she said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the job I just got, like I want to be closer to that. I don't know what now. Our car got stolen. Basically, our car got stolen, and we never went to go get another one. So basically, we have a like our apartment, and then of course like both of our money came in to get her an apartment, and now she has a job that she could just go to. But now she's here, she's stable, she has a good job, and now she's like, oh, like leave. She's telling me to leave and like go, like cause like a lot of times I do feel like she doesn't really believe in me when I talk, and I try not to talk to her about anything productive. I try just to like bring home the money, but I do feel like her resentment. And then sometimes when I have a good idea, like I feel like she says it's a bad idea. So we're we're always arguing, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be like my parents. Like I know my father, my mom, they did some really domestic stuff when I grew up. So I never like, you know what I'm saying? I tend to zone out. I tend to like ignore her, but it's hard to ignore somebody in an apartment. So basically she's like, hey, go make your money.
Do y'all hear all the talking this fella's doing?
So basically, yeah, she's like, go get the money, go see, go be who you're supposed to be.
Blah, 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 blah.
Buy her a house. I was told her she'll be good. So she says, hey, go do that. Like, you're wasting time. With she doesn't want to be in the same like financial situation, like having a joint account and stuff like that. And she's like, hey, if you're gonna, she's asking me if
if I'm just quiet long enough, he'll just pick up and start talking again. That's the way that works. No, he doesn't see a thing. He's not paying attention to it. He actually doesn't. So, young man, like I say, if you notice, I stopped talking. In case you didn't notice. And of course you didn't. Of course you didn't. And I just want you to understand, this is your idea of leadership. Whining. A woman does not want to hear about your parents. You need to resolve that. Get a therapist. A woman does not want to hear your excuses. She wants to see results. She doesn't care how you get them. She wants to see results, not your words.
So
you bring a bunch of words. You bring a bunch of words, sir.
And maybe I have to start over because she doesn't believe in me anymore.
Okay. Well, I never tell people to break up. I never do that because I ain't gonna snuggle up with you. So you're never gonna hear me tell a man to divorce his woman or a woman to divorce her man. With one exception, of course, if people are doing things to the children. Y'all don't have any children? Well, there is a dog, so I don't know. If somebody's doing something to the dog, yeah, I might endorse that one. But other than that, no. I don't tell people to leave who they're with. I'm not on the phone with her right now. Even if I were, I would not advise her to get a divorce. I would tell her, well, I certainly understand. Because it is up to you to show and not tell what you are going to do. I will give you these simple pointers. You have bad habits. You need to stop all of them cold turkey. You have no discipline and focus. You can at least focus and discipline on yourself. You can get up in the mornings. You can do 100 push-ups. You can make sure you are properly groomed. You can make sure that all of your clothes are properly cleaned. Period. Those are things you can control on a daily basis. Number 3, as far as the job is concerned there, you need to have a very clear, concrete plan. The rules that I give you all are to double your income every 24 to 36 months. Those are not things you say, those are things that you do. But most importantly, you are to do them whether she's in the picture or whether she's not. Of course, you certainly wish to keep her around, but even if your marriage were going perfectly fine, these are still changes that would need to be made. Not to keep her, but because it has to be done. If you start making those changes, she might not like them even under the best of circumstances. Hard to tell. I do know there are changes that need to be made because these are things that need to happen no matter what. She's lost faith in me. Sir, you're not going to get that faith back by all that damn jaw jacking you doing. And I told you what the issue is and you started babbling. And I'm just letting you know, by the way, I don't have to sit here and listen to you babble. She's married to you. But she's starting to figure out, you know what? I don't have to listen to it either. Folks are telling you that there's a lack of action, and you start talking. Now, when you were in the military, was that the way that the Army operated? Oh, really? So you've already been in an environment where they taught you that's not the way you deal with things. And by the way, how did you exit the military?
I got injured.
General discharge?
It was honorable. It was a medical discharge.
Love to see the paperwork on that one. You were in a place where they did not teach you to talk so much. They told you a task needed to be done, and they just expected it to get done. They didn't want to hear a soliloquy. They didn't want to hear about your damn parents. They didn't want to hear about what you felt like, and you damn sure wasn't talking about punching a sergeant. Now he's in the civilian world, and he's showing how much of a slacker he can be. So I'm just letting you know right now, you may want to keep that woman, but I don't know why. Other than wanting to have a chick around to lay up with, why? What are you giving her? What are you offering? Today's program, what do you offer? What are you offering her that makes you want to hold on to her? Because you see, there needs to be an equivalent exchange. If you're offering to hold on to her, it should be because there's something you're giving her. If you want to hold on to her only because there's something she's giving you and, well, we can't figure out the rest, that's a different matter. But Jason, I was doing this, that, and the other while she was getting ready for her the job. Yeah, and you've also done a bunch of other things too. So it isn't like the scale is lopsided.
Definitely, we don't want a divorce, and we do therapy.
You don't want a divorce.
She says she doesn't want a divorce neither, but
yeah, that's why she asked you to move to a different house. Yeah, it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Everything you're saying makes perfect sense. Believe people's actions, not their words. She believes your actions, not your words. You're listening to her words, not her actions. Because you don't want to have to pay attention to her actions, because you can clearly see what her actions are telling you. And the fact that you've called me means that this has actually been a path she's on for a while, which means there were other things that she's starting. This is what they call in marriage relationships decoupling. First, she's financially decoupled. Now she wants to physically decouple. Next comes socially. That's that marriage contract. So she's taking it one step at a time to see how it works, to make sure she can swim it on her own. And then once she's confident that she can handle it by herself, then she'll do the last one. Now, I do not know how much time you have before that occurs. Could be weeks, could be years. I don't know. I will tell you one thing. It's going to definitely occur if you don't make some changes. Hell, it'll probably occur even if you do. But I will promise you that if there is a chance that it will not occur, the way you're treating things right now, right this moment on this phone with me, there's really I don't see what you're trying to hold on to her for. Because you're not offering her a better person to be with. That's the issue, not your income. Your income is a side effect of who you are. And until you make the decision that you are a higher value person, more disciplined, more focused, top of his game, he excels at something, that's the man you want to give her. Because she then says, whoa, I'm with a guy who's better than me. Right now, she does not believe that you are better than she is. Ain't that right? So until you resolve that issue, she's going to continue heading for the exits. If you wish to short circuit that, I would recommend you move on that as quickly as humanly possible. But she needs to see a different person. At the very best I can do for you here, I will make one suggestion to you, although I recommend that you do that forthwith. I recommend that you tell her you would like to have a year. 12 months. To show her, not tell her, concrete changes. She's like, what do you want to do? Number one, what is the first thing you need to do, sir? Unmute your phone, you orangutan.
The first thing I have to do is action for a year. Well, stop smoking weed, stop all drugs.
What's the next thing?
Get focused. Stay in a job. The second thing is to have a workout routine. 100 push-ups a day, or
when you were in the military, you had to do PT every morning. You got here in the civilian world. By the way, when she married you, were you still in the military?
Yes.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I'm trying to connect some very simple dots for a very simple man.
I mean, I work out every
talk.
day. I just
he still wants to talk. What I'm saying is that obviously the routine that you had in the military was something that got you married to her. Now she wants separate people. There must be some changes from what you were doing. Obviously, there have been substantive changes beyond just income, sir.
That's right.
That's right. By the way, one more thing. In the last 5 years, has she been the only female you've slept with?
Yes.
If I ask her that question, would she be confident as you are to give me that answer?
Yes.
I wonder if I asked her if she would say that. I wonder. Because you were in the Army. And you are telling me that you were in the Army and she was the only girl you slept with? Really? Really? Yeah, I got all kinds of doubts about that. Yeah, you'd be the only guy on that base. Even the chaplain got a side chick. So we'll just leave that one alone. But what I will tell you there is that, by the way, that certainly complicates matters because that's something she's aware of. So, that being the case, just letting you know, first order of business is to let her know if she can give you a year or that this is what you would like to do for the next year, period. And the next order of business is to double your income. This guy here does not strike me as being IT material, everyone. He doesn't. He may shock me and surprise me, but he doesn't. If he could, I'd feel a little bit differently about it. I wish I could say I had something more in mind, but I actually don't. I will tell you that you need to have a skill set. You're not going to be able to make your income do anything substantive until you do. And she will not be able to respect you and admire you and respond to you in that way until you do. Even if you stop weed tomorrow and everything else, then you're going to have to get around to the financial confirmation. And you're not doing that. I don't see what you're doing right now as a pathway to doing that.
My military job was in IT.
Okay.
Like I was a network administrator.
The military's definition of IT is actually a little bit different than the civilian world's definition of IT, but you already know that. What he's trying to tell me is that he is familiar with military computer systems. That's what he's trying to tell me. That's a good start. Because the thing is, you can pursue your IT certifications without even having to change jobs or anything else. I have an IT workshop here on the business. I also have one on my Patreon, which is a lot longer. But either which way, it doesn't really matter. The real thing is, if you did that and stuff, this would be a good opportunity for you to focus on that. I'm just worried about his ability to do so. Good question. Do you have any IT certifications?
No.
So much for that. Well, I definitely recommend that you get a skill set in that regard. I think that'd be a great way. As a matter of fact, I think she would be rather shocked to see you do that. And you need some shockers, some good ones. So if you could demonstrate to her that you could get 2 or 3 IT certifications here in the next 6 months, I think that, along with the other changes, I think that would go a long way towards the most important thing that diffuses hypergamy. Hypergamy is armed by certainty. When a woman is sure that things will not get better. That's what arms hypergamy. Well, Jason, how do I disarm it? Introduce uncertainty. What do you mean? If she becomes uncertain that you are going to be where you are a year from now, 2 years from now, if she starts to see things that show that things are changing, that's what disarms hypergamy. If she is unsure that your value, right now she feels relatively certain that your value is going to stay where it's at. That's what's armed her hypergamy. Disarming it means showing her that it's not going to remain that way. Or at least that there will be questions about whether it will. That warehouse assures her things will not get better. Pursuing something different would introduce doubt. And I think 12 calendar months is more than enough time. Or you just stay where you are and just let her leave. That's an option too. I would like to hear back from you in 6 months. Now, you said that you left on disability. That means you still have your GI or you don't?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you left because you got injured. Are you getting disability?
No, they denied my claim.
Really? Well, that's rare for the military. So that means there was something else. As I said before about that discharge, I'm like, I don't believe that. So that means there was something else. Military, it's rare for the military to deny a disability claim. Rare for them to do that. So that means there was something else. I wonder if he was getting high while he was there. I wonder.
No, I wasn't. So I was in the reserves, and then I went to officer candidate school, and then I got injured, but they said, hey, your injury started while you were a reservist, so they just discharged me from the reserves. But being a military officer, that's really why like my wife got with me. She's like, hey, be a military officer for 10 years. Because I was good in the military. I was good in the military reserves. I just got injured, got out the military, and then it's been
I'm wondering about the legitimacy.
Right
okay, but I'm wondering about the terms of your discharge, because that's a medical discharge. He's saying it's a medical discharge and they don't want to pay me. I got injured in the military, but they don't want to give me disability for being injured in the military.
Yeah, because they said I was a reservist, but I signed an active duty contract to be an officer. I signed a 4-year contract to be an officer, but while I was in the officer candidate school, I was injured, so they sent me home. If I had gotten through officer candidate school, then I would have been fine. So after that, after I didn't make it through officer candidate school, I came home, started smoking, and then just.
I got a feeling you was getting smoked up. I got a feeling you was getting smoked up before you got out, because you did say before you had a weed habit. So I got questions about that. But in any case,
I don't want to make any excuses. I don't want to make any more excuses.
Yeah, because I'm going to have to check in that reserve status, because I don't think that applies. I'm pretty well versed about that. I don't think that applies. I think there was something else. I think there was another reason. I don't think reserve status has anything to do with that. I don't think that has anything to do with that. I think it's something else. But needless to say, now you don't have any of those benefits. So maybe hopefully you picked up a few things from them you can use. At this point right now, you're going to have, if you want to stay with her, I don't know why, but if you want to stay with her, then why not? Because you're not benefiting. You're not disciplined. You're not improving anything. She's very uncertain about your reliability, and deservedly so. And she's thinking about what the next 5 years will be.
If I get a divorce, isn't that gonna lower my value?
It's not your value she's concerned about.
I feel like a divorce would suck on both parts. I feel like we could.
Okay, here's the issue here. She's asking herself which is worse, the marriage or the divorce. And it's supposed to be very clear talking to you that she would be taking the L, and it would be far worse if she got divorced. The fact that she's asking for separate domiciles means that she is not convinced. And the other thing is, when you say lowering your value, dude, you work at a warehouse. This guy's talking about lowering his value. He works at a warehouse. How much of a lifestyle are you providing for her working at a warehouse? Fellas, don't consider this to be fair or whatever, but this is the way it works. Fellas, if you invest in a female and she surpasses you, get ready for her view of you to change. But I helped her. Okay, let that be your comfort. A female is going to find it extremely difficult to respect a man who is her socioeconomic inferior, her socioeconomic subordinate. Doesn't matter how she got there. It doesn't matter if you paid for the schooling. Once she sees herself as above you, she's going to start asking herself, what am I submitting to? Now, there are two circumstances under which a man can make that viable. You don't have either one of those. Number one, as I explained with Cardi B and Offset, if you had more value than her, status-wise, yeah, you may make less money, but if you have more status, you have no status. So that was not an option. Or, in certain cases for men, if you're just a brainiac, if she sees you as her intellectual superior on a different level, well, that can work. When I was a much younger man, I had no problem talking to attorneys or anything else because I was as smart as them and usually smarter. So they respected that about me, even if I was younger than them. You have neither one of those. You're not her intellectual superior, and you are not her social superior. And now it sounds like you're not her financial superior either. Not anymore. At best, you're her peer, and at worst, you're her subordinate. So you don't have any of the pillars that you would need to disarm hypergamy. She's asking herself, can I do better than this? And she should. That is what keeps us competitive as a species. The woman should always be asking, can I do better? And the man should always be able to say, ain't nothing better than me. The moment that those answers go out of sync, you two are a mismatch. The moment there is a mismatch, there should be reconsideration.
I know she won't do better than me.
Okay, what is she, 400 pounds?
No.
Size 16?
No, she when we first got together, she was like she looked really good because she was a D1 cheerleader. Then she ended up gaining weight, and then now she's like back to her original. She looked good.
Okay, sir, you're talking in circles here. What size does she wear now?
What size? Yeah, size 16. Size 16.
Okay, that's what you've been counting on. Well, you know what? I will tell you one thing. There are two things that fellas need to watch out for when a female wants to re-enter the sexual marketplace. Number one, she starts trying to get herself dolled up and put together. Number two, she goes heavy into social media. Yeah, that shut him up now, didn't it?
I don't think she does that. I think
okay.
I really just think she wants me to be stable. She wants stability, and I just don't offer that.
Okay, and if you're not able to offer stability, she is eventually going to get her size 16 big ass out there and see if she can find a warehouse manager. I will tell you one more thing. You feel secure, and now I'm glad that we got to this part of it. He thinks he feels secure because he's telling himself, oh, well, I ain't really got to worry. I mean, she used to be a sexy little thing, but ain't nobody else gonna want her because, well, she's no longer visually as appealing. You try standing by that as long as you can.
She looked good. I just know, like...
If she used to be a cheerleader, being around you may have sapped her will to keep focusing on that. And you've been gambling that she's going to remain that way so that you can remain the way you are.
I don't want to remain the way that I am.
I'm just telling you right now, if she's 25 years old, she is literally 12 months away from getting a personal trainer and getting herself in shape. And when that happens, you are gone. He's been counting on her being undesirable to give him more leeway. And I'm like, that's just gambling. I would suggest you, if you want to keep this woman, I suggest you take it seriously. No, sir, that wanting to domiciles thing, at best, she is trying to motivate you, and at worst, she is taking the first crucial step to seeing if she can swim by herself. As I said, I do not know if you have weeks or if you have years. I do know that the clock is ticking. No, that's not an idle threat. Yes, she is serious. If she's talked to her family, now you're in more trouble. Now she has support to follow through with the decision. She's just trying to figure out how to do it.
One last thing, like she has her best friend who's 31, but her best friend doesn't have a man, but her best friend makes $150,000 a year. I'm like, you're listening to your best friend that doesn't have a man. I've been with you for the last 5 years. I've stayed with you. You didn't have to. She never had to.
She's listening to her best friend who doesn't have a man. You say that as if your wife has a man.
How does my wife not have a man?
Because a marriage is no more valuable than the quality of the man in it. And what you want to say is because I have testosterone and male genitalia. Oh, yeah, and didn't I do something for you a little while ago to pay for a few things? And what I'm saying is you're just disregarding that because you don't like it. Her friend is more competitive than you are. And she's asking, but is her friend a female?
Yes, her friend's a female.
Okay, because in this day and age, we got to ask. You say they don't have a man, but anyway, in this day and age, we got to ask. Here's the bottom line. So what she's saying to herself, by the way, you said her, so let's get this straight. Get this through your noggin. And by that, I mean the log on top of your neck. So your woman is 25, you are 28, and her friend is 31. And she's simply asking herself, how is it that her friend at 31 is making more money than you are?
Yeah.
Her friend figured out how to make that kind of money. What about her man? Maybe your wife is saying, maybe I need to be dating my friend. Clearly, she's figured it out. You have some work to do, young man.
Yes, sir.
I will look to hear back from you in 6 months.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Fellas, just understand the rules of the road. Understand the rules of the road. Understand how it goes down. Understand how it'll be. Your chick is fat. Here's the problem. She can lose weight. Can you gain drive? Well, Jason, she's fat. Well, she can lose the weight. Can you gain some ambition? She used to be a cheerleader. Dude, don't you know that's dangerous? That means she used to be an athlete. That means she used to be an athlete. That means if she was able to become a cheerleader once and was pretty damn good at it, what makes you think she can't do it again? You counting on her being down and out with you? What are you talking about? Every day she's probably going back and looking through either her yearbooks or photos, seeing the woman she used to be, and asking herself, I wonder what kind of life I'd be if I got back there. Think it over. Think it over. Too many fellas out here relying on luck. You need to be engaged in skill, not luck. You need to be engaged in skill, fellas, not luck. You cannot rely on luck. Your woman is not going to trust luck. She wants to see skill, not luck. You fight these things at your own peril. Tonight's program was about what do you offer? What do you offer? We started with the women, but I ended where I wanted to with the men. What do you offer? Fellas, ask yourselves, what do you offer? Do you see all the arguments he was giving me, all the pushback he was giving me, all those intangibles? He wanted to discuss intangibles. His woman is concerned about the real world. Take that as a concrete lesson. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Well, y'all did it again. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people, my stay-at-home parents. We done got you through another shift, at least a little over halfway through it. You're welcome. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't joined our Patreon, the link is in the description of the video. We'll be doing this here tomorrow, 12 noon Central Time. You are definitely welcome to join us. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. My man G-Mac, as always, thank you very much for your support, brother. We appreciate that. Mr. Hooper, Project Leroy on deck. Devin, thank you very much for your support here. OGK Network and everyone else here tonight. Marlon S., thank you very much. I want to thank all of you for watching, subscribing, and liking the program. And this concludes this broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, all of my brothers and all of my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.